Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 11 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the DC Universe with the Avatar The Last Airbender system. Let the tale begin. Chapter 246, The First Step. Aiden's POV. I mean, I understand the excitement, but did you two have to destroy the house during your fight? I sulked, looking below to see 4 or 5 of the residential area was burning with a white flame that softly danced in the air, uncontrolled and free. The battle had moved on from the mental realm to the physical once Vaatu had started being overwhelmed. I was about to wave my hand and return it all back to the way it was when Gia interrupted in me. Download app please Master Aiden, let me. Left with nothing to do, I watched the whole set of events play out. Construction drones appeared. ABD begun taking care of the problem. Luckily no life had been lost. Did you have to hit me so hard? Vaatu annoyingly complained. He could heal any injury like he wished, blows and magic performed by just about anyone. Things changed if he was up against his complete opposite. Dove went silent. She was armed with completely glowing white hair, a beautiful face and a pale blue pair of eyes that seemed to see everything. She was also dressed in a long flowing dress and looked out into the realm with an indecipherable look on her face. So beautiful. I can sense the boundaries between us even more clearly, brother. Your dominion surrounds this world from every side. A true film of chaos with no beginning or end. She commented in a soft and mellow voice, different from the double voice she used before. I could feel Vaatu's gaze on me, wondering how I was taking this new change. He knew. I could tell he knew that his sister was different. The realm had separated into 2 distinct realities upon its evolution to the next stage. It was now the setup of a star system with planets revolving around the supermassive sun in the middle. I said setup and not size because in sheer size terms, the realm's star system was roughly 30 times bigger than the solar system. The main dimension alone was bigger than an average star system all by itself. Could you excuse us for a minute, Vaatu? I'll be over to introduce your sister to the rest of the family soon. Just need to have a quick chat before that. I calmly asked him. Vaatu bowed without hesitation, happy to leave this headache with me. As you wish, Master Aiden. He straightened up, hands on his ribs. He had a black eye and a split lip that was beginning to heal. In comparison, Rava looked spick and span. Meaning nothing was too out of place. No visible changes or injuries. He sank into a purple portal with a salute, leaving the 2 of us floating in the air. Hold on, I advised, and then warped us to a cliff a distance away from civilization. This place was untouched by humans. The cliff overlooked a lake where animals enjoyed a drink under the sunny glare of the sky. Rava blinked. So natural. Untainted. A perfect paradise. She commented. Thanks for the high praise. I'm sure Gia appreciates it. I responded politely. There was a brief silence between us. You're not really Dove or Rava, are you? I asked, a question that had been plaguing me for some time. Ever since the fight had begun. I mean, I can simply call you Rava because her traits lingered around the most from the combination of both of your personalities. Her body started shivering with nervousness. Don't do anything stupid. We both know I could never hurt you. I would rather die first. I shook my head. Fear was all right, but I never felt comfortable using it to intimidate others. Having your enemies fear you would most likely lead to them revolting in a way that at the very least assured mutual destruction. It was better to have them respect you. For a family member to fear me left a bad taste in my mouth. Her tense shoulders relaxed. I guess I couldn't hide it away from you. The dread ended and she turned to me with a nervous expression. How did you know? I sat cross-legged on the flat ground of the cliff, patting the space beside me to have her join me. She folded her feet over each other like mine and sat calmly waiting for my answer. I started suspecting something was different when Rava established a link to Dove over the past few days. Her spirit was voluntarily leaving Vaatu and settling into Dove's soul and body. It was too fast. Rushed. As if she didn't have much choice. Then I understood from examining you when you were lying on the bed. The accident that had seemed to have hurt and in a coma had had a very huge impact on her brain chemistry. That's why the drones could not wake her up. Her soul was injured. There wasn't much left of her essence, it had been bleeding out into the earth and later on my realm. She would never have woken up. So Rava resorted to doing something reckless. She used her essence to reinforce part of Dove's soul, patching the leak, but the process took a different turn. Instead of replacing her soul's energy field without much impact on her own essence, therefore healing Dove back to health, the mixing of both of their essences and spirits gave rise to an entirely different being. You are not the Rava that I sensed every time I looked at Vatu. The light that was the antithesis to his darkness. Neither are you the scared little girl that ventured her way into an entirely different world. Somewhere along the line, the both of their melded spirits gave rise to you. A god that understands mortals due to being mortal. We are both different from anyone else. Her shoulders shook. I placed a hand around her and pulled her close to my embrace. We stayed like that for a few more minutes before I spoke up again. So, what do you want to be called? She sniffed a little before detaching herself from the hug. She wiped her tears before looking up. Eyes blazing with confidence, she answered. I am Rava. My smile was blinding. Good. Now how about we go say hi to the rest of the family? General POV, martial arts are more than a discipline of the body, it is also the discipline of the mind and more than that a culmination of both. Two disciplines working in tandem. A true warrior. Each strike executed with maximum efficiency achieved through control of their body that bordered on the supernatural. That was the line separating expert martial artists from masters of the art. But what's next after that? It wasn't known to most, but the vaunted Grandmaster level where one could access their internal life force in the form of chi and use it for various effects was real. Unfortunately, the number of people who could use chi was astronomically low, to the point of it being possible to count them by hand. These figures had honed their bodies to the limit. They had naturally broken the limiters in their bodies, which enabled them to tap into the energy contained inside their body cells. Two such figures were meditating on separate but close to one another rooftops. The first was shirtless and dressed in a pure white loose sparring pants. His body was toned, rippling with cords of muscles that emphasized strength, speed and stamina. Perfect musculature. He breathed in slowly, letting the hot breath he breathed out dissipate in the air. On the building opposite to him was another such figure. He was even bigger than the first man. He had dark skin, and where it looked like the first figure fought by relying on speed, this other man was pure power. You could tell just by looking at him that you didn't want to be hit by one of his blows. His eyes were also closed like the first figure. The difference was the soft golden glow under his ebony skin. Bronze Tiger allowed his chi to flow smoothly through his blood vessels. The heat from the energy inside him was not let out as with the case in Richard Dragon's. Bronze Tiger used the energy to further temper his flesh. Even the undesirable and tainted filth inside him was turned into thick carbon chains underneath his skin for increased durability. Each of them followed different methods of meditation and Shigo manipulation. Each of them were at the height of power that the human body could exert without biological cheat codes like metahuman abilities and outside help. Yet there was another level above that. A level that had been an impossible goal to reach in the old Earth, but here? Here, they could finally cast off the final layer of mortality and become true martial arts. Here, they could fly. Gia noted the swirling energy around the two of them as they absorbed the spiritual energy in the air. The ether formed into an invisible vortex of power that was getting sucked into their bodies. She monitored the process intensely, careful not to miss a single thing. Her scans went further than skin deep. She probed their spirits and souls, body cells, and even the effects the energy had on the microbes in their bodies. And once she was done, she realized something. This made no absolute sense. It was a different matter if the spirit energy was absorbed, either enhancing existing abilities as was the case with an energy manipulation heavy race such as a Martian, or the other likely option of a flat, permanent connection to the spirit energy in the air, providing the subject with a wide range of abilities. What the two martial artists were doing was different. They did not use the energy to enhance their strength, nor were they tapping into the ether to power their abilities. They were effectively stealing the spirit energy produced by Gia and changing it into their own life force through a mysterious process of conversion. The energy was then used to endlessly refine their bodies through both of their different methods. Richard Dragons used the energy to remove the persistent waste and toxins from his body, while Bronze Tiger used the energy to forcefully refine that same waste and turn it towards enhancing his body. It was something new. Something Gia did not have in her database. Something that was a great first step into creating the perfect race. Aiden had been right. This was truly the way to go. Wanting to see more, learn more and understand it all, Gia directed most of the pure energy in the densest part of the realm towards the two Grandmaster martial artists' endeavors. And from that she was able to learn more from their actions. For example, the rate with which they absorbed the energy did not increase, but their breathing method somehow emphasized on taking in the more pure energy as opposed to the energy around the residential area tainted by human emotions. It was like they were somehow managing to separate the pure spring water from a murky river. Secondly, she was going to need to see more of the same process in different subjects to come up with more results. An analysis of only two individuals would not be enough. Before that, though, she used the similarities in both of their biology to scan for more exceptional individuals like them. Aiden's POV, well crap. I said, looking at the list of potential candidates most likely to have it easy in manipulating spirit energy. Right behind, Bronze Tiger, Richard Dragons, Lady Shiva and O-Sensei was one very familiar name, Bruce Wayne. And knowing Bruce, if he was pushed into learning this new skill to stand a chance at opposing me, then he would be the very best at it. All of them were exceptional martial artists. Formidable opponents who had mastered their bodies and minds, honed their skills to the point where every body part could be used to destroy someone. The strangest thing was the fact that Bane's name was among the list of 12 potential individuals. How long do you estimate it will take to complete the objective of enhancing the potential of the kin's DNA using this data? Can't really say. I have nothing in my database to compare and contrast with this strange process. It will probably take even more time. I heard her sigh. Mach. I hummed. In any case, we're not in any hurry. Focus on scanning and monitoring the process like before. As you wish, Master Aiden. Gia answered with finality. I looked to my front, seeing how my family was receiving Rava with open hearts. My gaze landed on Corey, who similarly looked at me and nodded towards the cottage. It was time to have a talk with my baby mama. Finally. Chapter 247, Star, My Goddess Part 1. Aiden's POV, I pulled up closer to her, grabbing a grango off the bowl of fruits on the table. She had a small glass of fresh grape juice, taking a short sip while leaning on the table. The sun was halfway gone, only one half peeking out from the horizon and casting a beautiful evening glow over the beach. The ocean hit the shore gently and the kids were dancing in a circle around a huge bonfire. Rava sat a ways off, watching them while singing gently. She had a really nice voice. It reminded me of my own love for music. It made me want my kids to grow up with a passion they loved. Which was one of the subjects Corey and I needed to discuss. Download app. She watched our big family interacting. Grape juice was her favorite, and the fact that the glass was magically refilled every time it became half empty was points for Gia. Hey, stranger. Why so silent? I used charm while sliding next to her, leaning on the table as she did. That is your opening move? Corey rose up her eyebrows, hitting me with an unimpressed expression. I sighed in exasperation. Can't you at least pretend to not notice the awkwardness of first impressions? She giggled. You must be a hit with all the ladies. I smirked at her statement. Oh, you have no idea. I leaned in. For example, I have this awesome Tamaranian warrior chick who somehow sees past a lot of my bullshit. Oh, she said interestedly. She sounds amazing. Tell me more about her. I looked unsure. Are you sure? I mean, I don't see how I'll have a chance with you if all I do 1 minute upon introducing myself is talk about another girl. I don't mind. She placed a hand on my shoulder. I was now taller than Corey, and it seemed fitting having her look up at me with those green beautiful eyes. In fact, she has the prettiest green eyes I've ever seen. Her smile widened. And her hair. I touched one strand and ran it along my finger, bringing it close to my nose to smell her scent. Is her easily her second best feature. Long strands of scarlet with the scent of strawberries. A blush appeared on her cheeks. She gulped, feeling the heat from our closeness. My heart hammered inside my chest. God, she was beautiful. Corey bit her lip and asked the question I was waiting for. What's her best feature? Without hesitation, I placed my hand in her belly and softly rubbed it without saying a word. Star choked up and hugged me tightly. I love you, Aiden. I wrapped my hands around her and my chin on the top of her head. This felt right. I love you too, Corey. We stayed like that for a few minutes before Corey pulled away and stared at me. Damn, I guess this means I blew up my chance with you. Talking about my girlfriend at this particular time. I shook my head. Bad move on my part. The playful punch I was expecting didn't come. Instead, Corey grabbed my face and softly kissed me. The softness of her lips brought about a surge of arousal in me, and I leaned into the kiss, getting lost in the sensation. Corey pulled away again, motioning to the kids. No! If you want to continue with them around, you will have to give them the talk. She warned, making me wince. I was not looking forward to that. The thought of any boy looking at my girls like that? It filled me with a sudden irrational rage. Guess I am a dad now. Still, my hand snaked around Corey's hips to grab some of that ass. What can I say? I'm black. The ass does it for most of us. This is not over. I growled, making her shiver and gulp. I'm counting on it. Damn. Our thoughts were stolen away by the sudden arrival of my god of war. Atla had been monitoring the Amazonian situation to make sure a fight between them and the larger populace did not happen. Atla's POV, Amazons. A proud tribe of warrior women who had more bravery in their pinky toes than some of the men Atla had ever come across. He liked them. And it wasn't because a faction of these women had elected a statue to honor him as their new god of war. The previous one was a dick. Or so he heard. So how fitting was it that he carried his essence within him? Every fighting experience Ares had was Atla's now. Normally that would be accompanied by memories of all the deeds the dead god had committed, which were deplorable acts of cruelty Atla could not stomach. Hurting innocents was not something to be proud of. True strength lied in being powerful, dangerous, and last and most important, peaceful. It was ironic and hypocritical, but that was the god Atla aspired to be. That was the kind of god he knew his master needed. Not having Ares' memories but his combat skills was a consequence, a very good one, of having a master who cared. So it wasn't surprising that Atla had refused the Amazonians' worship if they did not induct Aden Strong as their god king. They had been hesitant at first, but after a fair match without his powers against one of their strongest for that right, Atla had succeeded and the Amazons had taken up worship of Aden Strong. Their pantheon had a whole new set of priestesses dedicated to Master Aden, their god king and savior. Atla was only waiting for the time when Master Aden would announce the full pantheon to the mortals. Atla wanted his master's name to reach far and wide. He arrived at the beach, ready to give a report about everything that was happening. The moment he stepped out of the portal, Atla ground to a stop. That angelic voice, that voice was the first thing he heard. His eyes instinctively looked around for the source of the voice. When his gaze landed on her, everything changed for him. Atla's heart started beating fast in the only way it did when he was in a fight. The beautiful white hair, the beautiful face and smile as she watched the kids dance around the fire pit, Atla brought a palm to his chest. What is this? Love. A voice answered from behind him. Yatl managed his best to tear his face away from her and looked at the source of the word. Vatu. Vatu had a strange smile on his face that brought about a shiver down Yatl's spine. The god of chaos walked forward and slung an arm over Yatl's shoulder. Walk with me, Yatl. He thought of refusing, but Vatu tightened his hold on Yatl's shoulders. Okay, Yatl was never afraid of anything, but the way Vatu was acting made him wary. Yes, wary, nothing else, just wary. Yatl chanced to look at his back to ask for help from Master Aiden and the mistress, but all they did was wave at him with smiles full of humor. Come on, Yatl, you're acting like I'm planning to kill you, Vatu said cheerfully. Yatl noticed his eyes did not smile along with his face. You're not? He gulped, making Vatu bark out of laughter. Yatl, you made a joke. He slapped him on the back. They were now far away from the family beach, having taken a sharp corner along the coastline to appear in a section of the beach that was filled with coral stones and rocks. No, I'm not gonna kill you, Vatu stated while shaking his head, as if he couldn't handle the absurdity of such a notion. Yatl wasn't so Sue. Ah, there it is. Vatu's face underwent a change. However, that makes me curious, just like I'm sure it does to you too. Yatl was pretty sure he now knew why they were having this chat. His brain was finally pointing out the similarities between Vatu's energy signature and the angel on the beach. Curious about what? Yatl asked, confident in his assumption that this was Vatu's way of telling him to stay away from her. About a hypothetical situation. Vatu shrugged. In other words, what could you do that would force me to think of the possibility of killing you? I mean, you wouldn't really be dead, but I'm sure the process would be unpleasant. Yup. This dude was a siscon. Is this about her? You're damn right it is. That is my little sister. Whoa! Yatl had never seen Vatu so out of control of his emotions. So what exactly are you worried about? The question brought Vatu to a stop. Yatl saw the opening and pounced on it. He was not going to be able to stay away from her, so why bother lying or pretending when he could squash this whole thing right now by giving Vatu the assurance he wanted? Yatl placed a hand on Vatu's shoulder. I would rather die an infinite number of times than ever hurt her. I swear on my master. Vatu's mind went blank. That conviction. He knew that the world would end countless times before Yatl betrayed Aiden. They were all like that. Aden Strong was just a really good master to have. It made it easy to love and respect him because he would die for them. It was also why Vatu lost the feelings of worry and misgivings he had about Rava's protection. His little sister was different now, and Vatu had felt weak and helpless after he had failed to save her. But he remembered what she had told him the last time they spoke. She hadn't died, she had just become more. He had to let her live. For life is precious because of the freedom to make choices. I believe you. He nodded at Yatl. This time the smile was genuine. Aiden's POV, is he giving Yatl a shovel talk? Star asked. Yes, most definitely. I chuckled. Did you see the way Yatl stared at Rava? She agreed with a nod. I have never seen him so entranced before. I ship them. I think they would look good together. Ignoring the fact that Rava was physically 19 and Yatl 22, they were still technically too young. However, both of them were created having a mature mindset, so the conundrum basically balanced itself out. Who knows? The only thing that mattered was their happiness. I see it now. We're really lucky. Star stated. Yeah, we are, but we could be even happier if we dealt with a few things. At the seriousness of my words, Star looked up. I think we should discuss a few things, Bab. Chapter 248, Star, My Goddess, final part. Aiden's POV, you look so worried. What is going on? Corey asked the minute we were alone. She had a hand on my cheeks and a concerned expression on her face. I gently removed her hands from my face and held them in my own. It's not worry. Just... I breathed in, struggling to fully explain what I wanted to say. The meaning was there, but the words kept on slipping through my grasp because of fear. I couldn't take her rejection. Maybe now was not the time to ask the question. Immortality and godhood were not for everyone, and I was terrified of Star choosing to remain mortal, content with growing old when our kids and I would live for a very long time. The concept of forever is hard to grasp, but by the time I reached my end, if there was one, the universe might have already died and been reborn a dozen times over. Just ask. Corey's voice broke through my wildly raving thoughts. I blinked. It's not that simple. The corner of her lips turned up. The big bad demon Bane, Aden Strong, is scared of asking one simple question. Oh, she gone do me like that? Wait. How did you know I wanted to ask something? I asked, grabbing her tight to me. She giggled at the action. Answer me honestly, or the war is on. I threatened with a glint in my eye. Corey stiffened in alarm, staring up at me in disbelief. You would never. I held up a hand and started wiggling my fingers. You don't think I will? Are you sure you want to take the chance? Once I start tickling, I'll not stop. Ever. I whispered close to her ear. Corey shivered before sighing in defeat, a flush on her cheeks. Okay, you win. She admitted, wrapping both of her arms around my neck. You get this cute look on your face whenever you're about to ask something. I've learned to read your expressions. I raised my eyebrows at that. Okay, that is fucking hot. I growled and pulled her closer, my lips inching towards hers. Corey stopped them with her fingers and a tiny shake of her head. Not until you asked me what it was you wanted. I huffed. Maybe my question was why you keep on teasing me? I caressed her ass, peppering kisses on her neck. That's good, she moaned, and I grew bolder. I kissed, licked and sucked on her neck. She was really sensitive there, until her legs started shaking. An explosion from outside the cottage, followed by a loud explosion, is art. From Breeze, cut into the mood and allowed us to briefly come to our senses. Aiden, no. Corey pulled away from me. We were both breathing heavily at the brief contact. She fixed me a glare and closed her arms over her ample chest. Goddamn, those tits are. Eyes up here. Remember you had something to ask? She said in a stern tone. I knew there wasn't escaping this talk now. I ran a hand down my face, wondering just how pathetic I could get. I mean, I had faced off against the god of evil. I had so many abilities that I knew what to do with, but the prospect of one honest conversation with Corey scared me. Why are the simplest things always the hardest? Okay. I started pacing, gathering up the courage. Aiden, what is it? You're scaring me. Corey was now just as nervous as I was. Fuck, get it together, Aiden. I took a deep breath and blurted it out. I want you to let me turn you into a god. For an instant, nothing happened. What? Corey took a step back. Oh no. But I needed a clear answer. Even if it hurt. I need you to let me turn you into a god. Please. She rubbed her arm and looked away. My heart broke a little. I guess she noticed it because she was upon me in a second, hugging me. No, Aiden. Please don't misunderstand. It's a lot. I'm not ready. Not yet. With each word, my world seemed to gain more cracks. I knew in the past I would have been insensitive and immature. I wouldn't have wanted or even tried to understand her point of view. Just seen the betrayal. I would have said something that would have hurt us both, something like, if you really love me, it shouldn't take you a second to decide. But I wasn't that scared little boy anymore. I lifted my hands and hugged her back. All right, then what do you need to do first before you give me an answer? Corey sniffed inside my embrace in relief. I've been afraid that all this has been a dream. Is a dream. My biggest fear is to get so lost in it that when it's time to wake up, I'll never be able to dream again. And with that single statement, I understood it all. This is about your sister, isn't it? The silence confirmed it for me. She wasn't always so bitter. However, living in a place where everyone has the one thing you have never had took its toll on her. I would have been broken growing up if I was the one in that position. She was wrong. I don't believe that. You have a genuine heart of gold, Corey. I have never met anyone like you before. Never doubt that. Thanks, babe, she replied after a while. We both broke out in laughter. This was the first time she had called me babe in ever. It's okay. I got you. We hugged for what felt like forever before I shook her gently, only to find out that she had fallen asleep in my embrace. I easily lifted her off her feet, then looked at her belly and smiled. This is your doing, isn't it? She's been getting tired a lot easily these days. I carried her to the bed and placed her under the covers. Don't be too hard on her, okay? I kissed the baby bump, taking a few seconds to listen to the tiny thump of our unborn baby's life force. It was such a tiny thing, but the quality of life that the child had was already above most gods. You're going to be terrifyingly powerful. Make sure you use that power to protect the ones you love. I like to think that it could understand me. But even if it couldn't, talking to my unborn child was like therapy. Still, it bothered me slightly that the child was taking in more energy from Corey, hence putting her at risk. I rolled up my sleeves. Time for Daddy to contribute. Now then, I'm a god of life. This should be easy without exhausting myself too much for what Gia and I needed to do after I was done here. I looked deep within my oceans of power. Vast expanses of tranquil reserves, waiting to be called on. I possessed an innate understanding of every single domain under me. Webs of white, life-giving strands of energy poured out of my arms and into both mother and child. Corey had asked me for time to come to a decision, and I respected that. However, time and time again had shown me there was always something I couldn't account for. And before she was a god and able to better protect herself when I couldn't, these enhancements were important. I used my control over life to enhance her body. Her energy storing and distributing cells were made more plenty. She became able to absorb every light in the electromagnetic spectrum. Her bones were hardened to a high degree that she could be placed in the core of the sun and not get crushed by the gravity. Her flesh fibers grew stronger, more flexible yet remaining sturdy to counter any great pressure or trauma inflicted upon her. And lastly, her skin was weaved with a barely detectable energy film that prevented piercing damage, energy blasts, and provided environmental shielding to a certain degree. The last function of the energy film was to regenerate any part of her body almost instantaneously. Yes, something that had been bothering me for so long was taken care of in a matter of seconds. I could now regenerate, which meant training montage. The energy film was powered by the excess energy she absorbed at any given time due to her new ability to absorb all light. That was as far as I could go without revealing to her the fact that I had enhanced her. Who am I kidding? She would know. Oh, I could blame it on our kid. I kissed the baby bump. Hey champ, sorry, but you'll have to take one for the team so that we can make sure your mom is safe, okay? He was my kid, I knew he would understand. Done with Corey, I decided to focus on the baby. There wasn't a lot I could for it as it was already on the path to being stronger than anyone I had in my realm, which made little to no sense. I mean, the child had been conceived when I was only a grandmaster in my elements and was yet to attain any type of divinity. That didn't stop its potential from casting a shadow over everything and anything. Still, enough wasn't enough. I made the same changes to its makeup as I did with Corey. Somehow it was easier and harder. Easier because it was still in its maturing phase, and hence these changes would settle down in its biological makeup much easier than with a full-grown adult and with zero chance of side effects. Harder because the child's own network of personal energy that was a blend of spirit energy and just pure neutral energy tried to fight me off. Once I was done, Corey glowed with a bright white glow. Her red hair flashing with a green fire, before shifting through every color of the rainbow. Her belly glowed a deep golden as well. When the light show died away, I could tell that each process had gone off without a hitch, making me sigh in relief. I had been ready to use a miracle just to ensure that everything happened the right way. I then tucked her in, kissed her forehead and left the room, a million thoughts racing inside my mind. These 2 days had been exhausting mentally. The realm was stable enough that I could now delegate rather than oversee everything, which would open up more time for me to begin my preparations for the universal trial. One wrong move and I would garner the dislike of multiple cosmic and conceptual beings. There wasn't a maybe to it. I knew I would make more enemies than allies because of my nature. I wouldn't take any shit. To protect myself and everything else I held dear, I had to be more trouble than it was worth it to deal with me. I needed to be stronger and more prepared. Which brings us to the first of my preparations on the list. Gia, are you ready? I called out once I was outside. Of course, Master Aiden. Let's do this. What are miracles? And what makes them different from every other type of power system? The answer? Miracles had no limits. With enough faith and divine energy, you could do anything. No, seriously, I'm talking reality manipulation bullshit. You could create an entire universe with that. Granted, it would take a lot of precise energy control or reliance on the fundamental connection a god's divinity had with reality to do something on that scale. It was why gods, true gods at least, could do whatever they wanted with faith energy as long as it was within the confines of their domain. Most of that was subconscious things, like immortality, great psionic abilities, power distribution and many more abilities afforded to them, independent of their particular domains. All gods could use telekinesis, but not all gods could manipulate fire. The latter was a divine exclusive ability, the former was the subconscious ability made possible through the mysteries of perceiving gods as higher beings. So to put it in very simple terms, miracles were packets of faith energy gained from worshippers plus a god's own connection to their divinity, which gave rise to super divine energy that could do anything as long as you knew exactly what that anything was. The alternative was to rely entirely on your own divinity to shoulder most of the burden. For example, a lesser miracle like blessing an army to win a war was something I could do even if I wasn't necessarily a god of war, though I was. I was still a different breed of god when compared to the normal ones. The same feat could also be achieved by any other authentic god of war, but not a god of love. Different domains and all that. That's besides the point. 99% of gods don't know how to do anything more than lesser miracles. The difficulty in controlling all that power scaled with the amount of energy you were dealing with. And that was an ironclad rule, otherwise reality would be dominated by gods doing what they wanted without repercussions. Herein comes the complications. I was more powerful than any god yet. For all my power, I lacked the computational capabilities to precisely control or in this case perform a miracle on the scale that I needed. A universal scale. Gia didn't. I warped space and appeared at the core of the realm. A world that was full of complex equations that determined the continued existence of my realm. Inside Gia's core, I closed my senses off to the world and concentrated inwards. The power rose up like a tidal wave. An almost infinite amount of faith energy received from all my divinities, be they lesser or major. Worship meant for Atla, Aden, and Aden poured into me. I compressed the power as much as I could. Time lost its meaning while I was in that space. 10 years casually passed by me as I kept on compressing and refining this energy for the large-scale miracle I wanted to perform. I learned so much about energy control. My comprehension taking over and making known to me endless possibilities on how I could apply all this power to do whatever the fuck I wanted, but that was not what I was going for. My mind whispered to me that I had more than the capability to use this miracle without fucking up the process, but I relented. I couldn't ruin this. It needed someone who was always exposed to a huge amount of data and information to initiate the process, and that was Gia. Time passed some more. 10 more years spent without noticing the passage of time, only brief sparks of knowledge that I had spent more than 2 decades compressing the energy. In the outside world, only 2 hours had passed. Until finally, I held meaning within my soul. Above my oceans was a gigantic humming sphere of unlimited power. Every shred of energy inside was made up of the hopes and dreams of over 1 trillion minds. A mystery. A miracle. Gia, it's time. Gia appeared in the core in her true exotic form. She gave a serious nod. Let me take over now. She widened her hands and everything changed. Elsewhere, the presence in the form of an old man with an umbrella sat on a bench in front of a tranquil pond. A pond that to him was very special. The pond was always, ever tranquil. Its very nature written in the core of its being was calm waters. An idealistic representation of what he knew his creation could never be. For life was living and living was a conflict. A conflict with the void. The pond also doubled as a way to see what his creation was up to through its bottomless depths and serene surface. The presence had been seated on that bench for what might have been eons or maybe seconds when things changed. Something suddenly happened. A ripple that spread out from the middle of the pond, breaking the tranquility. Calm waters no more. Something fundamental to the continued existence of DC had just occurred. Something had strayed from the plan. Instead of being alarmed or angry, the presence smiled with pride. Attaboy Aiden. Aiden's POV, the world splintered into multiple fragments and I found myself spread out through everything. I was everything and everything was me. My whole elemental dimensions, air, fire, and the recently unlocked water were nothing but extensions of my will. The entirety of the realm, felt. Not seen. And by my name, was it all so beautiful. I could stay like this forever, feeling what Gia no doubt felt every single waking moment. Then I felt a power, no a substance entrenched in complex meaning. Meaning I couldn't hope to understand now with my limited perception. That meaning wrapped itself around me, like a warm blanket. Around my realm. And then, the dimension as a whole, left the great expanse of the void. Base reality, where all universes with the possibility of existing have existed and will exist. I broke the norm. My dimension was no longer part of that fundamental layer of existence. I had pushed past the boundaries of something infinite and transcended its unrelenting push and pull. The void was all there was. Everything inside the great white void was the great white void. All except for my realm. This new layer of reality was something that had existed before yet hadn't. A paradox. I have no idea how long it took me to force myself back into a humanoid figure. Infinitely larger, infinitely wider, hovering around a swirling sphere of energy and life. A representation of my realm, with nothing tangible or physical existing beyond its boundaries. A conditional void. However, if nothing could exist beyond it, then how come I could perceive its boundaries and exist outside their influence? Was this conditional void truly different to the void from before? Yes and no. It was hard to explain in extreme. I had achieved what I had set out to do and that was enough for now. Which was what exactly? I could imagine Lucifer asking with an upturn of his lips. Well, I had managed to separate my realm from the DC multiverse or any multiverse for that matter. I now existed outside of it in a different dimension of reality. I couldn't call it higher because that would mean there was a precedent to its existence. It was just different. The presence, the great darkness or any number of cosmic entities had no way to ever reach me. They could only perceive what they had created and where. But the elemental dimension followed its own rules now. My rules. Its nature was technically easy to comprehend. Remember, this was beyond space and time but not beyond reality. Base reality is what we believe to be the truest foundation of existence. Anything less than that or more is simulated reality. Still the question remains, what exactly is this reality? This conditional void. And why is it conditional? Gia and I called it the self-dimension. A theorized dimension that Gia and I came up with to allow me direct and entire control over the realm as well as separate it in case the universal trial did not go the way I wanted. I was realistic. For all my power, there were a few beings who could challenge me and kick my ass. This way though, no matter how powerful they all were, none of them could hope to reach my realm. There was an infinite amount of distance between them and I was the only shortcut available. You can think of the self-dimension as a reality dominated by the agency of being. My being. My thoughts bring about its tangibility. Thoughts are merely electric signals running through neurons in someone's brain and activating a response based on an external stimulus. I think. Gia explained it much better. However, that simplistic and often ignored quality is what enabled all this. See, thoughts cannot be seen or heard or touched. They do not have physicality. Even the way telepaths read minds is through using their own neurons to interpret what someone is thinking. Thoughts are the truest expression of being. The soul is the being, but the mind is understanding of the being. So the void was conditional because only I could perceive its existence. Only I could know what it was or wasn't because I was the void, yet the void was a different entity entirely. Here's a perfect example. Try accurately explaining what nothing is to anyone. That was what the void was to any other being that was not me. Chapter 249, Solving Energy Problems. General POV, On the Edges of Unreality, the film of energies separating the waking world from the dream world, an ethereal cloud of starlight and awe-inspiring gradient roiled around, waiting. The scene changed. The surrounding gray nothingness shifting into high mountains with oceans and wide basins on top of them, ice-covered grounds that gave way to rivers of honey and birds the size of airplanes that broke apart into billions of insects. Pockets of dense energy dotted the place, causing differences in the creatures and life found here. The dreaming was unreasonable. The aforementioned mysterious cloud whirled around before collapsing into the figure of a tall angel with a huge sword strapped to his back. This angel was different from the usual type. He was not astoundingly beautiful. His face was carved with straight lines that gave him a very stern expression. His aura was not welcoming either. It did not put any of the creatures around at ease, and as one, they ran away. Even the sky above started thrumming with thunder and lightning. The angel was over 7 feet tall and was dressed in an ornate golden armor. His wings, while white, were duller than most, glowing with a gray tone. Dream, where's your brother? Metatron voiced out into the wind. His eyes shifted around, capturing everything. Knowing. Do not presume this to be the Silver City, Metatron. This is my realm and I will not allow you to act with impudence. The smooth deep voice that replied was followed by flakes of black energy that formed from the ground up. Morpheus and Metatron stared at each other with clashing gazes. One a figure dressed in black, the Sandman, and the other the voice of God himself. I come in peace, Lord of Dreams. It would be wise for you to answer my question. Metatron warned an impassive Dream. Where is Aden Strong? Dream narrowed his eyes. Leave. He then turned around and started walking off. Metatron looked at his retreating back. I came with the will of God. You turned me away. Remember this day, Morpheus. Then he exploded into a cloud and shifted towards the sky, leaving behind a trail of white light. The voice of God? Metatron is still the delusional fool he has always been, I see. Lucien added, once Dream told her what had transpired. They were now inside the library. An empty library despite its fully stocked nature, for you see, every book was blank. The histories of over 7 billion people simply gone. Careful, Lucien, power is still power, no matter who wields it. He cautioned, causing the librarian to stare at him from the corner of her eyes. Lucien cleared her throat, adjusted her glasses, placed the book in her hands on the table and turned to her master. Sooner or later we will have to face the reality, Lord Morpheus. Whatever your little brother did, it has fully exempted him from the laws that govern reality. Morpheus' jaw worked like crazy. Why? Lucien opened her mouth, closed it and opened it again. I am sure you are quite aware of the reason yourself, Lord. The trial. Morpheus murmured, stroking the spine of a book titled Vatu. Vatu was technically a creature of the dreaming, and that connection between the dreaming and him was stronger than the average person's. Yet even he was missing from his senses. He could have asked for my help. Morpheus added, face scrunched up in a frown. Like you did when you had to recapture the escaped nightmares? Lucien countered. Like it or not, Lord Morpheus, you and your siblings like to handle your problems on your own. Lucien reasoned. Though in the case of some, cause them. You mean my brother Desire? Morpheus asked, startling Lucien. The woman dressed in a killer tux looked embarrassed for a second. Oh my, did I say that aloud? Morpheus scoffed in humor. You're not wrong. Desire loves to create mayhem where he can. I am surprised that this is not his doing. Lucien nodded, promising to herself not to forget who she was talking about. Still, she had an idea. What about your elder brother, Lord Morpheus? Surely nothing can escape the gaze of destiny? Dream stood straighter for a second as he contemplated the idea. Lucien was not exactly wrong, but she was missing the point. What is destiny without dreams? What are dreams without destiny? He closed the book in his hands with an audible snap. Understand this, Lucien, each concept of life is as important as the next. He waved his hands and an illusion of each of the endless sigils appeared in mid-air. The sigils were arranged in descending orders. From the oldest, destiny, to the youngest, duality, Aiden. Another wave and the sigils flew off their arranged orders and started roiling around, pivoting on their own self-imposed axis without a logical order. There isn't a first or last or what came before each other. We all existed together as one bundle of consciousness that seemed to splinter out into individual components only because of the way sentient creatures view time. As something moving forward. You imposed order to something that up until then needed no order. So anything destiny cannot see, I cannot as well. And vice versa. Lucien understood enough now. If Lord Morpheus did not know where Aiden was, no one would. What Lucien did not notice was how the chaotic words in the illusion created by Dream seemed to slow down and start orbiting around one word, duality. Dream saw it though. The illusion broke and Dream got back to sorting through the books. A change like this, after more than 1,000,000 years. Fascinatingly terrifying. Aiden's POV, well Gia, tell me the news. I had my fingers tightened into fists, tense with worry. Initial diagnostic run shows that everything went according to the plan. The shift has not changed anything substantial. I breathed out a sigh of relief from my position at the top of my favorite meditation space. The airplane looked as it usually did, a bright day with no discernible source of light, yet visibility was not an issue. Mist and clouds with peaks of individual mountains that speared right through the layers of water drops floating in the sky. That's good to hear, Gia. Now we just need to solve one thing and we will be fully equipped to face anything that comes our way. Which means that I cannot ignore the trial or miss it. Not yet. Practically no one knew my realm had a direct link to the source wall, which is how the core of my realm was sustained. That however meant there was a likely possibility that someone powerful like the Presence knew already. I wasn't taking any chances. There were a few alternative methods to energy that Gia was working on to ensure we attained full independence from that layer of reality. The methods did not even need to be permanent. As long as we could upgrade the realm to the next level, it would start producing its own energy. The process would also be made efficient due to the concept of an energy conductor made from a special alloy that ensured only less than 1% of the total energy was lost. We could use and reuse energy as much as we wanted without fear of losing it completely. Unfortunately, for all of Gia's incredible computational skills and genius, she was one entity and couldn't consider all infinite outcomes to such a difficult subject. Earlier, I stated that the realm would not want for energy after it had been upgraded. The reason was fairly simple. Souls were immortal packets of pure source that produced soul energy, or most commonly known, spirit energy. With the kin's connection to the realm, Gia could repurpose the spirit energy they would naturally give off during their day-to-day lives to use as a battery. That alone would keep the realm running. But taking into account all the changes I wanted to bring about, that alone would not be enough. It would have been much easier if I could just carry out another miracle, but after expending all that power to tear my realm away to its own space, I needed time to gather more faith energy. After discussing a few more options, we landed on the most optimal solution. One that would solve two of our problems simultaneously. The first would be that I wouldn't have to wait for the Kin's race to be created so that the realm could upgrade and start producing energy without refining it from the source. Secondly, the potential amounts for the energy produced would be massive by way of this project. Getting to that idea hadn't been a smooth ride, however. Gia had the idea that after enough data analysis and simulation experiments, creating multiple artificial souls that would be unified into one super consciousness which would act as the realm's source of energy was possible. Leave alone the moral and ethical wrongness of such a practice, it was philosophically backwards and showed Gia's limitation as a thinking, breathing entity. That at the end of the day, she wasn't human or mortal. She was the consciousness of an entire world with millions of different species. So why would she feel that her favor was meant for one specific species when she was a mother of more? Luckily, she was still learning about reality's favoritism. We were more intelligent and our souls moved on to various afterlives upon death. That, permit me to say, allowed us to be at the forefront. We came before any less intelligent species. Such is life. So that plan was completely scrapped. We could not use sapient creations for something like that, but anything else was fair game. That got me thinking, and from that mulling, a plan was formed. We couldn't use human, Kins or any other reasoning being's soul, but that didn't mean we couldn't use plant life. And boy did that open avenues. Botany already contributed to mankind's survival. This wouldn't be different. What we needed was someone like Lex Luthor. Someone very smart who could turn my idea into a reality. Preferably an expert in spirit energy manipulation due to its abundance and importance to not only the project but also the realm as a whole. Those qualities could be found in a very, very eccentric scientist who was, ironically enough, an expert in spirit energy generation and manipulation. And all I needed to do to get him? Use one of my perks to make it happen. It was time to activate the Sapiens bundle and bring Icknick Blackstone Varick, business magnate, inventor, crazy man, rebel leader and foremost expert in spirit energy, into my realm. God help me. Oh, I couldn't forget his assistant wife either. Damn it. Luckily, the mission to destroy the light and kill every major supervillain in the world had some really enticing rewards. I snapped a finger and relayed a message to my most bloodthirsty spirit. Michael, how about we begin Operation Cleanup? His reply was calm with an undertone of excitement. Chapter 250, Cleanup. General POV. The first thing Killer Frost saw when she blinked her eyes open was the walls of the arena. She immediately started shivering, wrapping her hands around her body. The fact that she could feel her own touch brought with it tears of happiness and anger. For so long, she had been lost, wandering aimlessly around in the mist. She hadn't felt her reason escape her. She hadn't even known who she was. Just the action of placing one leg in front of the other. Like a robot. She could remember bumping into others, all aimlessly wandering in the mist. Damn 'em, so cold. It was so hot before and now it's cold. Why is it so cold? She heard a voice say from next to her. She turned to her sides, her senses managing to finally tell her that she was not alone. From the first glance, she managed to see Heatwave, Dr. Savannah, Solomon Grundy, Votan, and many more. Over 1,000 beings from different backgrounds, with different features and qualities. The one thing they had in common was that every single one was a supervillain. Part of each of the League's rogue gallery. The ones based on Earth at least. What the fuck was going on? Where were they? What had happened to Earth? The one shivering and complaining about the cold was none other than Firefly. A genocidal pyromaniac who could fly and spew fire at people. Firefly was in his full costume with his jet pack strapped to his back. Whoever had brought them here hadn't cared enough to take his equipment from him. He was still shivering though. In fact, almost everyone around her was feeling cold. Their breath formed a mist whenever they exhaled. The cold was unnatural. The ice crept up along the walls of the empty arena. Her eyes managing to notice the gray cloud hanging above them. It begun with a tingling sensation and then, surprisingly, Killer Frost too begun to feel the cold. The ground under which was sand begun to freeze over. A loud blast of aura sent almost everyone skidding back as Sabac's body began spewing flames to stave off the cold. The heat increased and anyone unfortunate enough to stand next to him went up in flames. A strange feeling gripped everyone's hearts. A feeling of wrongness. Of savagery. Killer Frost managed to hold on to a reason, but the others? Not so much. Parasite and Hugo Strange died in Sabac's blaze. Killer Frost was far away, luckily, so she wasn't caught by the blast. You bastard. That was my favorite hat. Penguin shouted when a spark fell onto his hat and burned it to a crisp. You will pay for that. Get him, boys. The Penguin's goons, who had similarly been teleported into the arena with him, brandished their guns and started firing. Insignificant pests. Sabac shouted before swiping his hands out and destroying the bullets, as well as drowning both Penguin and his men in a torrent of red flames. The flames managed to tag Mirror Master, who started screaming in pain and running around. He died shortly after from red beams shot out of Black Manta's helmet when Mirror Master's trajectory began heading his way. The beams tore apart the ladder and continued onto land and throw away Icicle Jr. What the hell is going on? They were killing with impunity. Killer Frost thought. The hasty ice shield the Team Villain had created broke apart into thousands of ice shards that pelted the area. Killer Frost let the ice land on her skin and do nothing. There was a brief silence, and then, true pandemonium broke out. Die! Cheetah blurred forward, bowling over, slashing and cutting everything and everyone around. Ha 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 ha, is it Christmas already? 'Cause I am feeling festive. Let us celebrate through glorious murder. The Joker laughed his insane laughter as Harley intercepted a League of Assassins member and crushed him with her super-sized mallet. Puttin! Puttin! What do you want me to get you as a gift? The pasty, scantily dressed Harley Quinn asked in excitement. Riddle me this, what hurts not enough to kill but enough to wish you were dead? The Riddler asked a bleeding toyman with a crushed face from the Riddler's walking cane. A fucking beatdown! The Riddler raised his cane for one last hit when a gigantic gorilla landed on top of both of them, crushing their bodies into paste. Gorilla Grodd coughed out blood, trying to bring his hands up to fend off the mercenary with a sword stuck inside his chest. Rose Wilson smiled with a bloodthirsty look on her face and leaned on the sword, making it dig deeper into Grodd's chest. Look out! A voice from the side alerted Rose to the danger, and she flipped away from the Reverse Flash, who had a vibrating hand poised to kill Deathstroke's daughter. I didn't need your help, Cheshire. Rose bit out after landing next to the daughter of Sportsmaster. Cheshire cocked her head to the side, before leaning away from a scuffle happening between Killer Croc and Clayface. Have a nice death then. She left those words and disappeared into the large mass of bodies fighting. I had plans for Grodd. The Reverse Flash addressed her. Rose twirled her sword expertly. Suck! Rose's headless body fell to the ground. A split second later, blood flashed across Killer Croc's face, blinding him enough that he missed the fist from Clayface. The blood was from the spray of Rose Wilson's headless neck. The Reverse Flash had killed her by decapitation. He looked at the surprised expression on her face and threw away the head in contempt before zooming away. Back to the fight between Killer Croc and Clayface, the latter's fist landed on Killer Croc's face, but instead of knocking him away, the fist broke down into a viscous matter that invaded Killer Croc's nose and windpipe, suffocating him to death. Clayface did not have enough time to celebrate when an explosion of green flames burned him, Killer Croc, Trickster, and Merlin. The flames came from Atomic Skull, who was trying to hit a speeding object that weaved in and out of the villains with amazing dexterity. The figure was an irritated Victor Zash. He had only wanted to see if the Atomic Skull could bleed. And now he had burns across his body, destroying his precious scars. I will carve you up like a steak, he promised, using Mammoth as cover to get in closer to Atomic Skull. Zash managed to pull in near and slashed out with his daggers. His dagger along with his body turned to ash from a sudden fireball. Atomic Skull looked down at the spot occupied by the serial killer's ash and turned away. Pied Piper, who had seen everything, stumbled back in horror. Everywhere his gaze looked on, villains were killing each other. His heart hammered in fear. I need to kill yourself. The message hit his mind like a ton of bricks. Pied Piper's gaze went unfocused as for the first time ever, someone else was in control of him instead of vice versa. He got up unsteadily and started running towards Atomic Skull. Once he got to within distance, his body was naturally turned to ash. Dr. Psycho laughed like a maniac from atop Bizarro's shoulder. Despair, for you are under the mercy of my powers. He had used his telepathy to control Pied Piper and Bizarro. All he wanted was to cause more mayhem. So he focused on one of the few who had the most destructive powers around. He tried to focus his mental abilities on Enchantress. His effort were rendered null when a shot rang out and opened Dr. Psycho's skull like a watermelon. Deadshot blew the smoke out of his wrist gun. Good riddance. Dr. Psycho and him had had a few issues to settle, and Deadshot did not forget a wrong. He slinked away near the walls, heading up next to Killer Frost, who had decided against joining the bloodbath. Deadshot nodded his head at her and they leaned on the walls of the arena, watching. So, you have any idea on how we're going to survive this? The expert marksman asked the ice manipulation villainess. Killer Frost laughed. After they're done painting the walls with each other's blood, I don't think the one who brought us here is just going to let us leave. She answered honestly. The sky broke apart into hundreds of lightning streaks from Weather Wizard. The attack took down over hundreds of the weaker villains. Bizarro flew up and collided with him, leaving a cloud of red mist behind as the only thing left of Weather Wizard. Yeah, you're probably right, Deadshot said. Still, if I had the chance to see my baby girl one last time, I would die happily. They didn't say anything for a few more minutes. In those few minutes, Deathstroke died at the Reverse Flash's hands, but the latter had a sword going through his foot. Still, no one could hit him as he phased through all their attacks. The ground splintered into chunks of earth as lava exploded from the cracks. They spewed out toxic fumes and heat. Talia al Ghul and her shadows were similarly responsible for a lot of death, though their numbers were cut more than half. Die meatbags, Red Volcano said, flying up in a tsunami of lava. Most of the villains still fighting could hold their own with anyone, so none of them were particularly afraid. Killer Frost waved a hand and created a zone of cold ice around her and Deadshot. Thanks, Deadshot stated, aiming his gun at Red Volcano. He wasn't the only one, as hundreds of attacks, energy beams, telekinetically thrown objects, radioactive fire, ice attacks, lightning bolts, bullets, disintegration rays, and dozens more flew towards Red Volcano. Lava rose up like a wave of water to intercept the attacks. At its highest point, the lava hardened into a thick wall of rock. The attacks landed one after the other. Some broke the walls into multiple hot fragments that fell like hail onto the ones below, others did nothing, splashing uselessly onto the wall. After the volley of attacks had ended, the rock turned into lava once more and fell on top of the villains. Raindrops of lava fell down on their heads, killing many more. A splash landed on the Joker's head. His hair, skin, and bones started slotching away as Harley looked on in shock at seeing her pudding die. She wisely had her mallet above her, which blocked any drop from hitting her. She felt something grab her by the midsection and ran away towards the walls of the arena. Come on, Harley! Snap out of it! Cheetah shouted just as they jumped over the shield of ice elected by Killer Frost with Harley in her arms. The Wonder Woman supervillainess had multiple slashes across her body as well as scorch marks. The lava flood fell and burned away anyone who couldn't get away faster. Then it was halted by Bizarro smashing both of his hands together, cooling the flood into its stone-like form due to the pressure blast. He then fell on a direct route towards Red Volcano. They smashed into each other and started fighting. I'm done with this shit. Cheshire removed her mask in dejection, holding a piece of broken hockey stick that had belonged to Sportsmaster, her father. Crusher was dead. And he wasn't the only one. Cheshire and the other lucky few watched as hell happened around them. Chapter 251, Delegate Part 1. Michael POV, the negativity coursing through his veins, felt euphoric. Different hateful emotions like fear, doubt, loathing, envy, greed, they all feed into him, pushing his abilities ever forward. Truly, Michael himself had no idea how powerful he was. And it was all due to this little plan his master had cooked up. The strength increase was a bonus. What took the cake was the delicious death happening all around him. Calling it death was not an apt description, however. Michael liked to think of it as a timeout on life. The souls of the fallen were harvested for future use. Every villain inside the huge and reinforced arena had done some heinous things. Any other villain whose biggest wrongdoing was robbing a store and maybe flying without a license in the case of Kite Man was not part of the lot. Those petty crime villains were getting punished as well, but only according to the severity of their crimes. Most were being forced to relive their lives in an endless cycle of regret up until they truly and properly repented. They were forced to feel every single uncomfortable moment from inconveniences that they had caused to others. Such an emotion, when compounded, would prove to be hell to anyone. Those didn't interest Michael all that much. Polite and well-dressed in a suit didn't mean jack. When he peeled away the layers, Michael was one sadistic fucker. He knew it and relished in his master's enemies' faces when they found that out. He looked down at the arena, invisible while in the sky. 90% of all the villains that had been fighting in the arena were dead, their souls tucked away in the core of the realm. He looked at the 16 villains left alive, huddled under various things. The largest group so far was inside a tall dome of ice sustained by 2 villains, Killer Frost and Mr. Freeze. They had chosen to stay as far away from the battle as they could, only taking lives in an act of self-defense. That said, some among them had still killed others before deciding to sit out the bloodbath. Why was this so important? Easy, because Michael had heightened each and every villain's aggression to make them fight and kill. Anyone who had managed to fight against his manipulation of their emotions had displayed that maybe, just maybe, they had a chance to be redeemed. So, back to their punishments. Just because they had survived did not mean they would automatically be allowed to join the populace. They would surely cause problems. No, Master Aiden wanted things to go as smooth as possible. It wouldn't be considered smooth if Mr. Freeze decided to start killing innocent people until someone told him where his wife was. If Michael was any less sadistic, he would have told the ice-themed supervillain that his wife was okay. There was another group of special villains that Master Aiden had allowed Gia to take from the HoloLands. Ra's al Ghul and a very ferocious woman whom Michael had instantly liked called Lady Shiva. Gia needed them for a super-secret project. Michael somehow found himself pitying them. Oh, seems like I have kept my pets waiting too long, that they have begun to grow restless, Michael commented, deciding to finally reveal himself. General POV, is it over? Captain Boomerang asked from within the dome. Things had been silent for a very long time. The fighters left had been Bizarro, Enchantress, Mammoth, Blockbuster, Voton, and a few more high-powered brutes. But that had been before Killer Frost and Mr. Freeze had reinforced the walls of the ice dome to avoid dying from the shockwaves produced as these juggernauts went head-to-head. Things were silent now. Too silent, actually. Killer Frost lowered her arms that were sustaining the ice dome and fell to the ground, suddenly weak. Frost! Deadshot was there to hold her before her legs gave out. Hey, what are you doing? Keep using your powers, the ice is cracking. A scared Shaggy Man cried out. Shut the fuck up, Shaggy Man. Can't you see that she can't keep it up anymore? Cheetah growled out, hitting him with a feral look. Shaggy Man stumbled back, stepping on Scarecrow's feet. He was huge with thick red fur, but that did not mean he wanted to cross Cheetah. Unfortunately, an argument sprang up between Shaggy Man and Scarecrow after Shaggy Man stepped on his feet. Deadshot caught Captain Boomerang's eye and motioned to Shaggy Man and Scarecrow. Boomerang looked at them and then shrugged in a "the fuck you want me to do to them" way. Deadshot shook his head and aimed his wrist gun at them. A pasty white hand grabbed his wrist and lowered it down. The hand belonged to Harley Quinn. The normally excitable and upbeat villainess had a cold expression on her face. She walked over towards the two of them who were dangerously close to fighting and then grabbed their heads together and smashed both of their faces onto each other. Hard. Both cried out, stumbling away with broken noses and missing teeth. In the case of Scarecrow, his face looked to be more hurt from the collision. Harley spat on them before looking around at the rest of the villains, challengingly. A slow clap sounded out from above them. Wow, well done, Harley. Have you ever considered that the Joker might have been holding you back before? The voice had them all turning to face the sky. Their mouths dried, their eyes bugged out, their legs trembled. Terror the likes of which they hadn't ever felt before hit them. TH. The wisp airs. The whispers. Cheetah sounded absolutely scared. Yet she was better off than the others who peed or shat themselves. What she meant by whispers was the universal voice they all had, whispering all their regrets and despair to their ears. There was nothing they could do then, and there was nothing they could do now. Michael's eyebrows rose up. Oh, so your souls recognize me. He floated gently down. The villains all stayed in place, too overwhelmed by fear to do anything. No. You're not real. This is an illusion. Damn it. I killed you. Deadshot's wrist gun was already up by the time he finished his words. He targeted Michael's vital organs. All 37 bullets slowed down as they closed in on Michael, seeming to move in thick syrup. Deadshot's attack seemed to rouse almost everyone else, and in desperation they joined in. Ice beams, poke dots, boomerangs, all kinds of attacks flew towards the warden. Michael smiled. Reality around them began to change. The arena broke away into fragments of millions of Dementors, all flying towards the sky. They formed a black cloud that sucked away all the light and the warmth around, hovering above Michael as if he was the eye of the storm. The whispers in the dark. That which hides in the corner of your eye. The fear of the unknown. Well, now you know. The villains abandoned their attacks and started trying to run away, towards anything. Only for the ground to break apart and reveal wide bottomless chasms. Their screams were the only thing left echoing out as they were devoured by the darkness. Michael looked up at the sky. You know, Gia, I just had a thought. That whole thing would make awesome entertainment. Michael's surroundings changed as he teleported away from his realm. You have a point. We could use the footage from the fight as a sort of way to debut the realm-wide news network project. It would hurry Master Aiden's plan. Michael floated down towards the huge EUC building headquarters. The statue behind it depicting Aiden had been completed and in his opinion looked as grand as fuck. He managed to capture the figures of both Super Ion and Superman as they flew towards the woods. Enhancing his sensing skills, Michael was able to capture the building constructed deep into the mountain range. That was also coincidentally where Superman and Super Ion were headed. He narrowed his gaze. Is that going to be a problem? The question was directed to Gia. No. Master Aiden is quite aware of their little fan club. However, he hopes that some of the more wise members of the hero community will be able to talk the rest out of whatever foolhardy schemes they may be plotting. And I'm guessing one of those wise members is the Kryptonian? Someone who wears his underwear above his costume. Gia was silent for a while. Just get here, she finally said, which earned her a laugh from the warden. Michael took the direct route. He flew down and phased through the roof of the building, appearing in a small conference room occupied by a few notable figures. Gia was standing at the front of the table. Behind her was a holographic display of a few incomplete building projects which seemed to be what she was discussing with Luther and a few others. The whole setup was direct. There was a row of thrones, on what passed as the stage. The thrones numbered 7 with one huge throne sitting right in the middle. Below the stage was what would come to be known as the council. And the only ones occupying the seats were Luther and a man that Michael had never seen before. The man was dressed in fine clothes and had a mustache across his face. He was also struggling to open a can of pineapple slices. He was visibly sweating and red in the face. Before long he gave up and wordlessly offered the can to the girl wearing similar clothing to him, standing behind his chair. She received it and opened it with no effort before passing the can back to the unfamiliar human. Michael was instantly annoyed. He questioningly looked at Gia. She ignored him in favor of leveling a hard stare towards the new couple. The realm mother sighed in exasperation. "Varric, if you could please pay attention." Michael's expression underwent a change. Wow, his master did not waste time using his vast powers to bring an otherworlder to the realm. Michael really wanted to learn more about the man. Despite his eccentrics, anyone Master Aiden picked must have been useful. Michael sat on the far left throne while thinking a lot. His attention was only broken when Master Aiden along with Vatu, Yat and Rava appeared on stage all at the same time. Michael was up to his feet without a hand. Aiden looked around at the conference room and clapped his hands together. "Well then, how about we begin the most important meeting of all time?" Delegate Part 2 to Aiden. After today's meeting, he would be free to do anything like training for more power and exploring the water realm. With his increased comprehension speed, it was only a matter of time before he completely mastered both water and earth. He anticipated they wouldn't even take up any time. With only a few weeks of meditation he could reach Grandmaster level and past it. Chapter 252, Delegate Part 2. Aiden's POV. The entire room grew silent the second we appeared. Lex sat up straighter. Varric's laid-back attitude shifted to a stiff yet forcibly relaxed demeanor. It reminded me of the conversation we had had after summoning him from the system. "This place is beautiful," the genius man had said as we faced each other on the beach in front of my house cottage. The kids were asleep, as was Corey, and the sun was just beginning to peek through the horizon. The last embers of the campfire Rava and the kids were dancing around were still burning bright. Julie, his wife and assistant, was dutifully standing behind him, ready to do whatever he needed. "It is," I agreed. The rocking waves of ocean water gently lapping at the beach. No matter how many times I described the scene, it never got old. "So what exactly are you?" Varric answered after a few minutes. I stroked the fire with a stick, watching the sparks fly up into the dawn sky. The sparks begun to change into strange images. Varric looked on with interest. "That depends on whether you are ready to learn the truth." A symbol of the avatar appeared on a spark, shifting colors between the dark state and the light state. Chaos and order. Varric watched on, entranced. "Julie, are you getting this?" I heard a flash of camera light and saw one of those classic cameras in Julie's hands. Where the heck was she hiding something so huge? "I am what you would call a cosmic entity." The sparks reflected everything I said. "Many think of me as a god and send their worship, offering up their eternal servitude and supplication to me." An image of all the different planets worshipping me appeared in mid-air. Statues of Admal, Adan and Adara, with the largest one being the Aiden statue in my main dimension, showed up in the air as well. "Are you?" he asked, a glint in his eyes. "We are taught that gods are beings we cannot ascribe understanding to. Yet I see you, hear you, and smell you. I doubt you." I chuckled. "You're right. But I never said I was a god, did I?" Varric smiled in disbelief. "I am shocked that you would admit that so easily. Keeping up the lie would have eventually grown exhausting." I smiled back. "So you do not believe me?" He shook his head. "I am an inventor and businessman. I am grounded in reality." "Your reality," I interjected. "Not mine. I never said I was a god, I am something more." Even Julie shifted uncomfortably. Varric leaned in. "You already know what I am going to say then." He leaned back and crossed his hands together, stubbornly. If I wanted to order him around, there would be nothing stopping me. He was linked to me through the mechanisms of the Avatar system. Something that, for all my power, I was yet to even understand. Something that provided for me everything I needed without knowing I actually needed it. I wonder if I could create my own version of it? "You want me to prove it to you?" I settled instead for asking him the question. Naturally. He shrugged. I am a scientist after all. Good. I abruptly got up and shed away the layers of reality. Varric and Zhu Li screamed in alarm when they started falling away into stellar cosmic equations, explaining the core of being and sustenance of the elemental dimension. No other human had ever been here except for the two of them, and the only reason I allowed it was because they were completely bonded to me. Their souls, their minds, and their bodies were mine to do with as I pleased. However, that kind of control was something I never wanted to exercise. It was better if I showed him a single glance if what I was. It pointed out how insane Varric was that the raw collision between matter, energy, and meaning did not break his mind. Julie must have already gotten used to his antics, as she was also more or less unharmed after the experience. After that, Varric agreed to work for me of his own volition. Maybe telling him that he could continue his research into spirit energy as an alternative means to energy, without the fear of his inventions being used as a weapon, had something to do with it. I left him with Gia, warping space to a meeting with the Amazons that was long overdue. I had followed one of Yael's advices and separated the Amazonians from the rest of humanity, choosing to give them an island stocked with everything they would ever need. Within a few days, the Female Warrior Society had changed the island to look like theirs, complete with a fighting arena, archery ranges, riding tracks, and weapons training grounds. A more respectful man would have used the door to the small palace that they had built out of the material Gia had provided for them. Me? I teleported straight inside. The chamber was actually really well constructed. They were so badass they wanted to build their own houses. Of course, Gia made distributing the material and correcting any errors in construction her job, doing the bulk of the work. Still, they had shown dedication. The second I appeared unannounced, they all did nothing? Huh. Where are the spears and arrows? Where is the hostility I was expecting due to being a man? As one, the Amazons gathered, lowered their eyes, and took a knee. There seemed to be court proceedings going on, with Yael standing dutifully on the side of a throne. The Queen's throne. Next to Hippolyta was another throne that had Wonder Woman's sigil above its head. Diana was not in the realm now, having opted to leave due to being a god queen of her own pantheon, so the seat was empty. Hippolyta rose up from the throne with a regal expression, walked down the stairs, and took a knee. Welcome, my lord. To say no more, the meeting went splendidly. I had thought I would need to make an example out of them, to show them exactly who they were dealing with. Now assured that I would face no problems with the Amazons, and after going through their revamped list of traditions and laws, I decided to let them live life however they wanted. Who knows, maybe I could find a use for them. They were more talented than the average person in spirit manipulation as well. Gia scanned them and told me. And we needed more of those. So we left the meeting to go to another one. Hopefully, this one would be the last in a long time. Yael and I picked up Vatu and Rava on the way, before warping towards the conference hall of what was to be the governing council in the EUC building. Gia, Varric, and Zhu Li, Luther, and finally Michael. I gestured and everyone sat down. My spirits took the thrones behind us while I remained standing. I cleared my throat. First of all, I want to introduce you all to our new colleague and his assistant. It was clear I was talking about Varric. You want to say hello? I asked dryly. Varric jumped up onto the table. Julie! Do the thing! Yes, sir. A whistle and a bunch of confetti exploded in a spectacle behind him. Feast your eyes upon the greatest inventor you will likely ever see. I immediately regretted it and quickly cut off the rest of his long-winded introduction. Varric, everyone. I then turned and introduced everyone else to the eccentric scientist. Now that that's out of the way, my tone grew serious, just as an image of the Earth continent, the continent holding all the humans, appeared on the hollow screen behind me. Let's get down to business. As you are all aware, the EUC is responsible for the welfare of every human in the realm. That will not change as long as you have a democratic system of governing among you, Luther. Gia retains the position of an overseer and has the ability to take matters into her own hands in case the situation calls for it. If I may, sir. Luther replied. That's quite a contradictory system. Democracy applies on all levels. It's inclusive. I knew he was pointing out the hypocrisy in giving them freedom that was conditional in them acting the way I wanted. Suck it up, human. Life is not fair. Vaatu answered grouchily. He hadn't seen Demeter in a few days. Luther admitted humanity is a danger to itself. Before Darkseid, you were well on your way to destroying your own planet. I will not risk my realm by allowing you to do whatever you want. Gia is in charge. Got that? His eyes briefly landed on the realm mother and he nodded. Good, moving on. The hologram behind me panned out to reveal 5 more huge landmasses and over 1 million islands the size of the largest continents back on Earth. Varric whistled and Luther blinked at the scale of distance provided. 102 million square miles. And expanding. I added. Here comes the bad news. The other continents are off limits to any human. There are delicate ecosystems that are in an infant state and I want to give them more time to grow before humanity begins to destroy. I snorted. This might turn out to be a challenging adventure in the future. Something for explorers to seek out. But for now, tell your people, Luther, you're all on house arrest. He looked like he wanted to protest that but instead settled for a curt nod. Varric will be heading the technological side of things. Luther, you will be included in the fold but only as a consultant. We have no need for weapon advancement, medical services due to the drones or a number of the projects you were involved in where you had government contracts. There is only one thing I am interested in and Varric is heading it. Be sure to provide him with anything he requires within reason. Luther and Varric looked at each other over the table. Luther sighed before nodding his head. Varric merely smirked. I wasn't interested in them being friends, merely working well together was enough for me. Good. The matter of the day-to-day lives has been taken care of. There is now a system in place. Gia has helped you and will continue to help you in constructing everything you need, from making up new laws or readjusting old ones to fit in with the new standard. Not to mention look for necessary people to hold necessary positions. School will soon start as well. Different career opportunities will be made available as Gia withdraws her influence from the things you yourself can handle. I estimate that within 3 months, things will go back to how they were. In a sense. I looked around for one last time. I won't be around for some time, but I hope you all work together to make this work. I gave a nod to my spirits and the others before teleporting away, hoping and wishing that I hadn't made a mistake by choosing to leave matters in their hands. There was nothing I could do though. I had to get ready for what was coming. But before that, I had to see Corey and my kids for the last time before I started my training montage. Chapter 253, Training Montage Part 1. Aiden's POV, Corey and I hadn't had some time alone in a long time. And with Rava capable of looking after the kids, that provided us the perfect opportunity to bond. I set up a beautiful picnic on the edge of a waterfall that fell from a really long height. The spray of water managed to create a very beautiful rainbow that paired up perfectly with the greenery of the island we were on. The beach here as seen from the distance was simply a work of art. Gia could engineer the best tropical getaways or such beautiful landscapes that you would lose your breath from sighing in happiness too much. The best part of this island? It was all natural. As natural as it could be given that the whole realm was only a few months old. Holy shit. The realm was actually only a few months old? My surprise aside, I made sure to set up the most romantic date we had ever gone on. The best part about the island was that the waters near it were home to a school of flammidolphines. Creatures that were hybrids between flamingos and dolphins. They were also humongous. Easily the size of a blue whale. Every time they jumped out of the water, it was a spectacle to see. Corey enjoyed it immensely. We stayed there just chatting about everything. She told me about her worries and I assuaged them. I told her about my doubts and she hugged them away. It was nice to have someone who wouldn't judge you. Nice to have someone who cared. After the beautiful day, I took her home and enjoyed the evening with my family. The kids could sense I was about to leave, and so more than usual they wanted to spend every single minute with me. At the end of it all, I stood alone watching the ocean, my toes digging into the sand. The stars in the sky, a mere illusion, yet they managed to cast a natural light down to the surroundings. I knew that one day, every single star I could see would ignite and become real. Gain substance. I wasn't going to stop until I made this realm the best. I would even take all the followers I made in the other universes and bring them over. I would create a utopia not free of strife or suffering, but with just the right amount of pain and the right amount of pleasure. Pure bliss for eternity is no different than pure suffering for all eternity. In a way. So my creation was going to have realism, where you were free to achieve anything you wanted. My ideal world. I was still not sure about letting humanity stay though. The amount of faith I was receiving from the populace was increasing each day. It felt scummy to eventually abandon those who decided to worship me. That was something the Greek gods did, not me. Yet, humanity had proved time and time again that bitter change usually accompanied them. Was I dooming myself and the realm for considering what I was considering? I stayed there for over 3 hours. Not meditating or doing anything of great importance, just chilling and thinking. Eventually, I had to depart. Duty called, and I would be remiss if I didn't answer. No one says no to a training montage. I jumped to my feet and closed my eyes in concentration. At my urging, my body split into 2 forms. The original body had green and red eyes, while the homunculi puppet looked like the white shadow. It was strange seeing myself from outside my body. I had grown really tall. I was my dad's height now, and although faint, some of the resemblance that had been there still flashed through in certain angles, despite my face now looking like this. I was really handsome. It threw me out of loop and left me feeling weirded out that I was staring at myself. How the fuck had no one pointed out the unnaturalness of the whole thing? Oh, yeah, the ones who would have said something were too scared of me, and the ones who wouldn't saw past my outer image. They saw me for me. The homunculi puppet perk had evolved. I could now sustain another homunculi without any side effects, which gave me 3 independent forms for each of my unlocked elements. That meant that sooner or later, I would be able to split my attention among all the elements and their sub-skills. I could coordinate attacks with myself and have a better layout of the battlefield. This particular homunculi only had access to the water element. It had no connection to any of my divinities, major or lesser. All it basically had was my strong body and skills. My mental faculties were fortunately split between all my active forms, so my comprehension speed was still very high. I saluted the original, which was still me, I guess. So I basically saluted myself and then disappeared into the water realm. My original self shook my head at my antics before turning to the realm mother. Gia, is everything ready? I stretched my body, the air undulating and the sand on the beach shaking. I heaved and jumped with my physical power alone. The air tore apart and a path of super hot energy was left behind my trail. I reached the atmosphere of the planet in a split second, and then beyond that to plunge into the cold of space. The sun was huge. It covered every corner of my vision when I looked at it. Space itself was cold, but my godly immortal body easily shrugged off its effects. I was now sustained by my power and domains. Nothing lesser than me could kill me. Gia's answer came just as I was drifting around, basking in the rays of the sun. As the god of light and the stars, the sun was under my control. I tried to absorb some of its power and found it easy, though I would probably need like 100 suns to actually absorb a good amount. Yes. It was difficult, but with the Justice League's data on wormholes and spatial manipulation for faster travel, I came up with a working model. Though it only goes up to 500 times the gravity. She answered through telepathy. I hummed in acknowledgement and reoriented my body, then shot off towards the only other giant planet in the star system. I hadn't bothered with creating other exoplanets, deciding to wait until there was a need. Gia was huge, almost a quarter of the sun and closer. The other giant planet was near the outskirts of the star system. Gia itself had several Jupiter-sized moons revolving around it. The number was 6. Gia had a project to combine them all into one moon, stabilize the gravitational forces between the two to stop any adverse effects, and give Gia one beautiful moon that occupied the night sky. We were literally rewriting the laws of physics however we wanted. For her it was just a matter of saying, it works, and it would. With trillions of simulations running on how to make the planet more evolved, then it really was a matter of saying, it works. I weaved through an asteroid belt, escaping the field with crazy flight maneuvers that reminded me of my favorite sci-fi shows, to come up on the literal opposite to Gia. Even from space itself, this planet was an enigma. It was silver with a layer of white covering it. Not to mention, smooth like a globe due to the high gravity restricting the formation of tall mountains and hills. The planet was also frozen over with temperatures that approached the absolute cold, only off by a few degrees. It was made for ash living. The air was not breathable and instead contained an atmosphere dominated by a gas that was highly poisonous to biological life forms. The planet had customer-made drones that could go toe-to-toe with the Justice League and best them. Those were going to be for sparring. The thing that set the planet apart from Gia or anything else, however, was that I could afford to go all out here without the danger of breaking it apart. The planet had a chown core and absorbed any energy you threw at it, giving off a field of dark energy that cast the planet in a dark light. The darkness drained even more energy from someone. It was the perfect training place. The planet was Gia's size as well. But the gravity was crazy. 500 times the gravity of Earth or Gia's own adjusted gravity. The pull from the planet was bringing me closer to its atmosphere without my wanting to. The second I breached the zone separating it from space, I plunged right through like a meteor, feeling a slightly uncomfortable weight acting upon my body. It was easy enough to shrug it off, but my trajectory kept on shifting due to the increased gravity. It would take some time to get used to it. I hoped the other me was having more fun. White Shadow, yeah. I was having fun. In fact, it wasn't just fun, it was something else entirely. Awe and satisfaction. I had just found the winner for the prettiest plane in my realm. A world made entirely of water and the occasional ice landscapes floating above the surface. Despite that, the temperature was not freezing. It was actually warm in a way. The clouds above were a beautiful golden color that seemed to exude out a light that hit the water and caused all these beautiful shades through the environment contained inside. And that was where the awe came from. The underwater was its very own sustained ecosystem. It contained beautiful aquatic plants and animals. The sea life looked like something you would see straight from a fantasy movie. The entire dimension was as big as the rest of the planes, with no discernible end. Or something like that. To be honest, space was folded and stretched out in places. The elemental planes did not follow the same rules as the main dimension. The main dimension had a sun, none of the planes had that. I swam inside the waters, just enjoying the view. Huge sea creatures that were bigger than the Unagi passed me by peacefully. I touched one of them and had it leaning into my touch. They recognized me. And just as they recognized me, I recognized the spark of life inside each of them. The connection they possessed that made them stand apart from the rest of the creatures in my fire plane and airplane. That spark of life culminated into a special universal consciousness that I could feel watching me curiously and with interest. I smiled as a name appeared out of nowhere, glowing with the light of knowledge inside my mind. Aqua, the spirit of water and life. She wasn't ready to meet me yet though. I could feel her hesitation. She was unsure. I was something else. I was different. She could not feel me or control me or be me. I smiled, closing my eyes and allowing the water to pull on my body, causing me to sink into its blue embrace. It's all right, I mean you no harm. I sent forth calming telepathic tones, hoping that I made a good impression on her. I had a feeling that water training would go faster if I had Aqua helping me. Chapter 254, Training Montage Part 2. The White Shadows POV, 5 days. That's how long I spent inside the depths of the ocean. Everything was dark all around me. This was not even the deepest part of the water plane. Yet it was a veritable void with tons of liters of water weighing down on me. For reference, the deepest part on Earth was or had been the Mariana Trench located in the Pacific Ocean. It measured more than a whopping 34,000 feet deep. That was literally nothing compared to the deepest part on Gaia. The oceans in Gaia went deeper than 4 million feet. That is more than 1,219,200 meters deep. The water plane was much deeper. To be honest, I had no idea how deep it went. I was already more than 1 billion feet inside. Yeah. That was why my theory of space being folded or stretched out in particular places was more than just a theory. It had some truth to it. I just couldn't verify it in this form. I didn't have access to my spatial abilities, so I couldn't accurately figure out the mystery myself. One thing I knew, however, was that there was more to this plane than the ashy landscape of the fire plane or the cloudy peaks of the air dimension. The golden clouds, something was off about them. Anyway, the reason I was deep inside the ocean was fairly simple. I was going about things differently. This time I wanted to begin my water bending by mastering a sub-skill, to be precise its solid form before the most common expression of the element, its liquid. The reason was that in my eyes, ice was not only more fascinating but was also connected to a certain fundamental aspect of reality that I was coordinating with my original body to learn. I got the idea from his death. If she could tap into time and freeze it, then I could too. And if I could freeze it, then mission complete. I would have had a taste of time manipulation and could work from there. Too bad Vatu destroyed Kronos. I could have studied his divinity and copied it. So my first training aspect of water bending was trying to form ice. Not just any ice though. The question comes in, if I was training to learn how to manipulate ice, why was I not in one of the ice islands floating on the surface of the ocean? Why was I so deep into the ocean that no ordinary life could be sustained by such an environment? Well, because of the very high pressure of the water, the ocean floor was nothing but a dense connective layer of ice 7, a crystallized solid formed by the high pressures in the depths of the ocean. The whole sea floor was made up of ice. I meditated in those depths, trying to understand the process in which the ice was formed. And what caused the water above me to remain in liquid form while lying above a plate of ice that had no end? The crust, the core, everything below the water was ice. Yet, life lived. How did the aquatic plants survive? Thick roots the size of story buildings that stubbornly dug into the ice floor and then branched out into a mesh of branches and leaves that formed a fake sea floor. Above that fake sea floor, life thrived. Sharks, schools of fish, hybrid aquatic creatures, you name it. Too bad I hadn't seen any mermaids, which was a bummer. Mermaid? A soft voice asked, straight to my mind. Aqua. She would occasionally check up on me. I had deliberately let my mental walls down, which was how we communicated. Through the same innate link I possessed with the rest of the kids. Aqua was so shy that she only said one word at times before retreating to where she usually stayed. Which I couldn't pinpoint exactly. I sent her an image of what a mermaid looked like. I chose Ariel as an example, but changed her hair and tail into a blue color. I felt Aqua's emotions suddenly shift from cautious curiosity into excitement and happiness. Love. She said over before cutting off the connection, leaving me all alone in the darkness. Finally, I saw some results. I had been trying to understand the formation of water into ice, and by the 5th day of my meditation, I finally succeeded. Just bleed out the temperature. Yeah, it was that obvious. I had thought there would be more to it, but seems like I had been wrong. Or maybe instead of saying that that was the way, it was more accurate to say it was one of the ways of forming ice from water. Because I could not form ice 7, nor was my ice the normal type that could break apart into chunks and melt above the surface of the water. My ice was more akin to a crystal. It wasn't as cold as normal ice, but neither was it as weak. To reflect on my progress, the display box accurately displayed my stats. Water, beginner, ice. With that out of the way and seeing no progress in freezing time, I decided to move on to actually learning how to waterbend. My original body was still meditating on time, and he was more than capable of handling that problem. There was no use in wasting precious time when I could be better off mastering my new element as quickly as possible. Learning how to create ice using the little control over water I had came to be a blessing in disguise. It opened new avenues of training that I was all too eager to try. I stood bare-chested on a small piece of ice that was softly swaying on the surface of the water. It had already been 2 weeks for me. Most of the time after learning how to freeze water into ice had been spent trying to take its temperature lower and lower, approaching absolute cold. It hadn't happened, but that precise ice control came in handy now. The ocean all around me added to a feeling of immense teeniness I only felt when staring at space. All I could see, horizon to horizon, was water and golden clouds hanging low. The sheet of ice I was standing on was about 1 inch thick and could barely handle my weight. If it broke, I would unceremoniously be dumped into the water. Now, my body could handle the cold easily. But getting wet is not always fun. My long hair especially was a bitch and a half to dry without access to my other elements like air. I breathed out as I readied myself. All the distractions left me. My mind became focused, falling into a rhythm with my body, where thought and action were separated by a very small margin. Waterbending was an art that was very similar to Tai Chi, an elegant and flowing style that is in constant motion. This type of bending required deep breathing and fluidity of the physical body and of the mind. It was all about the push and pull, a cycle sustained by the flexibility of the wielder. It could change from calm to angry like a storm in seconds. Waterbending was arguably the best bending art in the Avatar world. You could heal with it, form water from the atmosphere, bend an enemy's blood. I can imagine being able to bend an entire army simply by wanting to, could form ice, control plants by bending the water inside. Honestly, despite my love for fire bending, waterbending took the cake. And I couldn't wait to see how I could break it. The basic moves of the art were clear in my head. The moves emphasized going with the flow, the sway, the motion. When water meets a rock, it flows around it, unobstructed and uncaged. Different from air that had less mass and could be released in short bursts, water had to be coaxed but in return brought with it more power behind each move and better control. 2 waterbenders were equal to 4 firebenders, it just made sense. Which was surprising because the Fire Nation had managed to almost destroy the Southern Water Nation. The purpose of the thin ice platform was to teach me how to go with the constant roils, twists, and laps of the ocean water under me. I swept my leg from the front to the right. The motion rocked the ice sheet and I tensed, locking my body to stop from breaking through the ice. A second later the sheet cracked into tiny ice plates and I was dumped into the water. Inside the blue depths, I blew out a raspberry before coming up to the surface and trying the test again. The water solidified into another thin sheet of ice. I stood atop it and tried to fall into the rhythm. My eyes closed. I stretched my hands to the sides, as if painting a picture on a canvas hanging in the air. The motion of my hands followed a set of moves that emphasized on stretches and coils. My fingers bent, followed by the arm, then the other hand followed the same motion closely. I breathed out, sweating a little because it wasn't easy trying to maintain the structure of the ice. I lifted one leg, held it level to the knee of the other leg and then crouched low, sweeping out the leg to the right along with my right hand. And then came the spin. The ice sheet broke and I fell into the sea. I swam up and spit out the salty water. Okay, maybe this is not going to be as simple as I envisioned. I considered using the spark of enlightenment but then decided against it. It would have been such a waste. Why was it so hard to get this? I was frustrated, I was angry and I was irritated. I calmed myself down and got back on the horse. I hadn't come all this way just to give up now, right? I was the Avatar. This shit was in me, I just had to pull it out. Once I was back on the sheet of ice, I stayed still, just feeling the effects of the water's buoyance on the sheet of ice. One thing I noticed was that the sheet of ice did not try to counteract or restrict each and every action the water did. If it roiled, the sheet roiled with it and by consequence, I roiled with it too. So it wasn't trying to adjust itself to fit by the water's rule, instead it simply allowed the water to do what it wanted. It was going with the flow and the motion because it was in the water's domain. My mind buzzed. That's it. I had been trying to copy the motion and do the basic movesets of water bending according to an order. What I should have been doing is surrendering completely. If the sea raged, I would rage. If it was calm, I was calm. True harmony. Chapter 255, Training Montage Part 3. Aiden's POV, stepping foot on the giant training planet was more akin to the exertion of running 1,000,000 miles. I could easily do it, but still, the effort was noticeable. I burst through the ever-present gray clouds that could instantly flash freeze a human just from being too close. The entry was fairly okay. Before my eyes, I could see a smooth landscape made up of shallow craters and small mounds of rock. Ice covered a huge portion of the planet and no life was present here. No carbon life at least. Silicone-based life forms could maybe survive here, but I was not about to find that out. This was my training grounds. A place I could go all out without fear of breaking something. My breath fogged and broke apart into tiny ice shards that fell to the ground. I immediately decided against breathing. My feet landed on the ground and the pull of the planet's gravity stuck to me like glue. Immediately I could tell that any other flyer would be hard-pressed to leave the surface of the planet without a great amount of propulsion. The first thing I did upon reaching there was go into meditation to mentally prepare myself for the task ahead. I knew what I wanted and how to go about it. All I needed was the will to keep at it. My homunculi puppet was similarly training, having started upon the concepts of ice and time. I didn't think there would be a lot of noticeable progress from that, but it didn't mean that that particular path was wrong. Everything was connected. It was all about finding that bond. I arranged my thoughts, using a telepathic skill I had learned where I completely discarded any other thoughts processes not pertaining or relating to one sole objective. I felt my mind grow sharper, the faces of everyone I knew and loved taking a back seat. Was it possible to be more powerful than I already was? Yes. How though? A few ways come to mind. First of all, I could essentially gain more divinities and domains. Every single divinity would come with an enhancement to my physique that stacked onto what I already had. This would effectively increase my physical parameters to even scarier levels and came with additional powers and skills. The second way was to focus on shoring up my weaknesses. Which begs the question, what weakness did I have? My energy manipulation abilities had always been the focus and my main fighting style. Using elemental attacks to bombard an enemy from different angles. I had been in so many numerous fights, I could come up with attack strategies that they wouldn't see coming. And with my homunculi puppet focusing entirely on waterbending, it was safe to say that this particular fighting style would only grow. It wasn't accurate to say it was my weakness. Then we have the divine side of things. To be completely honest, being a god was harder than I thought it would be. No, I'm not complaining. I always had to keep my aura in check. Especially my true form, which was whenever I went into elementalization or cast away my mortal flesh and became a being of super energy. Power? I had lots of it, the problem was the control at times. Imagine walking around with cuffs in your hands, that was what it felt like whenever I had to interact with a lower life form. Haha, can't believe I thought of them like that. Then again, it is factually true. So while it wasn't correct to call it a weakness, neither was it a strong point. Only meditation and increased mind and body mastery could help that. Moving on, there was the matter of my psychic abilities. I had telepathy, which I constantly used, telekinesis, which I rarely if ever used, the complete control over the realm I possessed made me spoiled, clairvoyance, and a number of crazy mental abilities that I had the potential to achieve. Time was the problem. I especially wanted to master telekinesis, having seen the information that, at its highest level, I could effectively achieve control over reality. The system never lied. If it thought I could do so, then I had the potential for it. The skills were too undeveloped to call them a weakness though. That would change if I focused on my mental abilities and found my talent for it lacking. The spirit, or rather the soul, was next up. To be frank, I probably had the most talent in this branch of my power system than anything else. Let me explain. The avatar was the bridge between the physical world and the ethereal. That was the core of my being. That was the basis of all of it. I was literally made for this. It was in me, which is most likely why I took it for granted. My approach to it was the weakness. The last and most underestimated of my combat styles was my physique. When I had first arrived here, all my focus had been on ensuring I survived. And that had meant having a stronger body. Taking advantage of adaptive physiology, I had managed to use 2 serums to upgrade my body to the level where I wouldn't immediately die from the aftershocks of a battle between powerful opponents. But then when my skill in elemental manipulation picked up, my physique had taken a back seat. That was my true weakness. A stronger body only posed an advantage for me. It would ensure that controlling my other powers went smoothly. A strong body meant doing feats that were crazy. Saitama only had his body to rely on. And now that I had regeneration, paired up with adaptive physiology, it would be dumb and a blatant insult to the geek community if I didn't take this chance to power up even more. This would be completed in 2 sets of training. The first was body refining. I did not waste time and immediately delved into the first set of the training with immense control. I was able to coax out my flames. The golden flames were the combination of all my myriad flames apart from my silver fire, but that was not what I was going for. Instead, the former was the highlight. Silver fire was still the most dangerous thing in my arsenal. The more I developed into a high-tier being, the more I was weirded out by its nature. Silver fire could burn something in its entirety. It followed no one's law. Even I could only direct these flames, not control them. Not really. And I was going to use them for something that was downright insane and reckless. Body refining. I had stumbled my way onto that particular perk by accident and it hadn't had time to shine yet. That would change today. So how? My silver flames rose up under my direction, covering my body in a silver cloak. Instantly, in a zone of about 500 feet all around, the temperature grew to insane levels, melting the ground and ice into a viscous watery gel that popped and released noxious acidic gas. The clothes I was wearing disappeared in the blaze. I let it happen. I started sweating as the silver flames buckled against my control. A few seconds of this and I would be burnt to a crisp if I wasn't careful. I wouldn't die, but I would also be stuck in agony for eternity. My immortal soul would be sustained by the realm and my divinities while the silver flames continued to burn tirelessly, aiming to destroy me. Luckily, it did not get to that point. I directed the flames throughout my body, refining it by focusing on any waste I had accumulated. A pleasurable feeling invaded my body. It felt like the best massage I had ever had. A few hours later and I looked different. My brown skin had a glow to it. My teeth were sparkling white, my eyes were clear and twinkled, and my height had increased by an inch. My hair, funnily enough, trailed all the way to my lower back. I felt euphoric and itched to try and see the effects of the change. However, I stopped myself, preparing my mind and body for what was about to happen. Burning away the accumulated waste was not enough. The vessel, the holder, the container. I chanted a calming mantra. Imperfect. Perfect in potential. I fell deeper into the conceptual, my mind pulling me past the walls of my personality into my metaphysical state. A state where my whole being did not distinguish from the soul, the mind, and the body. A unification of all. My whole being was laid bare for me to see, to read, to understand, to change. A bunch of incomprehensible jargon to someone else, I could see the aspects of myself I hid from the world. The driving force under every action. The code. Authorities held together each of these aspects, connecting and detaching with every change in thought but never fading away to obscurity. It was a world unto itself. Maintained by trillions of cells, all with their own functionality and living mark. I passed that and delved even deeper into my existence, then deeper into the shackles imposed on that existence. There, I found it. Below my true name that I immediately erased the memory of, I found the third dimension being template. The signature of my creator, in other words. The limits of my being. A stopgap to ensure I never became more than I was supposed to be. The signature reminded me of the same spark of power the presence had in every single creation of his. Weakness, mortality, disease, death, emotions, these were the locks imposed on my existence. I could not exist without them because they made me, me. This was the true going against the heavens shit. They might have been me. Might have been necessary for this component of different aspects that was in me to essentially keep living. However, my silver flames had something to say to that. Chapter 256, Training Montage Part 4. General POV, the streets outside the EUC building were crowded with riders. About 100,000, holding up boards with words such as, "Down with tyranny," "Life is sacred and false gods die." The riding had happened right after the clip showing the battle royale among the villains in an arena was played. What was meant to be a symbol for solidarity quickly changed. There were multiple deaths and only a fraction of villains managed to survive. The riders opposed the blatant bloodshedding and hoped to prove a point by boycotting the EUC building. On the highest floor of the EUC building, a meeting was happening. Luther, Tarlok, Zhu Li, and a few more high-ranking officials were in a heated debate on what to do. The meeting was interrupted by a sudden flash of light. They all turned their eyes to stare at the thrones placed above the stage. Luther stood up. "Your Excellencies." He nodded towards the new arrivals. Vaatu and Rava. Vaatu had an impassive look on his face as he walked down the stairs, followed closely by Rava, who was staring at terror, standing dutifully behind Luther. She had on a curious look on her beautiful face. "Gia sent us here saying something needed our attention." Tarlok snorted at Vaatu's opening words. "Just humanity being humanity." Luther and the others looked at him with various expressions on their faces. "I see," Vaatu replied. "Is it something you can handle by yourselves?" he asked, about to leave. Luther blinked his eyes, as an easy smile appeared on his face. "But of course. We were just discussing a few measures." He said it in a way meant to wave away their concerns. "Wait." Rava spoke up, placing a palm on Vaatu's shoulder. Her brother looked at her with his bored expression. It had been long since he had seen Demeter, and it was messing with his mind. Rava told herself to remember to ask Gia if they could release Vaatu into the other world. "I'm curious about everything. Gia would not send us here if it wasn't important." Luther's face smoothed out as he adopted a blank expression. "Of course, milady." He nodded in acceptance. Vaatu sighed and turned to face the rest. "Fine. What's the issue?" After telling the both of them what was going on, an overpowered aura erupted out of Vaatu. An aura that dominated everyone present with the exception of Rava. "How dare you?" Vaatu asked coldly. "You humans are ungrateful creatures." Rava's own aura burst out, counteracting the effects of Vaatu's rage on the officials in the meeting room. "Vaatu! Brother, calm down." Her words went unheeded as Vaatu threw everything away with a shockwave and begun to float towards the wall of the EUC building. The concrete and stone making up the wall were pulled away by a purple energy that washed out of Vaatu. He floated out of the building and proceeded to take steps in the air. The riders shouting and yelling at the base of the building fell silent as the sky above started to rapidly change. Dark, ominous clouds had taken over. A cold, biting wind begun to blow, and their spirits and souls shook with the emergence of a purple light from the sky. "Hey, what's that?" one of them asked, pointing a finger at the sky. The purple light pulsed, and with each resonance, the very air buzzed with some unseen force. "Humans, you stand so brazenly with your backs to my master's inviolable statue." The voice that spoke was audible and clear, sending the whole courtyard full of people into a silent state. "With sticks and boards made from the realm, you seek to question your savior, to impose your meager influence upon a force of nature who favored you enough to allow you to live. For that transgression, die." Vatu finished and raised a hand. It didn't matter that death had no influence here. Vatu was determined to send them all into their soul states, consequences be damned. The rioting group realized that something bad was about to happen. Something that they couldn't stop. Cue the screams as over 100,000 people started shoving and bumping into each other to run away. Many were trampled underfoot and the panicked sounds could be heard over miles away. The purple sphere forming above Vatu's hands grew bigger and bigger before finally, he cast it down with a soft statement he thought fitting. Judgment. A new sun bloomed behind the rioters. Holly, who had been invited to the riot by a friend she had made in the festival a few days ago, could not believe that this was happening. She had only come here to see if she could find traces of her sister. And now she was going to die. Her shadow grew larger and larger as the purple sun from behind neared them. Then a blast of white power appeared in the path of the purple sphere attack. Cracks appeared on the ground as everyone closest to the collision between Rava and Vatu was bodily thrown away. Rava exerted a little strength and sent the ball flying away into space. The sphere exploded, pushing away the ominous clouds and dyeing the sky in a purple color. Enough, Vatu. That voice. Holly pulled herself off the destroyed street and the throngs of moaning people to stare up at their savior. She had on fully white hair now when a few days ago, there were only stakes of white in her red hair. She wore a beautiful pale blue dress that was unique, seeming to reflect light like a mirror. A white light. Dove. Holly muttered in disbelief. Her sister was alive. Dove! She screamed out, frantically running towards Rava. Rava turned upon hearing her previous name. She blinked in surprise upon seeing the person calling her. Guilt and a multitude of other emotions hit her. Holly. The two sisters looked at each other without speaking for a few long seconds. Then Rava turned to look towards Vatu, who was flying away, leaving behind a sonic boom. Rava breathed out heavily. Yes, she needed to talk to Gia and see if Vatu could be allowed to leave for a short time. But first, I'll come find you. We have a lot to talk about, she said, and then flew away as well, leaving behind a stunned Holly. The White Shadows POV, I had mastered the basic forms to a high degree. Now I could dance or rather move through the sets without overly upsetting the ice sheet below me. It had yet to break even after 16 continuous hours of syncing my actions to those of the rocking waves and tides below me. After that, I went on to a staple water bending exercise that was not contained in the basic forms but provided a deeper connection with the element. The concept of push and pull. It was the bedrock of all other motion. A concept that was higher than what I termed as true harmony. The concept of flow. Standing on the same sheet of ice, I exhaled and tried to push the water out with the exhalation of my breath. I sensed no change. The water was still as rowdy and aimless as before. I could force it, but that would be going against true harmony. And I felt that using that connection to direct its movements was better than trying to force it. I inhaled and imagined the pull. Then exhaled, push. Inhale, pull. Exhale, push. Inhale, pull. Exhale. I continued with the exercise, focused entirely on succeeding. At the 6th hour, I felt Aqua come to check up on me. She was everything, so the only thing I could sense was an influence surrounding the golden clouds and the water around. She watched me as I pulled and pushed, using my hands to mimic the gestures. She left soon after. Had there been a sun here, it would have already risen, set and risen again. 24 hours later, I was still pulling and pushing. Aqua came to watch me again. This time lingering for far longer. 3 days later, I was still pulling and pushing. It begun with a tentative if curious pull. Then naturally there was a push to compensate for the pull. Then the pull came again, and a few minutes later, I almost burst out in laughter at seeing a prompt appear in my vision. I was at the rank of a practitioner. I fell out of the cycle of push and pull, allowing the towering wave of water formed by my pull to flow back into its buoyant state smoothly. Water sprayed on my body, wetting my hair slightly. Despite that, nothing could hide the look of happiness on my face. I breathed in and waved a hand. The water followed my action, roiling to the left in a swirling motion around me. The ice sheet began to spin with me on top. I raised my right hand and the water under the ice sheet suddenly rose up, throwing the sheet to the sky. I spun in the air and kicked out. The sheet of ice broke apart into sharp spikes that pelted a nearby ice cap. But then I was left suspended in the air about 50 feet up. Another arm motion and a tower of water rose up to receive me. My body plunged into its depth easily. I kept a small rotation around me while allowing myself to be pulled under, my last view being of the tiny holes I had created with my ice attack on the ice chunk nearby. Then, using the concept of push, the rotation around me instantly changed and I was propelled up to the surface. I broke through the water like a dolphin, a laugh escaping me. This was fun. And for my grand finale, I focused on my unlocked sub-skill, hot air escaping my mouth and fogging. The air around me grew colder as I fell towards the water once more. When I landed, my foot did not land on water. Cracks spread out on the ice floor owing to the fact that I had lowered the temperature of the water before landing. It spread out with a cold pressure blast. Mist heralding the change of water into ice. I stood up and surveyed the scene. Now we're talking. Over more than 1,000 feet of ice covered my surroundings. I walked around testing the strength by stomping on it. It held up. A confident smile appeared on my face. Time to handle the next sub-skill. Chapter 257, Happenings. General POV, OA, the center of the universe, Hawkman, Green Lantern Gardener and Wonder Woman stood in front of the Guardians of the Universe on the planet OA, the Green Lantern's headquarters. We have heard your testimony and rest assured, this matter is very serious. Ganthet responded after an accounting of how the Earth had been destroyed. I fail to see how this concerns us. One planet is of no great consequence. Another Guardian added, making the three heroes agitated. Are you serious? We just told you that over 7 billion people could have died were it not for Aden Strong and you're acting all blasé about it? Guy growled out. Wonder Woman placed a palm on his shoulder, pulling him back with a shake of her head. It would be wise, Lantern Gardener, to remember whom you stand before. A stone-faced Guardian warned. Guy snorted and looked away, crossing his hands together. He is not wrong, however. Wonder Woman came to his defense. Yes, he is not. Surprisingly, this came from a Guardian who was hovering to their left. The others turned to stare at him questioningly. I find myself intrigued by the prospect of there being an individual, human no less capable of destroying a being such as Darkseid. He looked around at his colleagues. The fact that his religion has sprouted out in a certain quadrant and a number of sentient civilizations across the universe is worth noting as well. Another Guardian added, Darkseid was even more powerful than the Promethean gods at his peak. It is indeed intriguing. Diana looked at Hawkman and Guy. Could you both excuse us? Hawkman stared at her for some time before giving a curt nod and proceeding to fly out of the Guardians' Hall. Guy looked like he was about to protest before relenting. If you need me, I'll be right outside. He told Wonder Woman, before nodding at the Guardians, Ganthet in particular, and flying away. Once they were gone, leaving the Guardians and Kilowog, who had up until then been silently standing guard on the side, Wonder Woman stepped up and began to speak. Guardians, I personally know Aiden Strong. The God Queen of Olympus begun heavily. He is strong. Immensely so. He has the capability to do just about anything. His power inches on the boundary of reality manipulation. They were attentive. Surprised, but patient enough to hear her out. But perhaps what is more terrifying is his ability to keep on growing stronger. I estimate that as he is right now, no one can stop him. Not the Green Lanterns, and not even you. Impossible. No mortal can reach such a level. Even Kilowog stiffened in shock. There was no reason for Diana to lie to them. The Guardians were powerful and skilled, figuring out falsehoods from the truth was as easy as breathing. Ganthet had a different reaction from the rest. The way you speak, it seems you have a solution to this growing threat? Diana looked down and thought. If this was before her talk with Odin and a few other gods, then she would not have thought of going against Aiden, but now things were different. They needed Earth and Earth needed people. The way things stood, she was not sure Aiden would give up the people he had saved willingly. Power and authority changes a person, and Diana was not sure asking nicely would work. And given the fact that Aiden could apparently create realms and dimensions, he had the capability to restore Earth many times over, yet hadn't. This meant that he didn't want to. And no one could force him to do so. Diana and the rest needed to band together if they had any hope of stopping more catastrophes from occurring. Not many knew it, but Earth was the most important place in the universe. And for something so significant, friendships and feelings had to take a back seat. She looked up and, "Elsewhere, we fight," Black Canary softly said to the gathered room. Dozens of voices joined her, either in support or refusal. "You are asking us to go against the world itself. We all know we hold no candle to his power. What you are suggesting is death." Fire, a hero from South America, was vocal in her refusal. Life was different, sure, but that did not mean it was necessarily worse. "So you are okay living under a dictatorship, right?" Red Hood sneered. "Dictatorship? Do you even hear yourself?" Ice came to Fire's rescue. "You American heroes have no idea what actually goes on outside the borders of your great nation." She looked around. People starved, died because of diseases, and life was generally miserable. And no one denies that. Zatara held up his hands amiably. He was trying to appease the over dozen powered individuals. "I understand. I migrated to the U.S., leaving behind the difficult life I had back in my country of birth. Life on Earth was unfairly hard. And for the first time in history, things are fair now. Everybody has something to eat, somewhere to sleep, and less worry." A majority of those gathered agreed with him. However, that does not excuse almost killing off more than 100,000 people because of protesting what was an inhumane incident. "Arg. Are you seriously going to argue against the deaths of supervillains?" Huntress spat out. The heroes begun to argue once again. "Silence!" she ordered, making the room quiet down. With vitriol she begun, most were despicable human beings whose biggest contribution in life was bringing pain and suffering to everyone else. "I say good riddance." "How can you say that?" The Flash, Jay Garrick asked. From there the talks devolved into a shouting match. One team was led by the more hardened heroes. Those who had faced the harsh reality of life. Lost everything and decided to be merciless in their approach to crime fighting. The others were led by the optimistic ones. The ones who understood that fighting with extreme prejudice would only darken their souls, making them end up like the ones they were fighting. Superman saw no true end of this conflict. For one, he was unsure of what to choose. This wasn't Earth where they could bombard Aiden and his people with over 100 different laws and regulations. This was his world. Vatu's attempt at killing people had pushed him slightly to the side opposing Aiden's rule, but, on the other side, after so many years, he could sleep without hearing cries of pain half a world away. He could spend time with Lois, concentrate on building a family. Clark knew that what they now had was a gift. The meeting ended just like the previous one, with no true decision on whether to take a stand, no matter how hopeless it might have been, or to simply live. Clark had known that Batman wanted to talk to him, so after the meeting had ended, he had made sure to fly away quickly. Batman was brilliant and knew just what to say to get others to see his view, but what Clark needed right now was peace, not a reality check. As long as no one was suffering, he wanted to keep it that way. He felt something fast flying towards him before slowing down upon getting closer. "Hey, you left so quickly." Connor addressed him with a questioning glance. Before Superman could tell him why, something appeared before them. Clark shielded his eyes while Connor tensed in anticipation of a fight. The light died out, revealing Gia. Everyone knew who she was. Aiden's religion termed her as the Realm Mother. She was everything around. Even the very air. Superman was not too sure about the god thing, but he could tell that he had no way to win against her. Gia looked at the both of them and then with great seriousness said, "You both need to come with me." A short time later, she remembered the last scene she ever witnessed. The scene of everything she ever held dear exploding behind her as the pod flew her away right behind her cousin. Kara was devastated by the loss of her parents and planet. But that devastation soon gave way to terror at the enormity of her situation. She was flying through space. All alone. Separated from death by only a few sheets of metals. She saw wondrous things. Clouds of gases that shifted with beautiful colors, cosmic storms hovering around star systems with planets teeming with nascent life. Krypton usually pruned any other developing life close to their galactic quadrant. They were isolated in more ways than one. Kara got to enjoy the sights as a way to forget the pain of loss she had suffered. But even that grew to not be enough. Nothing was. By the time she was swallowed up by the wormhole that took her to Apocalypse, Kara Zor-El had lost hope. Her time under Granny Goodness was filled with never-ending pain and indoctrinated processes to get her to serve Darkseid. After having her mind broken down, she took to the training with a crazy devotion and zeal. And then the last fight she had been involved in happened and everything changed. They were utterly destroyed. All of Apocalypse's forces beaten and defeated. The last dregs of Kara Zor-El that had been left had thought that this was the end of it all, then, light. Welcome back to the land of the living, Kryptonian. An exotic beauty of wondrous features, tall and dark with pools of eyes that seemed to contain beauty that surpassed all the gas clouds, cosmic storms, planets and nebulas she had ever witnessed, greeted her. Kara's lips were slightly parted as she groaned, looking around at where she was. The room was bare and painted a calming white. She tried to get off the bed she was lying on and failed, not having enough strength. Don't strain yourself. It will take a few days for your biology to absorb sufficient solar energy and charge you back up. Gia told her. Kara listened, allowing her body to sink into the soft mattress. Her eyes closed. When she woke up again, the exotic woman from before was nowhere to be seen. Next to her waiting patiently was a blue-colored woman instead. However, one look into her eyes and Kara realized it was the exact woman from before, just in another form. Gia realized that Kara knew about her two forms and cheekily brought her finger to her lips. That's our little secret. Kara found herself nodding. I'll come in to check on you later. Right now, you have a family reunion waiting for you. Gia disappeared in a flash of light just as the door to the room opened and in walked her cousin. Chapter 258, The Creator. General POV, rarely do universes from different layers of the multiverse intersect. But a quintillion years before the before, a young realm sprouted. Its branches grew in the space containing the paradox of boundless existence and non-existence. And it managed to touch upon one of the oldest multiverses at that time. The concept of infinity is different. Some infinities are larger than others. One such was the opposite of the creator of this particular multiverse. It saw a chance to take over its multiverse of origin by using the young universe. And so begun its machinations. Aiden's POV, my dad and I sat in his office. There was a chessboard on the table in between us and suffice to say, he was kicking my ass more than anything else. No matter what I did, he had countermoves for every action I took. And that was with him taking it easy on me. I still had my king, a couple of pawns and a rook. I sighed and leaned back in my chair, giving him a critical look. What do you think you're doing, old man? Teaching my son the true meaning of despair. Mwah! His villain laugh was actually on point. Keep it down there, Jeff. Lindy is about to fall asleep. We both winced at Mom's loud yell. Jefferson Strong might have been the head of the family to the outside world, but we both knew who actually held the position, or in this case, the spoon, and she was not afraid to use it. Ha ha, you're so whipped. I told him with a laugh, not missing the opportunity to tease him a little. My dad and I had a really close relationship. It wasn't wrong to say he was my best friend. We just got each other. I was practically a mini-him. He snorted, finally capturing my king. One day you'll understand the value of a good woman, boy. He leaned closer. And how controlling she can be. We both burst out in laughter. You better not be gossiping about me, you too. Mom's voice came from downstairs. We looked at each other and the laugh died out, leaving behind smirks. I looked down at the chessboard. Then took a deep breath to catch the faint scent of old books that Dad loved to collect. I have someone like that, Dad. I told him. He perked up at the news. Just like you have, Mom. Corey, I sighed, missing her. Corey's amazing. You would love her. And you're gonna be a granddad. He was stunned for a while before swallowing the emotional lump in his throat. That's good. That's really good, kid. He ruffled my long hair. I'm so proud of the man you have become. And I know your mom and Lindy are as well. They say a man doesn't cry, and they are right. However, the single streak of tear coming down my left eye tried its best to prove me wrong. He held my palm in his hand. You know, your mom and I worry about you a lot. I wiped the tear away and asked him, why is that? Dad barked out a humorless laugh. You are blessed, or more like cursed with passion, Aiden. When you feel so strongly, there is nothing that can stop you. He shook his head. Such drive can be turned towards the wrong things. Things I have tried my hardest to shield you and our family from. He grabbed my other palm and held it in his hands. A look of desperation appeared on his face. But now, I can't do that anymore. And it scares me, Aiden. It scared me more than I can ever explain, every single time I regained a little consciousness, only to hear that you were still missing. The authorities had tried their best to find you and failed. There wasn't a trace left. Tears started falling from his face. You and I failed our family without meaning to. Your mom and sister, all alone. Me dying of cancer, and you, my beloved boy, lost forever. We didn't even find your body. I was hit with a sudden weakness and the world started spinning. All this, why didn't I, couldn't I, how could I forget? Dad had cancer, how could I forget that? Mom, Lindy, I left them all alone to deal with this. My mind was utterly blank. Dad squeezed my hand, making me turn to stare at him lifelessly. He smiled in assurance. Your mom and Lindy will be okay. They'll be fine, I just know it. Your uncle will make sure nothing happens to them. He nodded his head with a watery smile. And now that I know you have someone you can rely on, it's easy on the soul. I can go, knowing you're okay. His face started to rapidly change. My family is okay. The strong jaw shriveled into loose skin and bone. His skin lost its glow and the muscles of his arms shrunk. What's happening? My heart began to race inside my chest as fear gripped me. I immediately got off my seat, letting it fall behind me as I went around the table and held him. Dad! Dad? Are you okay? Please say something. He was wasting away in front of me and there was nothing I could do. His hair fell off and what I was left with was a poor replica of my father. The one man who looked to be insurmountable to me. The one man who, despite being a normal human, cast a larger shadow than Superman and all the rest of the Justice League. My true hero was dying. I panicked, pulling in from my life divinity reserves. Hey, you're going to be okay. I won't let anything happen to you. I promise. Just hold on. A golden glow suffused his entire body, the light washing down from his head to his toes. His eyes regained some color. He stared at me emotionally and conveyed everything he ever needed to say with one simple look. Don't forget us, Aiden. Then the light faded away. Dad, Pops. Wake up, man. This ain't funny. Not like this. His body began to flake off into light. I used everything I had at my disposal, going as far as to attempt using a miracle to bring him back, but nothing worked. I felt the power of the miracle try to breach the dimensional plane only to rebound against something powerful. Something infinite. Something my soul recognized instantly even if my mind struggled with the concept of what was happening. Dad's body turned into golden light that disappeared into the air. The whole room started changing, breaking down as my silver flames devoured it all. My anger was palpable, but even more than that, the sense of loss I felt was so shattering, I wanted to curl up on the floor and cry myself to sleep. DO NOT. This was something much deeper than what modicum of relief tears could bring. I hated the feeling of helplessness I felt. Nothing mattered at that moment. Nothing mattered than the utter and complete destruction of the one who had stopped me from saving him. My silver flames drowned everything in my space of being, my clothes turned to ash, and I stood in a literal ocean of fire looking up at the sky. Looking up at the first ever instance of true infinity I had ever witnessed before. A deep darkness that could not be breached by any conceptual or cosmic entity. A darkness so supreme that it contained its very own multiverse in it. An antithesis to the light that I knew to be true. A darkness so authentically real, all others like dark entities like Darkseid had pulled from it to gain meaning. Even now I could feel the connection my chaos side had with it. It was so comprehensively massive that all that had existed or could exist was well within it, contained in a swirling mass of matter, energy, antimatter, and anti-energy. The essence of my father, mother, little sister, friends, my high school bullies, the president, Genghis Khan, Barack Obama, Mother Teresa, Elon Musk, wild animals, ocean creatures, extinct animals like the dinosaurs, the history, the future, and the present of the world of my birth. I was looking at my very own creator. And within him was me. A copy of my strongest self stared down at me imperiously, and my soul shook, my body lost strength, my resolve faltered, my hope diminished. All that was left was my hatred. My hatred which burned with the same passion that always worried my dad. Aden Strong, you have failed to keep your end if the bargain. Trillions of voices said, making the space of my being experience tremors and world-ending cataclysm events. I blacked out, then came to with a shuddering breath, prevailing only because I used up most of my divine energy to stabilize my consciousness. Bargain? I breathed out, my eyes blazing with anger and the promise of pain. What do the dead need bargains for? Is it to pay Thanatos as you close the river into the underworld? I asked with the full intent to carry out my threat. The creator went silent. We had a bargain, Aiden Strong. Your father's life for conquest. You promised me dominion. Why have you not delivered? The voices were slow to say. Is that why you blocked the memory of my father's illness away from me? I have been living a lie. 4 months. And now he's dead. So fuck you and your bargains. I did no such thing. You chose to do so yourself. To stop any distractions from clouding your judgment and derailing your mission. You promised me a doorway, yet you took it upon yourself to make with my gift your own realm of dominion. I should have foreseen this. I did not. You have failed me, Aiden Strong, and so my punishment was taking from you what you hold dear. Every single statement that left this thing's mouth only spurred my hate for it. For making me into a plaything. For allowing my dad to die. But if you had done what you were supposed to do, he would still be alive. The words hit me with the force of a sledgehammer. Yes. I was the one responsible for that. But even if everything it said was true, had my order state not created a realm but instead a doorway for this thing to come through, the universe would have ended. And had he known that I had unknowingly or knowingly sacrificed him for the preservation of countless lives in the multiverse, my dad would have been proud of me. He was dead, but goddamn would he have been proud of me. You seek to trump my control and fashion yourself into a separate entity. The creator begun. Oh, what gave that away? I asked it, putting strength into my feet and getting up. The fact that it was trying to stop me from going beyond the limit of my makeup meant I was on the right path. I was not going to stop. So be it, perhaps my champion will have a better time of convincing you on the foolishness of this endeavor. It stated. Before my eyes, the sky that was completely covered by his unbelievably dark form started roiling and twisting into itself, forming into a very strange yet familiar being. Black as night, his skin was, and on the top of his head were 4 horns. 2 long ones on the side of the head and 2 shorter ones in between the other pair. He was huge and intimidating, casting forth taint and corruption in my being that I only held off due to exhausting lesser miracles. The eyes looking at me were eyes devoid of nothing but a certain kind of devotion. It floated down gently. My soul immediately recognized the danger, and my divinities, spurred on by the instinct to continue existing, activated by themselves. Storms of fiery swords, beams of plasma waves, lightning bolts the size of skyscrapers made up of pure cosmic rays and elemental energy, light beams owing to my electromagnetic spectrum abilities, hell flames, golden flames, and spatial rending attacks all fell upon it from every single possible direction. Armageddon had descended. The figure waited until right before the attacks landed and stretched out its hand, opening its closed fist into a palm. An empty palm. Everything vanished. Erased. Each attack I had thrown was enough to destroy countless solar systems. Together those attacks had the destructive capacity to annihilate an entire galaxy, and yet it smiled, holding out its hand. My hand is empty. Those words were like a lightning bolt through my spine. It continued, eager and gleeful at the look of abject terror on my face. Supplicate yourself before our master, Aden Strong. Deny him no longer. Bow down and worship your creator, the great darkness. Chapter 259, An Unbeatable Foe? General POV, the presence looked up from the pond of reality. The sky overhead was dark and gloomy. It is going to rain soon. His unwanted guest made an observation. For the first time, the soft expression on his face was gone. In its place was an impassive look. One born out of being the most powerful entity in existence and the worries that came with that. Download app. Well, most powerful was not completely accurate. At his level he could do anything. What limited beings such as him were their personal beliefs and ideals? When an infinite being fights another infinite being, the battle lasts infinitely. That was why conflict was meaningless to beings above the 12th dimension. It served little purpose. They had evolved beyond that. They existed above such concepts of life. Wars and violence were best left to lower life forms. He cast his gaze down at the pond. The clear waters were no longer taint-free. A darkness from the deep was encroaching on the light, and the corners of the endless pond had a layer of oil on the surface. The presence's reflection snorted. How long will you keep on ignoring the obvious thing? The presence looked down at his opposite. They have surprised us time and time again. Maybe this time, it won't be different as well. He answered. The reflection scowled. You are wrong. I have foreseen how this ends. How I end it, and my will shall be done. The presence took his umbrella and dipped the pointed end inside the pool, disrupting the reflection. Arrogance is the bane of all. You will learn that lesson, I assure you. But it will be too late. The darkness creeping up from the depths of the pond, receded, and the edges of the boundless pool similarly lost their oily surface. The great darkness influence was once again undermined. The presence looked up at the sky. He was right. He got up from the bench and opened his umbrella. It is going to rain. An old man in a bowler hat started walking away, a light shower of rain pelting the umbrella he held overhead gently. Aiden's POV, the nerve. Come, boy. We do not have to fight. There is no need to waste time on a futile endeavor. The absolute goddamn nerve of this creature. Every attack I had thrown, planet bursting, star bursting, nut bursting, nothing had worked. Not a goddamn thing. It pissed me off that he could stand so brazen inside my being, inside my metaphysical space, and talk down at me. My power is incomprehensible. Empty Hand boasted. Our masters even more so. I offer you. And he just didn't stop talking. Shut your trap. I finally said, fed up. I had limits to break in power to achieve. This thing, and whoever it worked for could kiss my divine arse. Empty Hand had lost the smug smile on his face. Now he looked positively mad. No more playing around. Equity manifested in my hand. Due to it being a bonded weapon, I could bring it out here. The moment the sword appeared in my hands, the world trembled. Air started roiling around the weapon as I held it up. Empty Hand narrowed his eyes at the weapon in my hands. That sword is about to bring you a world of pain, I said from his side, having covered the distance between us in a split second. He was immobilized and couldn't react as I leaned and flashed past his body once, twice, a million times. The slashes were superimposed in reality in blue slashes. I landed on the other side and slid a little across the flames. I looked back over my shoulder and watched as his body turned into fine black mist. I looked away to the front, spreading out my senses to see if the darkness was still around. There was nothing left after my powerful move. Not many things could survive that. The silver flames flared up at my urging, burning the fine mist into nothing. Finally, I allowed myself a sigh of relief. He was gone. Gone, but not dead. Still, the revelations. I looked at my hand. I was from the dark multiverse. How was it possible? It made no sense for my universe to have knowledge about the main DC timeline and its changes written down in such detailed format if it was part of the same multiverse in the first place. I had thought that I was from the Prime timeline. The true Earth. The Earth that was the home of all the writers who came up with the characters and storylines that shaped DC Comics. I mean, if the darkness was to be believed, there was no real world. There was just my home, the dark alternate of the DC multiverse. And the great darkness was my maker? Something landed behind me. Or rather reformed from the fire? What? How? Impossible. I thought, spinning around suddenly. Nothing could survive my silver flames. Nothing. Except, before my very eyes, black smoke rose up and formed into my adversary. The negativity came back. An aura that was vindictive and hateful. Empty Hand had an impassive look on his face. Your efforts are meaningless. He landed on a pitch-black ground that appeared when darkness pushed away my silver fire. How? Soul annihilation flames, can they burn that which exists beyond the concept of heat? He asked with a twist on the corner of his lips. Then his face changed to a malevolent one as he tightened his hand into a fist. You will pay for that, pest. I crouched, equity changing into a short serrated nodachi. You didn't leave when you could. That's a mistake. This time I'll kill you, and make it painful. I was still high on my anger. If I hadn't been, I would have paused first and came up with a suitable plan. It would have saved me a lot of headache. In my current condition, I wanted to destroy something. And luckily, I wasn't short on that. I'm going to show you something I've been working on. Make sure you survive, because I won't be satisfied by your quick end. I snarled in anger. The first step between us took me over 1 trillion miles away towards my back, then I used space to slingshot me back at high speeds, which added to my divinity as the god of speed, caused time to get wonky. Space cracked and then stitched itself back together forcibly. Inside my mind, a clock that begun to tick backwards as time reversed, appeared. This was as a result of the initial little success I achieved with time manipulation while meditating. It was not reliable in the real world due to the damages in the timeline I could cause just by moving at such speeds. My space of being was more malleable than the real world, however, so I could use that to my advantage and pull off neat moves like these. The world fractured as I found myself 2 seconds back in time, then 5 seconds. At the 1-minute mark I saw my past self, throwing numerous attacks towards Empty Hand. A field of nullification covered him, causing all the attacks to simply die out. Swords of flames and other constructs meant nothing to him. Beams of supercharged energy fizzled out into nothing. Well, two could play that game. When are you from? My past self asked me telepathically, the connection between us slotting itself together. 1 minute into the future. I sent him the mental recording of our fight. Keep up the pressure. I told him and he complied. The attacks coming in increased in both size and quantity. Now it was my turn. I held out my hand and squeezed space, connecting with the film of the nullifying sphere, and then eliminated the infinite corners around the space surrounding the spherical shape of the field, only leaving 4 corners to his back. There was a brief twist and pop, and the nullifying sphere was turned into a 2-dimensional square that was to his back. Empty Hand's eyes widened when every attack from my past self landed. The torrent of elemental and divine attacks drowned him under, pushing him towards the ocean of fire on the ground. A dragon made up of silver flames erupted from the sea and swallowed him whole before exploding apart in one massive blast. I'm guessing the reason you're here is because that isn't enough to put him down? Past Aiden told me the second I floated closer, eyes on the flames dying out in the sky. Not even close. You distract, I attack. He gave a curt nod and instantly split into 2 forms, air godly form and fire godly form. He could use homunculi puppet? How? They both shrugged. Didn't know I could do that. Went with my gut. I blinked. Cool. Get ready. His flame god form said, both it and the air god billowing up in size to a gigantic skyscraper size. That hurt my pride, you little brat. Now I'll have to get serious. Empty Hand yelled, landing on the ground in one fell swoop. You're going to hurt much more after I'm done. Then I was off, shortening the distance between us again, faster than he could react. With my first attack I managed to come out of the clash with his right arm clasped tight in my hand. Then bones broke under a heavy fist, collapsing his right chest side. I appeared before him and kicked out with my foot landing on his cheek. Empty Hand was lifted off his feet towards my air form. An air construct in the shape of a hammer was swung down with full force, slamming onto his flying form and digging it into the ocean of flames. The fight entered a lull. Is he dead? The flame god wondered. We were answered a second later. The creature released a wide burst of sonic scream that caught me unaware. Following the scream, a cloak of darkness erupted out in a wave that pushed my past self's air god form away. However, my own aerokinetic abilities nullified the attack and I was able to land more hits in the time it took my past self's flame god to make a single step. I streaked over a dark scythe and popped behind his back, throwing a punch. Wait. I paused in midair, a shockwave blasting out into the surroundings from the sudden stop. Why it? I hadn't completely gotten rid of the biggest problem with time reversal. I was actively changing the past in real time without it affecting my memories or splitting the timeline into 2. With that realization came an unreasonable amount of fear. Everything froze in midair. My past self's divine forms were similarly frozen in place. Then they faded away into a dark cloud as the world around us rapidly changed, or in other words, revealed that I had not taken another step after the fist instant. I thought I had killed him. I see you finally noticed my trick. My adversary pointed out from my front. My eyes never left his beaten form. He was missing a hand, his spine was broken from my actions, both his eyes had exploded from a timely blast and his left side was covered by slowly encroaching ice. However, none of that was real. I stiffened in place, my body betraying me. Every single action I had taken turned out to not be real. It all turned out to be a mental illusion. A lie. The ground started to fracture into a sea of silver flames. Only they were tainted black and burned with an oily slowness. The sky above was dark and very gloomy. And this thing was standing behind me, not in front. And its sharp nail was digging into the back of my neck, slightly. From that single point, my body was covered by black spider web-like veins. I couldn't move. Calling on my divinities was futile. There was something actively blocking me. Oh no you don't. He clutched my neck from the back in a vice grip, his huge face coming to rest a little over my shoulder. Give up. Fuck you. There was a wall separating my powers from me. The same field of nullification, only it went deeper into the conceptual. You thought you could fool me with a mental illusion. I gasped in pain as my words trailed off. Looking down at my chest, a black arm with sharpened nails had pierced right through. I was in painful disbelief while spewing out blood. How the fuck was he hurting me in my space of being? Chapter 260, A Promise of Death. General POV, this is nothing compared to the eternal torture you will feel for daring to stand in my way. Empty Hand whispered close to Aiden's ear. In response, the creator of Gia shifted forms into his golden flame state in a sudden power-up. Divine energy rippled out to the surroundings. The pain in Aiden's chest was immediately alleviated. He looked down at the hand going through his chest and held onto it tightly. "You're not going anywhere," he yelled. Then, energy started wafting off Aiden's body like a broken faucet. His golden form turned white due to the heat he was exuding. Heat hot enough to turn anything into ash. Empty Hand felt the effects the most. The skin and flesh of his hand almost instantly combusted, turning into ash. The being screamed in pain. However, Aiden was not done. He pulled in all the energy into a spot within him, his body changing back to gold, then yellow, orange before becoming a red giant. Inside him all the energy was compressed into a sphere that was too bright to even stare at. Empty Hand felt something coming but was too slow to react. An explosion of great magnitude erupted from their position. The shockwaves bombarded the being from the dark multiverse, breaking down his shadowy form before the heat drowned him under and ended him. A zone of more than 38 million miles in every direction was left bare of anything. The silver fire was pushed away, revealing charred gray sand under the fire as the entire space of Aiden's being groaned. Cracks appeared everywhere, showing nothing but dark holes and unstable rifts. Aiden suddenly felt weak and fell from the air, smacking onto the ground after the damage his being had taken. Within him was the feeling of something important breaking. He felt as if his life force was draining away. He did not have time to regret as intricate webs of white and black energy appeared, covering everything his eyes landed on, healing his sense of self. Aiden felt strength come back to him as he instinctively used chaos in order to heal his being. He groaned, floating off the ground after that showing. "Somehow a hangover feels worse than this," he joked. He knew it was not enough. Empty Hand had shown, time and time again, that he always came back. Somehow, someway, he always fucking came back. It had reached a point where Aiden understood that he needed to change tactics. He hated fighting tricky opponents like these. He needed help. Aiden's POV, my original, was fighting against an entity of untold power. Splitting my attention into two like this, while not too distracting, rendered itself pretty counterproductive in a high-stakes battle like this was turning out to be. It wasn't your run-of-the-mill fight either, no. I needed to give this my all. But first, Gia, is everything okay in the main dimension? I asked in concern. It wouldn't be good if the fight happening between Empty Hand and I started affecting the realm. No mortal could survive the mere shockwaves produced as a result of every clash. Still, to find out that I had been mind-fucked into thinking the initial fight had happened, his telepathic abilities were leagues above my own, and although I was confident in fighting him on an even ground despite the fact that he had some pretty big advantages over me, I needed a plan B. The realm is safe, but I calculate a 70% chance that things get worse the longer the battle goes on. Gia's words confirmed my fears. I had to end this fast. But how? Logically speaking, I was supposed to hold more power than him as long as we were both in my consciousness. Yet the opposite seemed to be true. He could regenerate even from my silver flames and could cast mental illusions that were nigh unbreakable. Lastly, he had a nullifying effect on all my divinities. A drop of sweat fell down my forehead, uncaring of the cold temperatures. Plan B it is then. Gia, keep an eye on things for me. I'll be back, I told her. Luckily, she was connected to pretty much everything in the realms. I could feel Aqua's curiosity when I used my authority over the realm to leave the water dimension. I'll be back, I promise, I assured her, speaking straight into her mind. The yellow light from a boom tube manifested under my form and swallowed me. My view changed as I appeared in outer space. My homunculi puppet skill could not really handle continued exposure to this type of environment, but a few minutes was not a big issue. My clothes started freezing over my skin, and the cold of space was only mitigated by a great amount of chi energy circulating within my body. The sun and the stars dotted around provided enough light to see the floating pieces of rock that used to be Earth. My guilt came back in full force. I could feel over a dozen awarenesses hone in on me the minute I appeared. And if I couldn't capture the attention of the one I want? My surroundings changed instantly. I found myself seating on a table inside a cozy tavern. The cold vanished and I could finally breathe. I hadn't noticed it, but the shivering I had been experiencing from the chill had ended. Something was slammed onto the table in front of me. My eyes captured the steaming hot cup of tea from the barista? Waitress? Who turned out to be a red and yellow-colored girl. No, I kid you not. Her skin was scarlet and yellow zigzag streaks of energy ran from her similarly yellow hair down to her body. There was something also eerily familiar about her. Who are you? I asked, but instead of answering she merely winked at me and walked off. That wink, and that motif. Speed Force. I muttered to myself. Her aura gave me the same feeling as pulling in energy from the dimensional energy that governed momentum. Close enough. A voice stated, and it's like I hadn't noticed him before despite him sitting right opposite me. The presence. Oh, thank God. Ha ha. I tightened my fingers into fists and immediately bowed my head. There was no time to waste. I am sorry. Because of my negligence, I let the cradle of humanity get destroyed. Knowing just who I sat before was enough to humble me. The fear I held for him was almost outweighed by the desperation I had to seek him out. I was from his biggest enemy's side. I wouldn't blame him if he blinked his eyes and made me disappear. I see you found yourself in quite a pickle. He commented dryly, not offering up insight on his true feelings. I dared to look up. Yes. An enemy even I struggled to defeat. Empty Hand was a bit too much for me now. It grated on my nerves that I had to admit that. I couldn't go all out to the risk it carried. I needed a surefire way to thoroughly defeat him. I didn't know where else to turn to. I looked away in shame. For all my power, yet I was reduced to begging for help. I understand. The creator of the DC multiverse stated. Too easily. Where's the blame? The dislike? I wondered. Establishing eye contact with his eyes to try and see for myself his true feelings was a bad idea. My mind opened, seeing everyone and all things. Aiden. My name startled me and I blinked, feeling something flowing down my nose. I dabbed at it with a finger and found blood? The presence sighed, removing his hat and placing it on the table before me. You looked into my eyes. No mind is strong enough to handle the strain. He frowned. We have wasted enough time here. My surroundings changed yet again. This time I found myself floating in nothingness. The void. Or rather a layer of it. The presence tapped his umbrella on something, and the nothingness was replaced by a canvas of endless white. Something I could finally perceive. That was trippy as hell. I stated from his side. Trippy but eye-opening as well. It showed me I still had leagues to go before I approached his power. My breath was then stolen away by the image before us. Two swirling masses of existence. One dark and the other bright. One positive and the other negative. Two polar opposite bubbles lying around like marble balls in the wide and boundless infinitude. An infinitude that stretched out too. Thwack! The umbrella in his hands landed on my head focus. Ow, it was actually more painful than it was supposed to be. On what? There is nothing here except for the multiverse and its opposite, oh. I finally understood what he meant and turned my eyes towards the two bubbles. They were connected together by a force of mutual attraction and mutual repelling, ensuring they never collided on each other or drifted apart. The vision changed from two bubbles of existence to two discs, one gloriously bright and the other anti-everything to the first. like the reflection on a mirror. Seen from the mirror's perspective. No distinction between the two except a necessity to be separate. They steal meaning from each other. I stated, comprehending something not meant to be seen for even one such as I, put up against these two multiverses, my own realm seemed so pitiful in comparison. It was so young it was crazy. What does this mean? Still there was a difference between comprehending the intricacies of reality and actually understanding how I could apply that knowledge for my own gain. If you're looking for a way to kill its servant, then you will not find it here. The presence informed me. I turned towards him and opened my mouth, only to close it as a look of contemplation appeared on my face. Okay, so, that makes sense. I'm not fighting his true self, his physical body is elsewhere. Which means that what I'm seeing is a mental projection. I frowned, casting another look at the discs. They changed shape and pattern again into strings of energy pulling and pushing at each other. Under the power of the presence, I floated around the void easily, trying to capture a different angle I could use to look at the multiverses. If it's a mental projection, then how is Empty Hand connecting to my mind despite my realm being on a different layer of the void entirely? That question was the most important one. When scratching my head to answer it became too difficult, I tried another tactic. If it was me, how would I do it? And then the answer hit me like a ton of bricks. That's it. How had I not seen it before? It was so obvious. I stared at the presence and saw a gentle smile on his face. I bowed down, or at least tried. Mostly, I just ended up looking funny as up and down was confusing here. Thank you, I said sincerely. He tipped his bowler hat. Give him hell. I will, I promised, deactivating homunculi puppet. Now with all my mental focus back in my consciousness, I disengaged from the fight and jumped away, creating massive distance between Empty Hand and I. Oh, have you decided to give up now? Empty Hand questioned, its face split into a vicious smile. Instead of the furious expression he was expecting, I smiled, dismissing equity back into my hammer space. God, I hope this works. Your jig is up. He narrowed his eyes. Explain. I shook my head. I won't. This fight needed to end now. I had finally figured out how he was doing what he was doing. And it all had to do with my dualities. Despite being the master of chaos and darkness, the concept itself was not anything new to the Great Darkness. One might even say he was the first master. The first wielder. The presence presented order and meaning, which made sense that the Great Darkness would be the opposite to that. And the opposite of order is chaos. They were essentially like me, only plus a few infinite years. In a way, it's complicated. As it stood, the Great Darkness had a more strict control over darkness and to that effect chaos, which was stronger than mine. That's how Empty Hand kept coming back. He just used my own connection to chaos to do it, as well as sustain bus mental projection. This news elated me. Why? If the Great Darkness could supersede my own control over my abilities, who says I couldn't do the same and take control over the dark multiverse? For all I knew, my mom and little sister were back in my universe. The only way to make sure they were truly safe was by eliminating the threat completely. I did not care if the Great Darkness was something otherworldly. I was issuing a challenge, and that challenge came with a promise of death for fucking with me. Back to Empty Hand, he seemed harmless in comparison to what I knew now. There was only one way to finish this. I looked deep within myself and called him out. The Order Avatar State. Chapter 261, Time. General POV, Sai couldn't sleep. He looked around and noticed the darkness of dawn. His entire night had involved a lot of tossing and turning. Something nagged at him on the back of his mind. He considered waking up Vor but decided against it. Maybe he just needed to take a walk? Or fly around the island. Flying was fun. Or he could go visit the bloom birds. They came out in the morning, in fact. Or he could do all of the above. He just had to make sure that Big Brother Yatl didn't catch him. Now armed with what he thought to be a solid plan, the young boy got off his bed and flew out towards the beach. The sun was just peeking out from the horizon, the first rays hitting the gentle water and bringing about this untainted beauty that seemed almost magical. He was dressed in thin PJs, and while that would have made anyone else shiver in cold, Sai wasn't just anyone. He was the spirit of rebirth. He was fire incarnate. He sank his toes on the wet sand and giggled, feeling the ticklish effect the grains had on the underside of his feet. A few minutes of this, with most of his surroundings now visible, he floated up and gently started flying around the island, just admiring his home. He loved his dad, his mom, his sisters and brothers, and his home. If anyone tried to take any of that away from him, they would have to deal with his dragon breath. Sai imagined he was powerful like his dad, ready to fight for what he loved and believed in, ready to save people and protect him and their family. That's why he and Vor had begun to secretly train more. They needed to be strong enough for when their dad needed them. His flight path took him past the small cluster of grango trees behind their house. He obviously dove down and grabbed a few before leisurely continuing on with his journey. He was just a short distance away from the bloombird's orchid, a sort of plant-animal hybrid. The flowers bloomed in the morning in the shape of 6-winged petal-wings birds and took off, leaving a green stalk waving in the air. To stop any predators from getting too close, the plants emitted a sweet-smelling scent that caused hallucinations and increased paranoia to anyone. The most special thing about the flowers was how they seemed to appear out of nowhere. Ash and his siblings had found this place by chance, and the instant when the bloombirds decided to ascend and take off was a sight to behold. He made it to the top of the hill overlooking the bloombirds and frowned. Instead of the ascension of the pink, red, and yellow flower birds, there was a dense groove of trees surrounding a pulsing cocoon with something vaguely humanoid inside. Sai blinked and flew closer, losing the frown on his face. Instead, an intrigued look came over it. He finally knew what was causing him to lose sleep. It was this thing. The closer he got, the more his abilities reacted to the presence of the pulsing object. Or rather, what was inside it. Before he could get too close, vines from the forest started slithering through the ground, forming up into something. Ash stopped right where he was as he went on guard. There was little chance of anything, animal or not, hurting Sai. This was his dad's realm after all, so he was not too worried. The vines formed up into a huge monstrous plant being with red eyes. Favored child, do not take another step, or you will risk destabilizing the mistress's rebirth. A deep but gentle voice rumbled out of the plant creature. Mistress? Rebirth? Ash shook his head. Interesting, but not as much as the question burning him up from the inside. What happened to the bloombirds? He said, pointing at the edges of the new strange forest, where the stalks of the bloombirds were left looking shrunken and missing the flowers. Swamp Thing blinked, wondering how it was going to tell the disappointed child that the bloombirds were merely energy-gathering agents that the mistress had needed to complete her evolution. Think of solar panels, but instead of solar energy, they traveled to places with high density of ether and absorbed it to bring back to the cocoon. They had not noticed the cocoon before because it was hidden underground, but now that she was close to awakening, the bloombirds were no longer needed. Swamp Thing was aware that explaining it like that would not earn him any favors, so it wisely kept quiet. The child started nagging him soon after, and he ended up regretting his decision to stay silent. Elsewhere, Holly was finally going to get her answers. No more making wild guesses that did not even come close to the real truth. Somehow, someway, Dove had been chosen. Remade into a god. She was dazzlingly beautiful. Incredibly powerful. Holly could remember her standing in front of the massive attack that had shaken the world and taken over her entire vision. Dove had swatted it away as if it was a nuisance. Keep up, human. My objectives do not contain understanding why you are walking slower than a snail. Ha ha ha. The drone that was leading her to a teleport hub stated. She looked away to hide her mocking smile. Its attempts at copying human behavior were laughable. The drone was the first testing sample of a new concept Gia had. Drones that could mimic human speech and mannerisms to help the wider population during special circumstances. Holly remembered the advertisement that had played on the sky and on the fast-developing internet. So far she wasn't impressed by the Empatho drone. It looked funny too. Having the upper portion of C-3PO, a robot from a popular franchise back on Earth called Star Wars. The lower portion ended in a dome-like shape with hover tech, which was how it could fly. The robot had extra limbs woven from strong but highly flexible material to enable it to accomplish different tasks. The limbs were inside its chassis. Holly's thoughts drifted back to Dove. The world had changed, so she guessed having a sister who had superpowers was not too surprising. Still, she wondered if Dove was still the same Dove. The way she had looked at her that one time, it was like Holly was a distant acquaintance of hers. Holly reached the teleport hub quickly, managing to grab a glimpse of the newly constructed spiritual school. The fact that people could get abilities was a subject that was met with a lot of excitement as everyone wanted to be special. Holly too. "We have arrived, human," the drone informed her in an annoyed tone. Holly stopped before entering the teleport hub. "Okay, first of all, if you want to seem more approachable, ditch the word human. I know I am, you don't need to keep reminding me. Secondly, watch your tone, droid." Then she entered with a snort. The coordinates were already entered, and in a sudden wash of color, Holly disappeared. Elsewhere, the Earth had been destroyed. The 3 Legionnaires were the only surviving thing from the planet that had housed billions. They had been in New Genesis, following after Lorzod's trail, when it had happened, and had laid witness to the god of evil Darkseid's death, something that would have only happened 2 years into the future in the original timeline. The fight had been a spectacle to watch, and it reminded all of them why Aiden was who he was. So they had failed their mission. The objective given had been to protect Super Ion, as he would have become a central figure in the future, but now there wasn't even an Earth. They could not also use the time sphere to go back and try to change it either. Why? The 3 of them could not agree on the right course of action to take. Chameleon was proposing that anything that hadn't been directly caused by Lorzod was not something that they should have changed, but rather the result of the changes that they had already made. He thought that going back to the past to change a new shift in time would strain the time continuum and have further detrimental effects in the future. Saturn Girl and Phantom Girl argued that it wouldn't matter what changes they made, because if the desired result was not met, then they had failed the mission and had to try again. The argument was almost over, with Chameleon agreeing with them when something happened. One instant they were inside their time sphere, when the next, it was being jerked away towards a certain direction. The pull had lessened as the environmental shielding programs activated. "What's going on?" Phantom Girl had asked, with Saturn Girl's fingers flew over the keyboard. "I don't know. Something pulled us out of." She trailed off once she managed to activate the time sphere's transparent mode, revealing the scene on the outside. They were not expecting what they saw. A man floating in outer space while staring at them. The time sphere had been warped from its location in a maintenance station on Mars to outer space. With wide eyes, Chameleon Boy asked the other 2. "Is that His Majesty?" Before they could answer, "Indeed it is. But I told you not to call me that." A new voice spoke up from the middle of the time sphere. The 3 Legionnaires were spooked and turned to stare at the new arrival. "Your Majesty." They all bowed down. The prince had light green hair, red eyes, and was standing at 6'8" feet. He was wearing a martial robe constructed from the toughest material that the 30th century could afford, and underneath the orange robe was a white combat bodysuit. A very familiar symbol of the Avatar was imprinted on the robe, just below the shoulder. "Prince Sai, sir." Saturn Girl raised up her head. "What are you doing here, in the past?" she wondered out loud. The aforementioned Prince Sai smiled. "To bring you home, of course." Chapter 262, Horrid. General POV, everything changed the second Aiden called him out. White eyes opened to a world that was on the brink of collapse. He blinked, surveying the scene with a critical eye. There was no aura or a display of his considerable power, yet the minute his eyes landed on Empty Hand, the latter froze like a deer caught in headlights. "What is this feeling?" Empty Hand asked himself, lifting up a single palm only to see it shaking. His eyes widened. "Get ready." a bored voice said from the side. Empty Hand slowly turned his head and established eye contact with him. Order stared back, unflinchingly and unimpressed. Empty Hand felt his spirit waver under such a look. How? Empty Hand tried to jump away only to feel his neck grasped in a vice grip. He choked, beginning to pry off the hold in panic. What was happening? Why was it happening? He stopped trying to overpower the palm holding his neck and instead begun to power up, bringing more of himself through the link Aiden still had with the great darkness. The realm begun to shake more and more as darkness spilled out of Empty Hand in considerable amounts. Empty Hand's eyes blazed with black flames as he looked down at Order. You! No matter how much he tried, he still couldn't escape the hold. Order begun squeezing his fingers. That won't work anymore, he told the panicking villain, voice full of quiet confidence that one could have mistaken for arrogance. What, Ack? What are you? The world overturned under Empty Hand's vision. His back smacked onto the gray ground, completely rupturing his veins, shredding his back muscles and breaking his spinal column. Order lifted what was left of the servant of the one below and scrunched up his nose in distaste. Gross! Silver fire poured out of his mouth and eyes, completely drowning the remains of Empty Hand under a torrent of flame. Nothing remained. Order floated in the air calmly, waiting. A few seconds later, as if remade from the sand itself, Empty Hand reformed himself. Ha ha ha, you cannot hope to defeat me. He sneered as his limbs formed, whole again. Instead of the fear and worry he was expecting, Order looked at him with the same blank expression. Then something shifted and a maniacal smile appeared on Aiden's face. Order craned his neck. I was counting on it. Boom! The first fist that was thrown by Order completely turned Empty Hand into dust. A pressure blast that was so strong, the webs of energy covering Aiden's space of being grown to hold back the torrent of power. Empty Hand came back again with a gasp. What? Then 100 strikes landed on his body before he could react. Arf! A blast of darkness devoured the surroundings from him, only for an explosion of light to completely submerge the darkness, destroy it and then go ahead to disintegrate Empty Hand. What was? He wasn't the one. Once more he appeared. This time Aiden's face took over his whole vision. He was 50 meters tall now, holding onto Empty Hand by the torso. The latter could not budge, only tremble in fear while shaking his head. No. No. How did you do this? It's impossible. I was in, arg. The giant fingers around him begun to squeeze. You finally caught on, the Order State said, an out-of-character smile on its face. I am supposed to be his logic, but the prospect of endlessly killing you brings a smile to my face. Order then opened his mouth, showing nothing but a chaotic swirl of power inside. Order particles clashing against each other to give rise to chaos and vice versa. Empty Hand strained in futile it. Master! Master, help me! Call for him as much as you want, I have severed your connection with his domain. You're in my world now. Empty Hand found this death to be even worse than before. He was shredded to nothing but the violent opposing forces when he was swallowed by the giant. Then when he came back, his eyes exploded in his skull. Following that, his organs one by one met the same fate. The culmination was an explosion of energy the equivalent of a star. He still came back. A meteor shower burned him up to nothing. Each death was worse than the other, and this went on for over 1 billion times. Time had effectively lost meaning. Order had cut the connection between the great darkness and his chaos side, effectively trapping Empty Hand in a cycle of death and rebirth endlessly. A nigh omnipotent being was imprisoned in the same mind he tried to raid. The tables were turned so drastically it was crazy. This was not a fight. Neither was it a beatdown. This was simply torture of the highest degree. And it went on and on and on and on. Order found himself loving the pained and tortured expression Empty Hand continuously displayed, and after so long, the next instant Empty Hand died, he respawned as a shallow copy of his former being. Gone was the regal dark form standing at more than 8 feet tall. Gone was the casual power he wielded almost contemptuously. The creature before Order was sickly and weak. It couldn't move its body or do much of anything. It wheezed in exertion at simply existing. What did you do? It managed to ask, on the verge of death. Order floated down slowly, touching on the ground before gliding across it, only to stop before the servant of the Dark One. You seem surprised. Aiden's voice sounded out, layered with an undercurrent of power. My power. Without your connection to the great darkness, you are nothing. The Order state was feeling particularly chatty today. He bent down. Where is the powerful leader of the gentry? Where is the right hand of the natural opposite to everything? Where is the being that waved away Darkseid's attack with the crack of the universe as if it was nothing? Where is all your arrogance? Order held out a hand to the side, and the despair in empty hand increased 1,000-fold. The essence of his abilities, pure darkness, roiled around in Order's hand. Yes. Whatever your mind is trying so hard to refuse is true. No. Give it back. Empty hand weakly reached out towards Order's palm. Nope. Order shook his head. You wanted this, remember? Then he got up. Be comforted with the knowledge that I shall send your master into the nothingness after you. Order smiled. Now die. Order did something impossible. Equity was a chaos-attuned weapon. It held the whole mass of Aiden's chaos state. But Order had learned something from Aiden's memory. At high levels, due to the weighty realm of a concept or aspect of reality, a balance was needed to keep everything in check. That balance was maintained by a counterforce to naturally oppose an abstract or concept. Water to quench fire. The great darkness to counter the presence. There were exceptions to this rule, but almost all things followed it in some form or other. That meant equity could theoretically have its own opposite. The only thing left to do was call it out. Order energy, mystical and elemental in nature, begun to twist and clash in Order's hand. Then, with an ease that was highly deceptive of the difficulty in the task, a long white calligraphy brush appeared in his palm. Fitting. A brush to write in structure to the world, order, and to disapprove that which we do not want. Order laughed, twirling the heaven-defying artifact in the air. Equity appeared in his other hand. Empty hand felt a pressure unlike any from both artifacts. The power they held was enough to make someone a menace for an entire universe. Order held both opposing artifacts in the air. One meant to bring about massive change but used to mostly cause havoc, and the other to give form, beauty, and purpose to raw energy. Order and chaos. I wonder what would happen if I brought them both together? Fused in perfect harmony. Who could stand in my way? Lucifer? The presence? The great darkness? We both know that is not our purpose. You are meant to be his reasoning, yet, in here where the walls separating us are thinner than paper, we are corrupting each other. My passion is eliciting true emotions in you. Emotions that you cannot learn to control in such a short time. So pause and think before you do something you might come to regret later. The chaos state informed Order, voice projected mentally. Order smirked. Whatever do you mean? I am he and he is me. You are us. So anything we think of doing is something that he has already considered. He slowly brought both hands together. The sky darkened and became bright at the same time. The clash of both energies expressing themselves in a space of being through a separation in the sky. One side was dark and ominous, the other was blindingly bright. Order had ignored chaos words. His reasoning was that maybe emotions were good for him. They made him feel. He didn't feel before. Tremors soon after begun to rock the world. The white and purple energy webs holding the whole realm together, struggling to heal and preserve Aiden's self. Stop this madness. Chaos spoke up. This time his earlier bored tone was nowhere to be heard. In its place was a stern command. One that promised consequences if it were not followed. Or what? I have complete control here. What do you hope to achieve by ordering me to cease my actions? Actions that will serve him for the best. We both know of Aiden's track record. Maybe someone else needs to start making the decision around here. The distance between both artifacts grew smaller and smaller. Space splintered apart as the shockwaves produced by Order's actions hit empty-handed and with one last despairing attack completely destroyed him, essence and all. The servant of the great darkness perished. Imagine having enough power to never be afraid again. To never lose a fight. To never lose anything. We could be truly eternal. Order begun to chuckle, getting animated while Chaos stayed silent. Imagine having any woman we want. I know his thoughts, they're mine as well. His heart yearns for her. But his body seeks out fulfillment that she alone cannot grant. To what end? Power is all well and good, but that is such a shallow goal. He wouldn't be happy. I wouldn't be happy, and now that you're influenced by my emotions, you know that sometimes no amount of power or prosperity can fill a hole that needs love and care. Chaos countered. Order did not relent. His face scrunched up in disgust. Love and care? Who needs that pile of shit? His face changed again. This time into a crafty expression. His tone took on a softer note. And besides, who says we cannot have it all? Power then love. I know he will thank me for it. He needs me. Just like he needed you when you decided to expel all chaos energy from the realm, causing rifts across the mortal plane. Or the time you decided killing a galactic warlord was better than keeping the world safe. Following that choice, the planet was destroyed, and now we're saddled with over 1 billion lives to think about. Chaos took a dig at him. Order paused. I prioritized our realm. What the fuck do you think would have happened had I not done what I did? I created the realm in the first place. Me! It wasn't you or Aiden. It was all me. He went silent, letting out a sigh. The weapons inched closer, both energies fighting each other while Order used his authority to bring about a stable fusion. In any case, we are all on the same team. I am doing this for us. Why can't you see that, you parasite? He softly asked, straining with exertion as he tried to bond the two artifacts. Stop! If you do this, you will destroy us all. You know nothing. So shut the fuck up or do something to try and stop me. The world began to actually crack apart. The overload of energy became too much to contain, and Aiden's space of being was paying the price. Chaos attempts to stop the Order state all ended up in failure. Veins appeared on Aiden's face as he yelled. The ground below cracked apart like an eggshell, the grains of sand making up the floor began spilling through. More cracks spread like spider webs above the sky. Come on! Why won't you just work? With a sudden click, both artifacts touched each other. The whole realm exploded. Elsewhere, Gia shook. Security fail-safes activated, with Gia trying her best to stabilize the world on the brink of splitting apart. Everyone felt it. Something horrid had happened. Chapter 263, Marshalling Forces. General POV, Lady Gia, what is happening? Yaddle, outfitted in full armor regalia, inquired the second Gia made herself known to all of them. A realm-wide alert was playing in the sky, warning everyone to stay indoors and avoid going outside. The whole world was in a frenzy. All the continents experienced earthquakes and other unnatural disasters caused by two extremes meeting and clashing upon each other continuously. Gia had put all her effort into ensuring that the human continent was mostly protected from the worst of the disasters. On the other continents, barring the Skoniat Island chain, Aiden's home island, and the Lion Turtle Island that was at the center of everything, tornadoes, tsunamis and earthquakes wreaked havoc across the lands. Stopping them required energy. Energy that was not as readily available as before. Somehow getting more energy from this source was becoming an issue as the realm begun to vibrate at different frequencies inconsistently, causing the link the core had to the source to sever. She was working on reinstating it, but that seemed to be taking more time than they actually had. She was working on a faster backup plan. which is why the sun was dimming. The sky lost its blue color. A darkness that seemed almost oppressive even from this far out begun to swiftly overtake everything. Many animals died. Gia used their life force as soon as it came through to add to the strength of the continental-wide shielding to protect from the space debris and meteors caused by the explosion of the training planet Aiden had been on. Gia spared some of her considerable computation power to investigate while trying to contact Aiden. The reason for the darkness immediately shocked her. Apart from her own actions with the sun, draining its energy to construct a shield around the planet and stop the calamities happening, something else was going on. She dropped her primary objective and warped space to appear before the cottage, sending an alert before she arrived. She was glad to see everyone waiting for her in various states of readiness. Yal, being the god of war, was naturally the commander. They all bowed their heads at her once they sensed her presence. Then they gasped at the way she looked. Gia was the realm, so any form she took reflected it. And right now she did not look okay. Her whole blue figure was filled with cracks that pulsed with different elemental energies. Lady Gia, what? Listen up. Things have taken a turn for the worse. I am engaging Protocol Doomsday. What? Vatu blinked in surprise. Surprise that was shared by every single spirit around. Right. Yal nodded before turning towards Corey and the kids. My lady. You and the kids need to leave with Lady Gia right now. Something is happening, and before we figure out what that is, the safest place for you right now is at the core of the realm. No. Gia told him, just as another tremor rocked the whole island. The core has been compromised. They need to get out of the realm in case we can't stop what is happening. She said urgently. Wait! Corey interrupted, hugging Kai and Breeze close to herself. Where's Aiden? Sai and the others perked up at that. They didn't know what was happening, but that question was the only one that mattered. I want Dad. Breeze whispered in a scared tone to Kai. The other girl patted her head in what comfort she could provide. Everything will be okay. Kai said. Yeah. Everything will be okay. Vor and I will protect you. We have been training, right Vor? Sai asked his brother as they hovered protectively over Corey and the girls. Right. Vor nodded with a confidence he wasn't really feeling. Meanwhile, a mental conversation had been going on during this time. What do you mean he is missing Gia? How can he be missing? That's impossible. Corey replied in anger after what Gia had told them. The sea was now almost too rowdy, and the only thing that stopped the massive tsunami about to hit the shore and submerge the island was the shield Gia had constructed around it. Please, Lady Corey, if Gia finds out anything about the Master's whereabouts, the first person she is going to inform will be you. Right now we need to evacuate you and the children. Corey relented upon Yatl's reasonable words. Nodding in confirmation and agreeing to drop the subject was one of the hardest things she had ever done. You will go with Rava. She will protect you all. Gia finished. A sleek spaceship looking very similar to a Martian bioship, only bigger, appeared on the beach next to them. It's similar to a Martian bioship but can travel at faster than light speeds due to the core, which is constructed from strontium. I input a galactic map to show you where you need to go. Most of the highlighted planets are places where Aiden is worshipped as a god. It will be up to you to choose which one you want. Now hurry. Yatla ushered them inside the ship while staring at the sky with narrowed eyes. My sister. Rava asked Yatla only for the panther god to kiss her on her forehead in assurance. I will do everything I can to make sure that she is safe. A yellow portal that seemed unstable appeared under the bioship the second Corey and the kids entered it. Corey looked back before the door closed. Good luck. She told them, her hands over her baby bump. Then the ship was swallowed by portal. The minute they disappeared, portals appeared all around the beach, and coming out of them were Earth's heroes led by Superman. The entire Justice League and Justice Society, barring those who were outside the realm, lined up behind the premier members of the League, Batman and Superman. The only one missing from the triumvirate was Wonder Woman. That was somewhat addressed when from another portal, Amazon warriors dressed in armor and carrying weapons came through another portal. The garnered attention as Hippolyta and her people bowed their heads before Yatl. It will be an honor to fight alongside you, Lord. Yatl nodded in thanks. We gathered everyone here as soon as we could. What is going on? Superman asked. Yatl looked at Gia and she took that as cue. She launched off into a short but shocking explanation. The entire realm is shifting between different layers of the void. At the clueless look she was getting, she tried to dumb it down. Something ripped a hole in time and space, changing our vibration frequency, and now we are connected to another universe. She pointed to the rapidly darkening sky. I am using the energy from the sun to construct a shield around the planet, but we have a big problem. The inhabitants of the universe we are connected to seem to favor the dark, and they can sense us. They are coming our way. Are the civilians safe? Batman asked, already connected to the Ethernet using his wrist device. Gia waved a hand, prompting a projected live feed to appear which showed the wide blue shimmering shield covering the entire world. Yes, they are, but we do not have much time. We need to make sure we hold back whatever is coming for us up until I can fix the positioning issue and hopefully get us back to our own layer. Where is Aiden? Red Arrow asked, causing murmurs to break out. He is the top dog after all. If anything, he should be. The Master is facing a much bigger threat than we are. Otherwise, he would be at the forefront, ready to face this new challenge with great defiance. Do not besmirch his name. Yatl spoke up before Gia could, his eyes shifting to their feline form. Red Arrow wilted under his gaze, looking away with a snort. So what's the plan? Superman questioned. The tremors and disasters had calmed down somewhat. The sun had dimmed from the loss of most of its power. Gia had gone on total lockdown mode. The sky was still bright, owing to the shield of energy around the whole planet. Gia brought out a map of the entire planet. 4 huge continents with vast pools of ocean water in between. Batman walked forward and surveyed the map. What do your initial scans suggest on the number of enemies we are about to face? The map panned out wide, showing the planet and then thousands of blinking red dots coming out of a pulsing blue zone a few thousand miles away from the atmosphere of the planet where a hole in space had been ripped open. Someone sucked in a deep breath. This is going to be fun, said Raph, twirling his sais in his hands. Your idea of fun is different from mine, Donnie told his brother. The former shrugged. All these years together and you still haven't built a taste for it. I'm disappointed, Donnie. Raph joked. Shoo, Raph, let's focus on how we're going to stay alive for the next hour or so. Leo shushed the both of them. How long till they arrive? The Flash wondered. 24 minutes, nothing more, nothing less. Gia quickly answered, her attention on priming the battle drones, which were only a little bit weaker than the ones guarding the Skonia tower. After studying the maps some more, Yatl came up with a suggestion. I propose Lady Gia open up the shield at this particular location. He pointed a finger at the farthest continent from the human-populated one. That will allow them to focus on making it past us instead of bombarding other locations to try and breach the shield. Batman added, seeing the logic in it. Not to mention the opening will be small, they will not be able to bring through their full force. We can then focus on stemming the flow while Lady Gia works on getting us out of here. They finished hashing out the rest of the plan, going through details such as placement and how to split the forces. Before Gia could warp all of them to the location they had agreed upon, a few gray portals appeared on the beach. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Kid Flash muttered when from within the portal, Michael walked out. Following close behind him was a group of villains like Black Adam, Killer Frost, Deadshot, Shredder, and his 5 mystics. Sorry for being late. Michael told Gia, a few people needed to be convinced that they actually have helping spirits. Chapter 264, Far From Home. General POV, a couple billion years ago, a powerful comet smashed onto a small planet just a few of 100 million years old. The planet orbited a relatively mature star. its yellow light providing enough sustenance to have the potential for evolution of life from single-celled organisms to multicellular organisms. Yet that was not as easy as it seemed. The planet lacked something. An essence to push that potential into state. An essence that was present in its closest neighbor. There were no dinosaurs or other prehistoric animals as one might expect when hearing about the age of the planet. It wasn't even the only planet orbiting the star system. It was the fourth. On that point, just like Earth. This fourth planet that would come to be known as Mars supported the potential of sentient life. Single-celled organisms was just the start. However, its potential for evolution, as stated before, fell short. It was not as strong as its neighbor. It seemed that life would end at single-celled organisms. Through some natural constraints, it would not jump the first hurdle. The first great filter. This planet was even more nondescript and not really noteworthy when compared to the scale of the large universe. It was just basic. But then, through the starlit canvas of the cosmos, a great comet that had initially started out as something bigger than the very solar system was streaking through space towards our unimportant planet. The meteor that smashed onto that small planet changed everything. The impact was an explosion of such high magnitude that every single trace of life on the surface of the planet was destroyed by the heat and pressure. The planet lost a third of its body, which were stones and rocks that would hover around it, revolving for years before forming into Mars' first moon. And those changes would shift a very important thing while strangely enough, as if fighting to keep its pre-written fate, nothing much else. The core of the meteor managed to dig deep into the crust of the planet, making it all the way to the core as a pulsing huge boulder the size of a bus, only to eventually settle near the dense and hot core of the barren rock orbiting around the sun. Healing. A couple million years would go by and caused by an esoteric energy wave not native to this universe, life would begin anew. Single-celled organisms would sprout and thrive, this time not on the surface of the planet but deep in it, on a self-sustained environment around the core. Roiling and twisting elemental energy gave rise to liquid water, oxygen, and everything else that could support life. A few 100 million years later and the first of the multicellular organisms would appear. Aquatic animals inside the water pools on near the core. The heat and gravitational force from it was nullified by a very weird phenomenon. Mystical energy. Magic. It seemed that the conditions for life had only been a side effect of this. The conditions were very similar to those found on Earth. A few more 100 million years would see the eventual evolution from aquatic animals to land-walking beasts. A true split had occurred. Another billion years would pass, and whether it was by fluke or planned by some higher power, the environment would enter the dinosaur age. And the first phase lasted over 300 million years, the second a little over 500 million years. During that time, the third planet, Earth, had similarly evolved and realized its potential for sentient and then sapient life. The surface of Mars, on the other hand, was barren and dry. Seen from space or even on the planet itself, the soil was red and lifeless. Windstorms buffeted the landscape constantly. It was uninhabitable. But someone knew that to not be true. A powerful being noticed the energy signature coming off the planet. Modern-day scientists would term this energy as dark matter, not really having a good explanation for what this detected energy was. The Sorcerer Supreme of the time, Agamotto, part of the triumvirate known as the Vishanti, would use his prodigious mystical abilities to construct a dense energy shield around the core of the planet. Having sensed the alien quality of what was contained in the core, he knew the dangers and opportunity it presented. He would regularly come to check on the binding spell. Regularly update and maintain it, fixing matters such as energy containment, which was the prevalent issue. And Agamotto would meditate upon the mysteries contained in the energy. He would learn not to harness it but to guide it using his own spirit. Agamotto would spread these teachings to the sorcerers under him, instructing them upon the two main branches of this energy that they could connect to just as easily as dimensional powers. Yet this energy was much more powerful and seemed to possess no limits aside from the user's own ability to handle the strain on their souls. The mystic power branches were thus split into dimensional energies, personal energies, universal energies, and the Avatarian practices. The two main branches developed from this new branch of magic called avatarism were elemental magic and anti-natural mystic energy. The first was self-explanatory. They could connect to any of the main branches of the elements: wind, fire, water, and earth. Earth, however, seemed to be weaker. There were many theories about this, but the main one was the one proposed by Agamotto. He thought that maybe earth magic was weaker because of the elder goddess Gaia limiting control over the element. This led to those who agreed with this theory to also propose that the reason why Gaia would do that was perhaps because avatarism came from a god. Just like how gods granted special humans powers, maybe they were blessed by a god to wield this gift. Maybe avatarism came from the avatar. That unpopular belief would see the very first split between the sorcerers. Staunch practitioners of avatarism abandoned dimensional and universal energies to focus on avatarian practices. They walked with the world and became known as druids. The field of elemental magic was further developed when druids and sorcerers discovered they could use sub-skills related to the four elements. Fire had lightning, combustion, plasma, heat, and many others. Wind was cloud magic, which was extensively used to control the weather and cause rain to fall on arid areas, and its other subsets like sound. Water too had its own sub-skills, though the users struggled to access its sub-skills apart from mist, ice, and healing. Earth element only saw marginal success. However, after a few hundred years, the druids and sorcerers who remained persistent and stubborn were able to cultivate sub-skills such as magma magic, gravity manipulation for unassisted flight, crystal magic, which was highly sought after, and even plant magic. On to the second category, the anti-natural mystic practices were magical disciplines that worked directly to oppose or significantly alter a natural phenomenon. There were two categories in this practice: chaos and order mystical energy. A power that had no limit. 10 sorcerers could use order to cast a planet-wide spell and change anything from laws of nature that governed the continued existence of life to the life the planet itself contained. They could make themselves gods. Likewise, 10 sorcerers of sufficient strength could destroy an entire planet, submerge it in darkness by using chaos mystical energy freely. This was the true golden age of sorcerers. Even powerful eldritch abominations seeking dominion over the earth were not too challenging for them. They fought with skill and power, the practices of the avatarism, the name coined by Agamotto, enabling them to stand on par with a young Odin fresh off his conquest of the 9 realms. But such power often breeds greediness, and just before Agamotto's ascension, one of his students decided to take over forcefully. He wanted to fuse order and chaos magicka and become the most powerful sorcerer to ever walk the earth. Not even Agamotto could combine the two. They were opposing sides, two extremes that clashed heavily. There was no way to safely get them working together. Agamotto had tried it over his thousands of years of existence, but each time he ended up with failure. His student was just as determined as Agamotto had been and far less nice about it. Death raged across the whole world as his student, the very first sorcerer termed as a dark mage, tried everything from the dregs of divinity from evil realm lords such as Dormammu and Thawne, to contracts with demons. He learned the teachings of the Tao from the eastern side of the globe and supplemented these teachings with the shamanism from Africa and North America. He became a very experienced druid, able to use all 4 elements easily. He waged a campaign of death all in a bid to surpass his master and become the one true mage. But Agamotto was far stronger, far more experienced, and after giving him countless chances to redeem, far more merciless. The conflict culminated in a legendary battle that caused the oceans to boil, land to crack, and the whole planet to tremble. Agamotto finally won. And after that he realized the dangers of the anti-natural mystic energy and added another spell to the core of Mars. The spell restricted any magical practitioner from ever accessing both magicka. He made sure to pass down the role of monitoring the spell work and ensuring it did not break to his successor. Agamotto ascended and a new Sorcerer Supreme took charge. Years passed, the Sorcerer Supreme title had been passed down over 3 times by now. A group of powerful beings created by an even more powerful group of beings known as the Celestials arrived on Earth. This new group was humanoid and possessed powers that were different from conventional power systems like dimensional energies, personal energies like chi and avatarism. They were known as the Eternals. They were directly empowered by their creators with something called cosmic energy and were charged with one specific objective: the destruction of alien creatures preying on the young human race, called deviants. They carried out this mission almost religiously, taking over humankind's development and increasing it by decades while hunting down large concentrations of deviants and ending them. Some of the astute ones noticed the absolutely staggering energy pulsing from Mars, the fourth planet on the solar system, and they all decided to inform their master, a celestial known as Hem. He ordered them to maintain a strict observation on the planet but not do anything else. The sorcerers, druids, and this new group of beings called the Eternals understood each other and continued on with their separate but similar missions. The Eternals learned a lot about humanity. How fickle and selfless they could be. There was as much potential for good in them as bad. They settled among them, learning their ways. They became hailed as gods. And that caused them to lose sight as they grew to love humans. Then tragedy struck and nothing was ever the same. A huge war sprang up that claimed the lives of countless humans. They had used the gifts of science gifted to them to wage war. The Eternals split up and retreated to different parts of the world. More years passed. Empires like Rome and Ottoman rose up and fell. Nations sprang up as democracy became a thing and the globe became more connected. The industrial era arrived and brought with it new ways of doing things. Men braved the seas and long voyages to distant lands. World War I begun and passed. World War II begun and brought with it more death and more advance in science. Humanity's creation, an atomic bomb, claimed the lives of a lot of people, destroying cities and leaving behind biological defects in the survivors and their descendants. The year 2000 arrived. Deep within the core of Mars, something stilled. Something ancient and incomprehensible. The Vishanti felt it in their dimension. The All-Father Odin immediately went on a long Odin sleep in preparation. Hem gave the Eternals new orders and the time for their reunion grew closer. The mad Titan Thanos started having nightmares and dreams that made no sense. The Ancient One opened her eyes from where she was meditating. On a barren red-soiled planet that housed the very thing she had been using to keep herself alive. She gazed down and felt her heart skip a beat. He was waking up. Chapter 265, The Dark Army. General POV, Necron, Naren, Ares, Doomsday, Upside Down Man, Eclipso, Darkseid, and finally, Empty Hand. All powerful aspects of the Great Darkness. 4 of whom had grudges against Aden Strong. 3 of whom had died. And been brought back by the Great Darkness' infinite and terrifying power. The 3 of them stood behind the plague of creation, an army made from the Great Darkness. An army that consisted of foul beings with no ounce of remorse. From demons to eldritch abominations, some with powerful dark magics while others with bodies that induced nightmares and insanity upon all who bear witness to them. Yet the Dark Army was only the first wave of enemies that Gia had to face. For Aiden's realm had been unlucky enough to have a rift in space that connected to Earth 7, the Gentry's base of operations. And the first wave was nothing before the power of those who stood behind them: Intellectron, Demogorgon, Lord Broken, Hell Machine, Dame Merciless, and although broken and destroyed by order, the right hand of the Great Darkness sat on a throne in the war-torn world of Earth 7. An Empty Hand was full of hate towards the one who made him fail his master. In a different timeline, the Superjudge, last monitor of the multiverse, would have arrived, answering a distress call, and proceeded to give his life for the last surviving member from that Earth. This time things were different. Empty Hand completely decimated the group of heroes from that universe in anger at his loss in Aiden's hands. Aiden had fast turned from the biggest investment of the Great Darkness to its biggest hindrance towards remaking the multiverse in its own image. With the last of its influence on chaos energy, the Great Darkness managed to take advantage of the explosion caused by Aiden's 2 states fighting to connect the realm with his seat of power in the physical world. Empty Hand gave the order, and the Dark Army answered. With Aiden's pantheon, the full force of those standing ready to defend what was their home, temporary or not, was not as big as you would expect. Aiden's pantheon and family were first in the lineup. They had changed location to the ideal battlefield according to the plans they had drawn up. And it was now time to defend. Before the spirits and gods was the mother of the realm, Gia. She was glowing blue while pulsing out her energy to attract the horde towards their position. Yaddle turned to address the masses of gathered heroes. We only need to hold on for an hour or so. After that, we will have won. Stay on your toes and do not allow yourself to be cornered. Then he turned back around, changing forms into his humanoid panther war god form. The air became charged with a certain kind of energy, and a few seconds later, a blue shield materialized in the sky, rippling into visibility as the first wave of attacks landed. Superman floated in midair using his supervision to see past the shield. His eyes widened. My God! He frowned, looking at his companions below. They're here. And they are many. Most of the heroes and villains gulped. Steady, Lady Gia, Yaddle said, holding up his arm. The shield started flashing dangerously. I feel like taking my chances with the Hololands. Deadshot joked to Killer Frost. Too late for regrets now. Super Ion replied to him, body clad in a red cloak of energy. Wait! Yaddle added. The shield was now reacting to the bombardment by ripping holes in other places around the globe to provide more energy to the point in the shield that the Dark Army wanted to pierce through. Ah, any time now! The Flash yelled. He, like the others, saw that it was just a matter of time before the shield was completely overwhelmed. Wait! Yaddle refused. A bead of sweat fell down Kid Flash's forehead. Just a little more. Artemis' fingers turned knuckle white around her crossbow. Just as it seemed that the tension could not get any higher, Yaddle finally gave the command. Now! Open it up! The shield rippled like water as it opened up, revealing darkness and terrifying forms. The hearts of everyone skipped a mighty beat. These things were scary. Imagine the trench DNA spliced up with xenomorph DNA. Their energy signatures were just as bad as their monstrous forms. They came with varying sizes and seemed to surf on a tide of darkness. With the rift opened up, it seemed as if they were going to spill right through. A flash of lightning left everyone's eyes momentarily blinded as Vatu made his move. A divine aura that had elements of dream energy blazed out of him. He had suddenly powered up to his true god form for just a single instant, wary to leave the mortals fighting on their side insane or blinded by witnessing the true body of a god. Begone! Black lightning, in the shape of one massive storm, streaked through the sky, with a thunderous roar. The alien creatures from the Dark Army thought they had succeeded in making it inside, only to be completely shocked, literally, by the unexpected Planet Buster attack. 50% of the aliens near the opening in the shield turned to ash and were instantly destroyed. The shockwaves produced drowned the next 25%. Holy! April O'Neil begun. Crap? Shit? Cow, none of that can describe what we just witnessed. Leo added. That was severely cool. Mikey agreed. Don't get too happy so soon, look. Super Ion warned them. Despite the attack having enough power to destroy the Earth 100 times over, it didn't even dent a portion of the true numbers in the Dark Army. Oh my God! Zatara said. A second later, he grabbed the helmet of fate held in between his arm and chest, ready to wear it. Are you sure? Batman asked from the side, two battle drones flanking his side. He had linked them to his wrist computer and could remotely control them. Yes. Zatara answered with conviction. He was doing this to ensure Zatanna and the rest had had a fighting chance. He wore the helmet. A blast of Order mystical energy washed out into the surroundings, the Lord of Order Nabu taking the helm. Will it be enough? Batman asked himself, eyes cast towards the sky. Past the shield opening, an endless army of dark beings swarmed towards the mouth of the rift, and behind them were a few very notable individuals, stripped of their wills. Darkseid, Naren, Ares, and Doomsday. The day of reckoning had arrived. Elsewhere, Overload. Overload! Host condition critical due to unstable energy signatures, volatile pattern, warning. Mind erasure imminent. Warning! Physical vessel deterioration imminent. Warning! Soul eradication imminent. Deploying countermeasures, lesser miracles exhausted, condition stabby. Warning! Personality disassociation observed, preserving true self, failed, preserving memories, failed, preserving essence. Domain incompatibility observed, overload, explosion imminent. Emergency energy reserves exhausted, requesting for faith energy, initiating, zero worshippers found, running diagnostics, spatial. Positioning, unrecognizable, warning. Soul deterioration occurring at an unprecedented rate. Complete function loss. True death in T-6 seconds, 5, 4, incoming transmission, new stable energy source detected, commencing repairs, time until repairs are complete 2,860,689,041 years, commencing hibernation protocols, transmission saved, the year was 567 AD. The Sorcerer Supreme of that time had a dream. A dream that prompted him to get up and visit the Time Stone. The dream was of a vision that on the surface made no sense. Yet underneath the obscurity, foretold a terrifying omen for the future. A flock of doves fighting against a blood-red and blue hawk with regal weight and a wingspan that stretched out for millions of miles, covering the whole sky. Its slashes instantly tore the world apart, destroying the flock of doves and revealing a powerful creature in the shape of a fearsome serpent at the center of the destroyed earth. The serpent and the hawk fought in a short battle. The serpent could do nothing as it was torn apart into dregs of flesh by the hawk's powerful claws. The hawk then turned to the Sorcerer Supreme's observing eyes, and once he looked deep inside those blazing orbs of majestic power, Merlin's legs shook as his knees lost strength. He saw a righteous fury. An anger that would consume the world. Would, not could. He felt more than just insignificant, he felt empty. Thief! The word instantly jolted him out of sleep. He walked into the library of Kathmandu and perused any details he could find on what he had just dreamed of. His powerful spells that could pierce through time and space even without the Time Stone or the Space Stone revealed nothing. And no amount of reading showed him what he needed to see. He finally settled for the last option, looking into the future through the Time Stone. That's when things begun to make more sense in the most nonsensical way possible. Every timeline that had the chance of occurring was laid bare for his eyes to see. And every one of them showed him the same thing. The year 2000 would start the countdown to the end of the world. Merlin was shocked, appalled, and heartbroken. That was 1,500 years into the future, long after he would have died and his body rotted. Yet, he could not let that be humanity's fate. What about everything he had worked for to ensure the protection of his species? Was it all for nothing? Merlin made a decision. He pushed himself past the recommended limit, delving deeper into the Time Stone and what it revealed, seeking an answer. Any answer to what was going to be the fall of humanity. An acolyte found him in his quarters, eyes bleeding, his gaze empty of hope and life. The singularity had drained him of both. On a parchment of paper, he'd written, "Do not fight it. Once he awakens, fire shall burn down the vast forests, water shall freeze and boil, windstorms shall ravage the land bringing with it despair, the earth will crack and swallow everything. Heed my plea, do not fight the man in purple and white." The Ancient One finished her explanation. She took a sip of her tea and stared at the two Asers sitting before her, listening with rapt attention and, in the case of Thor, a small skepticism. "That is why I need your father to honor the promise he made to Agamotto. The time has come for the Avatar to awaken, and in case things do not go favorably, Asgard's help will be invaluable. And you said coming to Earth was going to be boring," Loki told his brother. Chapter 266, The Strength Aiden's Family. General POV, Varric ran around the lab like a headless chicken, checking over the functions of each of the machines. "Will you just settle down?" Luther asked, a little miffed. The former billionaire was dressed in a white shirt whose sleeves were folded slightly and fiddling with a loose screw on the huge energy harnessing machine holding within it a piece of spirit vine. Shoo! I'm trying to think. Varric turned to Julie. Do the thing, he yelled, lowering his goggles and typing out another simulation run. Julie turned on the switch to begin the process as Varric monitored the rising energy levels. Yes. Yes. It's workin'. His words trailed off as the gauge made it all the way to 70% before quickly and swiftly falling down to 0. No. He banged his head on the screen of the monitor. What happened now? He looked around, activating diagnostic runs. I told you there was an 80% chance of failure, Luther told him, stepping away from the machine holding the now dried-up spirit vine. I don't understand, Varric said, throwing his hands in the sky. The machine works. Energy conductivity and storage are at a 100% efficiency level. Only the spirit vine itself is not rising up to task. Untapped clean renewable energy, and we can't even use it, he raged, throwing away the spanner in his hands. Luther looked on at the man's antics. We can figure something out. No need to act childishly. Actually, I have a theory. Julie spoke up, grabbing the attention of both genius men. To his credit, Varric was too mentally tired to tease her. She tapped a few keys on the pad and sent it to the holographic feed projector. The integrity of the energy source decreases once the energy harnessed reaches 60%. In other words, sir, this particular spirit vine is not strong enough to hold in and produce the kind of energy we need. Varric finished in a eureka moment. Then perhaps I can help out. Gia's voice came through the comm systems just as she appeared from a portal. Behind her was a green-colored girl with cherry-red lips, a curvy body and a majestic presence that seemed to wash out into the surroundings. Luther, Varric, and Julie felt almost overwhelmed as the girl looked around, a carpet of vegetation beginning to cover their surroundings. How about we make the spirit vine stronger then? If they are durable enough to handle the load, then we might just make it out of here without resulting to some desperate measures, Gia proposed. Varric and Luther looked at each other, agreeing to work together. Elsewhere, Superman blitzed past a troop of harpy-like creatures, his heat beams shooting out of his eyes, landing on some of them, lightening the load, attacking Black Canary. Canary took that opportunity to flip away from the rest, landing on a platform created by Green Lantern before releasing a wide sonic scream that threw away the harpies and devastated the surrounding areas. John Stewart completed the construct he was making, which turned out to be a fly swatter, swinging it after Canary had jumped away. It landed on a wolf pack whose coats emitted a corrosive darkness that dripped onto the ground. The swatter threw them away, producing a pressure blast that Fire took advantage of to increase the intensity of her flames. A tornado made up of fire started wreaking havoc on the enemy's side, carrying away monsters and burning them into ash. She then pushed her hands to the ground, turning the tornado into a carpet of flames that covered the ground, flowing to devour blackened twigs and trees growing from the dead corpses of the Dark Army. Black smoke rose up from the ground. Using the cover of the smoke, Batman pressed a key on his wristwatch and the drone on his side started shooting plasma bolts at the Dark Army. A shield made of blackened earth rose up to block the plasma bolts. However, Ice and Killer Frost stepped forward, both having the same idea, and pushed both of their arms out. The ground below them was covered by frost before huge chunks of ice speared past the Earth Dome. Darken ran forward, using her darkness to travel through the shadows in place. She flashed in between a group of orc-like creatures and tightened her hands into fists. Tentacles made of darkness speared out of the shadows, killing and maiming over 20 of the orcs. She swept her hands to the side, and from the dead orcs, shadowy forms rose up, wearing the same armor and resembling the dead orcs. Well done, Darken. Michael spoke to her mind. Then he showed her something that lit a fire under her. The mental image of her father in chains atop a peak overlooking a world of lava. See me after this. I have a present for you, Michael added, causing a smile to appear on Darken's face. Finally. the shadow orcs begun attacking their compatriots. And each shadow that fell rose anew under Darken's power. Insolent! A massive form fell on the shadow orcs, crushing them under its feet. The new figure was revealed to be a bony giant wearing samurai armor, with a massive katana and green burning eyes. An undead one. Nabu commented, "He's mine." He went through a dozen hand seals, and the space between the undead monster and Paige increased dramatically as space folded. Lord of Order! Die! The skeleton managed to see Dr. Fate's form flying towards it from a long distance away. It raised the katana in its hands only for a flash of light to appear in midair. The skeleton found both of its arms cut off at the elbow. Yaddle's raised hand grabbed the axe that had flown back after the attack. Dr. Fate managed to take advantage of the opening and create an ankh that was shaped into a huge sword. He threw it and watched as it penetrated the undead's chest before blowing it up. The Flash managed to run and jump towards the massive falling katana that was taller than him. His hand flashed with scarlet lightning as he pushed the pommel of the katana towards a gathering army of small imp-like creatures. Lightning covered the katana in a coat of erratic energy. It cut through the air and dug into the ground before the small creatures. The energy overloaded and an explosion of the built-up lightning washed out into the surroundings, frying the creatures and leaving behind a blackened sword. Enough! A shout escaped from the open rift in space. The fighting ceased as four individuals made themselves known. They fell towards the ground and landed in one massive stomp. The whole open plains of where they were fighting rumbled upon their arrival. The Dark Army made way for them to pass through, moving back to separate from their opponents. Body pulsing with the mysteries from the great darkness, Darkseid floated forward, arms held behind him. Flanking his sides were Ares, Naren, and Doomsday. "Lady Gia, how soon until we get out of here?" Yaddle inquired, twirling his godly weapon. "I'm working on it. Keep them occupied for 20 minutes or so," she answered. Yaddle looked at the new arrivals and smiled. "We can do that." He looked to his side at Vatu. The god was floating in the air, just waiting for Yaddle's order. He had also noticed the new arrivals, his head turned as he stared back at Yaddle. An unspoken conversation occurred in between them. A new plan begun taking effect. Spiritual energy and divine energy started roiling off Vatu in waves of purple light. The whole battlefield turned to stare at the light show. Yaddle then turned to his right and saw Michael, removing his black tuxedo coat. Michael nodded at his brother, folding the sleeves of his shirt all the way to the elbows, revealing intricate tattoos that had every sin and immoral act written in black color. He also loosened his tie. If Vatu was like a walking, talking, shining beacon of light, Michael's darkness seemed to suck everything inside it. Allies and enemies alike knew, even without saying anything, that something was about to happen. "Doomsday!" Superman said, eyes shining with a red light and face scrunched up in anger and fear. Doomsday roared and exploded forward, breaking the ground underneath his foot from the force of the lunge. "Wait, Kryptonian," Michael told Superman before he could fly forward. "We will handle this." Michael's steps were slow and steady. A pair of black gloves appeared around his hands, formed from his tattoos, announcing sins, immorality, and suffering. Doomsday was like an unstoppable force as barreled forward. The contrast was almost laughable. Doomsday's massive spiked form, eyes full of madness and hate for everything against an unassuming 6'1" young man whose presence scared everyone around. Doomsday's first strike was a heavy fist that caused the air to scream as it was torn apart. Everyone thought Michael was done for. Everyone except for the ones who knew him. Yaddle smiled knowing that the fight was basically over. Doomsday's fist landed on Michael's open palm. Nothing happened. All that power had been sucked away into nothing by one of the countless sins Michael had control of, gluttony. Doomsday blinked its eyes in shock. Then it pulled back its other hand to throw another attack. Michael's other hand landed on its chest. A curse of murder, the act of taking a life in cold blood, jumped off his right glove and entered Doomsday, destroying his heart and shredding his brain. All his functions ceased as organs failed. Over a dozen more curses attacked its body, dismembering its limbs and other body parts. Everyone was shocked as the rotten body of Doomsday fell to the ground. Michael looked to his front, using his hand to sweep away his long, normally groomed hair out of his eyes. That, ladies and gentlemen. He smiled a wide, vicious grin. Well, that was just the opening act. He stepped over the corpse of his foe, walking towards the increasing numbers of the Dark Army pouring in from the rift. Blasphemy of the highest order, Michael stated, stretching his hands out. Thinking that you could dare face off against the forces of the Avatar, Master of Chaos and Order, Godkiller, Demon Bane, Aiden fucking Strong. Yacht looked at Vaatu from the corner of his eyes. Are you ready, brother? He asked. The plan was going off without a hitch. Just a few more seconds. Vaatu answered. If this plan worked, then fighting them would become much easier. Michael stopped a short distance away from the Dark Army. The split between the two forces was a long stretch of land, separating both groups from each other. On Gia's side there were no more than 1,000 fighters, a mix of the world's heroes and the Amazonian warriors. On the other side, there were more than 10,000 in the force that had made it through the shield. So here's my question, what kind of torture do you want for your eternal damnation? Chapter 267, Darkness. General POV, she came from a world of both green and metal. Of fresh air and smog. Of destruction and rebirth. A world where she fought for a worthy cause and received condemnation. Known as Poison Ivy, the public looked at her and saw a villain. A terrorist. And the truth was, they weren't wrong. She was exactly that. Someone selfish. Someone who only cared about her children. Her plants. Yet therein lay the conflict. She had still been human. A part of her at least. Before the Green reached out and offered to get rid of the crushing loneliness Pamela Isley had grown up with. Now she was something else. Her evolution had gone perfectly. She was no longer human. At least not under a microscope. Gia had prompted a change. A change that was not only physical but mental and emotional as well. She was no longer Pamela Isley or Poison Ivy. She was the mistress of the Green. She was Gia's child. One born out of a need for the last dregs of the Parliament of the Green to continue a legacy. And she would not fail her new family. This, the mistress of the Green, the spirit of plants, swore on her new name, Ivia. It's stable, Luther stated, looking at the readings displayed on the terminal. The energy harnessing machine was working perfectly to siphon out the spirit power before rerouting it to a powerful power battery with an ordium core. The spirit vine is holding up. No degradation of its biomaterial. Julie spoke up as well. Of course, Ivia said with an undercurrent of arrogance. She smiled lovingly at the spirit vine in the machine. My child is more than capable of such a trivial task. Incredible, Varric said over her shoulder, startling Ivia so much that she screamed, created a vine from her palm and slapping him away with it. Sir! Julie shouted in concern as Varric smacked onto the walls of the chamber before sliding down comically. He raised a thumbs up. I'm okay. Varric wheezed, getting up and shaking his head. Why would you startle me like that? Ivia asked. A sunflower seed fell down from her red hair and immediately sprouted into the form of a hulking monster made up of green skin and a mane of sunflower petals across its face. It wore the rough bark of a tree across its body as an armor of some kind and was 7 feet tall with a square face and red eyes. Mistress, I sensed your distress. Who do you want me to fuck up? The being that had been earlier known as Swamp Thing asked. Luther blinked his eyes. What? No one. I am fine now. Ivia breathed in and released a slow breath to calm herself down. Okay. Holler if you need me to fuck someone up. Then the creature exploded into a bunch of rose petals across the room, bringing with it an aromatic scent. Lex looked around and realized he was surrounded by crazy people. Zhuali was fussing over Varric, even going as far as trying to stick a thermometer on his. Luther looked away from their antics. His eyes landed on the new arrival. Ivia, Gia had introduced her. Poison Ivy, he knew her by. Luther was fascinated by her new change and more than that, her enhanced abilities. Complete and total control over plants, her chlorokinesis is even more enhanced than when she was plain old Poison Ivy. Luther observed. His words prompted her to look at him. You have something to say, Luther? She asked with narrowed eyes. Luther smiled. Is that any way to greet an old friend, Ivy? He drawled, charm oozing out of him. It's Ivia. And I do not remember you and I ever being friends, Luther. She answered irritated. Zhuali and Varric looked at each other. Is this really the time to do this? Zhuali asked. Luther bit down on the urge to call them out on their bullshit. They were even more easily distracted than he was. Then again, he had long decided to suffer the company of folks with limitations of the mental kind. Everyone was stupid, that was just the way of the world. The smile on his face slipped off as his stern business persona came to the forefront. Fair enough, he said. But we're now on the same team. Let's not forget that. Ivia said nothing in response, merely turned to the spirit vine. Luther, what are the readings? Varric asked just as a tremor rocked the building. There was still a fight going on. And Gia was relying on them to come up with a way to ensure that this worked. He needed this to work. It's... Luther went silent, his eyes widening slightly in shock. It's working. The statement made the rest stare at each other in surprise. We actually did it, Zhuali said, launching herself to hug Varric. Of course it was going to work. I never doubted it. Varric answered, returning the hug. Then he cleared his throat and stepped back, trying to look nonchalant at the contact between him and Zhuali. Okay, Zhuali. Do the thing, he ordered. While a little disappointed, Zhuali was quick. Right away, sir. Gaia, she shouted. Elsewhere, the Dark Army all stood before Michael. Behind the Warden of the Hololands was a mega-huge phantom of a Dementor with hundreds of limbs and eyes. Fear has no place inside a god. Ares spoke up, pointing his warhammer at Yatl. You have something of mine. Give it back, dog. The insult grated on Yatl's nerves, but he knew it was only just a matter of time. The Dark Army's forces were steadily increasing. They were now numbering in the 15,000s and Gia's forces were getting restless. You and I have no true enmity. Your master is a creation of the Great One himself. Give up and live. Fight and die. Darkseid's voice boomed out. Sheesh, get a breath mint, will ya? Michael said, waving his palm across his face. Batman surveyed the scene, feeling that something was off. Michael traded insults with Darkseid but did not attack. Michael's own power and the easy way he dispatched Doomsday, someone even Superman could not beat, acted as deterrent, and the Dark Army did not attack. But still, Batman got the sense that that wasn't the whole picture. There was no way all 15,000 plus dark creatures could be intimidated by one person. The other inconsistency was Vatu. The dude was openly glowing while holding a purple energy sphere in between his hands, charging it. The attack seemed simple and small, but even Batman and the rest could feel just how deadly the power contained inside was. Yet, it didn't seem to cause the same reaction of caution in the Dark Army. No feelings of danger were elicited. It was as if their instincts did not warn them. A look at Michael and Batman understood why. Unseen by most, Michael's shadow had sprouted over thousands of limbs and stretched out towards the Dark Army through the ground, touching each of their shadows. He was manipulating their emotions, Batman theorized, making them wary to attack. But not wary of the attack Vatu was openly charging. None of them even noticed that they were falling into a trap. Batman gulped, reevaluating Michael's threat level. He could control emotions perfectly. What else could he do? Back to the plan itself. It did not make sense that the reason for stalling the enemy was simply so that Vatu's attack could land. There had to be something else. Yatla might have looked like all brawn, but Batman had seen beyond that facade. Inside was a very shrewd mind. It was eye-opening. All of Aiden's loyal subjects were just as terrifying as him. Bruce decided to find out if his conjectures were right, so looked at Martian Manhunter, and the green alien understood what he wanted. "You are stalling." "Why?" Batman asked through the mental link Manhunter had created with Yatla. "Just wait for it." Yatla answered. "Any minute now, brother. I do not think I can handle this any longer." Vatu warned Yatla. Batman narrowed his eyes. Yatla had let him hear that. "Everyone, be on the ready." He used Martian Manhunter to spread the warning to the rest of the forces. "Gia." Yatla muttered. Time was running out. The 20 minutes she had asked for were almost over. Darkseid narrowed his eyes. They were planning something. Something. "Now!" Gia's shout came through. "Vatu! Now!" Vatu heard the order and quickly finished charging the power from the Chaos side, Divine side, and Spirit side inside him into the purple ball of destruction in between his hands. 1. Condensed with the power from 3 very potent energies. The ball shot off towards the Dark Army, and it seemed as if it was going to land on Darkseid when the attack suddenly ascended under Vatu's control. The opening in the shield above them instantly closed once the ball of destruction made it through. Gia could now pull in power from a new source, a spirit vine enhanced by the mistress of plants, and using it, they could retaliate properly. The shield closing had cut off the 15,000 forces away from the bulk of their army, which numbered in the trillions. The ball was so powerful, none of the ones it passed could even feel or sense it. Hundreds of thousands, then millions, eventually billions of creatures from the Dark Army succumbed to the shroud of roiling energy surrounding the ball as it hurtled through space. The power contained inside had reached a whole new level. It was akin to one of Aiden's serious attacks. And taking into account that Aiden could destroy a galaxy, that was saying something. The ball destroyed everything in its path as it barreled forward towards its target, controlled not to shift its trajectory by Gia herself. The target was the hole in space, leading to another universe. The minute the ball of energy reached the torn space, connecting Gia and Universe 7, the whole realm shook and trembled as Gia teleported the whole realm back to its own layer of the void, far removed from the DC multiverse. Far from the great darkness influence. Darkseid, Naren, Ares, and the rest of Empty Hand's forces understood that things had just taken a turn for the worst. They were not only cut off from reinforcements, they could not even sense the rest of their forces. In a desperate bid to destroy them before they were overwhelmed, they all attacked. Omega beams bigger than before, enhanced by the great darkness, came out of Darkseid's eyes. The former new god yelled out in exertion as the beams took on a dark red color. Tainted divine weapon constructs from Ares flashing with black lightning shot out of the god. A large beam of destructive demonic energy blazed out of Naren, the edges lined with hellfire. Now if Vatu had the most destructive abilities out of Aiden's divine spirits, then Yatla was the opposite. His defense capabilities were his strongest point. A shield made of ornate gold covered his front fully. Then it expanded into a dome of golden energy that covered all his allies and himself. All those attacks slammed onto the shield, heavily. The attacks failed to make it through. Instead of bouncing off and washing out into the already devastated surroundings, the shield started consuming them. Yatla felt his own divine reserves refill as the energy in the attacks was converted and consumed. Then he added those reserves to the strength of the shield, allowing it to become even harder to break through. More energy spilled out of the resurrected Darkseid, Naren, and Ares. The darkness adding more power to each of their individual attacks. Yatla frowned as he felt a corrosive effect take over the shield. Then a torrential amount of power immediately started coursing through him. He looked behind him and saw Dr. Fate gripping his shoulder. Behind him everyone within the shield were holding hands. Yatla realized they were transferring energy and stamina from each of the over 1,000 people around to Dr. Fate, and then Fate channeled it into Yatla. "Finish this," Fate told him. Yatl smiled. The shield he was controlling grew thicker as the corrosive effect became inert. It could not take hold faster than Yatl could get rid of it. Brother, anytime now. Yatl told Michael, using both hands to maintain the shield. And now for my final act. Bind! From small portals in the ground and in the case of flyers in the sky, long pale hands shrouded with a thin black clothing reached out and grabbed every single member of the Dark Army on their legs and other parts of their bodies, holding them in place. The strongest of the army, Darkseid, and the other two contemptuously shrugged off the hold, their energy managing to destroy or at least harm the hands. However, they had no idea Michael could endlessly produce and control countless Dementors. The HoloLand's creatures replaced each of their destroyed compatriots, and when thousands of Dementor hands managed to grab onto each of the three, there was nothing they could do within a short time frame. And that was all Yatl needed. With the attacks from the Dark Army ceasing due to the Dementors distracting and immobilizing them, Yatl made his move. The shield under his control, meant to protect, also had another function. Using the mysteries of his divinity, he could send back an absorbed attack. With 10 times the initial power. The shield groaned as it started pulsing with all the stored energy. The Dark Army grew restless as Yatl added the energy of all his allies on top of his immense divine energy and the energy from the absorbed attacks. The shield began thumping as more and more power was added to it and then compressed. An enormous beam, shining white with specks of different colored energies like the Green Lantern's will power, a Lord of Order's mystic energy, a Kryptonian solar energy, magic from Zatara and more, exploded out of the shield. All that power was carried forward by Yatl's spiritual divine energy, reaching a scary level that was above even what Vaatu could produce. Empty Hand, through the eyes of Darkseid, could not believe how things had gone from good to worse in only a few minutes. He had thought that only that man was dangerous. Now, observing through the eyes of what had been once a galactic warlord of immense power, he understood just how much he had underestimated Aiden's forces. First, Vaatu had sent an attack that destroyed Earth-7 where Empty Hand had been, recovering from his first ever loss. 99% of his being, separate from the Great Darkness, had been destroyed by Aiden. Even for a cosmic entity with incredible power like Empty Hand, that order thing, it scared him. He had been utterly and completely beaten. His true form destroyed. Even now, he had only been brought back but not fully healed. Order energy still wreaked havoc across his metaphysical being. A power that was so potent that even if you were resurrected, it still did not cease attacking you. So it was with a lot of glee that he attacked his realm in retaliation. But never had he thought that Aiden's subjects were formidable as well. He had lost. For the second time. One might have expected Empty Hand to rage and curse. Instead, he smiled. Well done, brother. You truly are Master's creation. Empty Hand was at last convinced that his defeat was warranted, and because Aden Strong was a special project of the Great Darkness, it did not sting him to accept the loss. There was one thing that was special amongst all the beings from the Dark Multiverse: the darkness never really left them. Whether Aden Strong knew it or not, inside him, the will of the Great Darkness lived on. Darkseid and the rest were drowned out by the light. Gia had won. Chapter 268, New World, Old Me Part 1. General POV, space was neatly sliced open in a perfect circle as an orange portal appeared in mid-air. From inside the portal, 3 figures emerged, led by a bald-headed woman dressed in yellow robes with a focused look on her face. She surveyed the scene, which was red, rocky and dusty with no apparent life around. Her hands flashed with yellow light, and the slight choking she was hearing from behind her ceased as one of her partners took in big mouthfuls of breaths. Loki stopped wheezing and stood upright, massaging his throat while glaring at the back of the woman in front of him and Thor. A Thor that was trying his hardest to mask his laughter. You, Cedar, do you have any idea who I am? The trickster god raged. Ah, come of it, brother. You did prank her followers back on Midgard, after all. Thor told him, slapping his shoulder slightly. Loki glared at him as well, shoving off the palm his brother placed on his shoulder. I could have suffocated, he said, pushing his hair off his face. "What's wrong?" the Ancient One asked with humor laced in her tone. "As the god of magic, a simple spell to breathe in space should be easy enough for you." Loki's face went beet red while Thor snickered. "By the Allfather, she got you there, brother." "Ha ha ha. Shut your mouth, Thor." Loki spat out, before turning his eyes to the Ancient One. "And you know this, sorcerer, I am a god. I have lived for thousands of years. I have a glorious purpose." Just then the whole planet was rocked by tremors. Thor and Loki both went silent, remembering that they were on Mars for a reason. "It's starting," Thor said, placing his palm flat on the ground. He got up and removed Mjolnir from its place on his hip. The god of thunder's eyes started glowing blue. With a green flourish of his divine energy, 2 daggers appeared in Loki's hands. "This feels like the start of every battle we have ever been in, Thor." The tension. Thor's face became hard. "The only thing missing is the excitement," Thor answered. Somehow he wasn't sure he would enjoy fighting whatever this was. However, a mission from his father before he went on his Odin sleep was something he could not simply ignore. The tremors intensified, a crack running from a raised hill 1,000 meters away towards them, and it wasn't the only one. The whole planet was being struck by at least a 10.0 magnitude earthquake. The ground before them was fracturing at a very fast pace. Loki and Thor looked around and surprise colored their faces. Dust storms of red sprang up, along with hills and huge boulders breaking apart into many pieces. A dense black smoke with seemingly no visible source began to also drift out of the cracks in the ground. The planet seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Maybe Father could have gone on his Odin sleep at a later date and not left us with this kind of task? "I do not think we're quite cut out for this, Thor," Loki was quick to say when the smoke began to spread out through the ground, corroding rocks and soil, infecting the red color and leaving behind an ashy landscape. "I am no coward," Thor ground out with confidence. "Whoever this is, enemy or friend, I shall meet him as a warrior." Loki eyed his brother with familiar frustration. "Sometimes I wonder if you're brave or simply lack common sense." The Ancient One finally made a move from where she had been standing. All traces of a joking mood evaporated. Her eyes opened and she released a small breath of air. It was time. Pulling power from invoking the Vishanti, magical circles inlaid with complex shapes and patterns covered her palms. "Hold on to something. Preferably, each other." Then she stomped one of her legs onto the ground, hard. A section of it, the one they were standing on, measuring about 50 feet across, rose up to the sky at her urging. Loki and Thor buckled unsteadily, the former dismissing one of his daggers to grab onto Thor's flowing red cape. The shaking stopped as the piece of ground under them ascended to about 500 meters off the ground and stopped. Then a lot of mystical energy washed out of the Ancient One as she spread her arms to the side, grunting in power. Right before their eyes, grids of yellow light covered the shaking planet, and then, as if it was a cake, each section under the grid was cut into its own individual piece. Like a cake at a birthday party or a fruit, perfectly sliced under a sharp knife, Mars was broken apart into tiny, almost comparable in shape and size, pieces. "Incredible," Loki muttered, looking at the Ancient One with new eyes. The power it would take to achieve something on this scale should not only be immense but also be of a high quality. Yet, she can control every single speck. He shook his head. The Ancient One's left hand tightened into a fist as she chanted. Then ever slowly, each piece separated from its neighbors, like a puzzle opening to reveal what it hid underneath. A puzzle that hid something ancient. Something terrifying. A black ball of infinite chaos energy swirling around the core of Mars. Right before their eyes all was revealed and nothing would ever be the same again. X-Mansion, Professor Charles Xavier looked at the helmet on the small raised platform. "Cerebral. You're stalling, Charles." His oldest friend and enemy, Magneto said. Charles sighed, looking at Eric from the corner of his vision as he stood on his left. Then he felt a gentle hand squeeze his shoulder. "Jean. We can all feel it, Professor. Whatever this thing is, it's waking up. She told him, face unfocused and eyes glowing with a scarlet light. It feels otherworldly. She is right, Charles. This could be another apocalypse situation. We cannot let that happen. Magneto informed him. We need to know where it's coming from and deal with it before it gets out of hand. Not everything can be solved with violence, Eric. Xavier chided him only to receive a mocking laugh in return. Your pacifism would see us dead, Charles. Besides, we both know that sometimes doing the ugly thing for the greater good does not make you evil. It means you're strong enough to taint your hands so that someone else will not. A noble sacrifice, that is what you have taught your X-Men, is it not? Xavier did not answer. That same argument was timeless. Eric and he had said everything there was to say a long time ago. He reached out, took the helmet of the stand and wore it on his head. Immediately, his already prodigious mental abilities were immediately enhanced to a completely different level. He could feel every single mind on the planet. Every child, man, woman, and animal. Nothing was hidden from his mind. It was easy. Then he pushed to see past that. His awareness spread out to cover the moon, then beyond that. He felt it. Charles sucked in a deep breath as his eyes opened wide. His eyeballs started glowing a white color. Professor! Jean tried to shake him out of it, but Charles could not stop seeing. His mind had been exposed to something no human or mortal really should have ever seen. It changed him. Oh, well, stronger than him. Stronger than Apocalypse. The only comparison he could make was say that it was just as strong as what he had locked away in Jean's mind. He tried to detach himself from its tight grip and failed. He felt himself getting submerged in it. Charles did the only thing he could. He connected with the whole collective of human consciousness, relying on the mental webbing of 7 billion people to shoulder the weight of this being. Magneto and Jean felt a mental load fall on their minds. Something heavy that caused a feeling of awe, appreciation, and terror. It spread out like a wave of light to cover the state of New York, the nation, and then the rest of the continents. Every human being on the planet felt it. For a mere 2 seconds, they all experienced what Xavier saw. Futile, Xavier said, cutting off the mental projection of the entity from the rest of humanity. Even that many minds couldn't handle it. His body slumped on his wheelchair. Jean massaged her forehead while getting up and scrambling towards Charles. Professor! Professor, wake up! Magneto removed his helmet, throwing it away and wiping his nose to see blood. The helmet, designed to keep out telepaths, had been rendered useless by whatever that was. Is he okay? Charles! He too walked forward in concern. I could feel him, asking for help. He tried to rely on the rest of us. The entrance to Cerebral opened and Cyclops, Storm, Colossus, Logan, and Hank ran in. What happened to Chuck? Wolverine deployed his claws, hostilely looking at Magneto. And what was that thing? Logan, wait! Storm told him as Jean looked back at them with a shocked look on her face. The professor, his mind. I can't feel it anymore. Elsewhere, Charles opened his eyes to a world of white. He blinked. Who are you? A tall man with long black hair asked him from behind. What? Xavier wondered, turning around to see nothing but the same whiteness that went on forever. Oh wait, there was something, or rather 2 things that stood apart from the white. One of them was... Xavier's mind changed the subject in lieu of something more interesting. He looked down at himself and gaped. He was standing up. Loki! Thor shouted out of nowhere. Even after walking around, he had seen nothing but white all over. Both Xavier and Loki turned to look at him. I swear, if this is one of your tricks, I will not forgive you, Thor warned, raising his hammer and pointing it at Loki. Xavier raised his hands. Gentlemen, surely we can handle this in a more amicable way. If we work together. Loki rolled his eyes and interrupted Xavier. Look around, you fool, he addressed Thor. Does this seem like something I could come up with? Really? A void of nothing but white? It lacks imagination. Thor frowned, considering his brother's words. I suppose you're right. If there is anything suspicious about this, it's the mortal who popped in from nowhere. Loki pointed his dagger at Xavier. Where did you come from? He asked with narrowed eyes. Even Thor started giving Xavier a suspicious look, walking slowly to flank the leader of the X-Men in between Loki and him. Xavier did not answer. Instead, he had a finger on his temple, trying to break out of what he knew was a trap for his mind and the other two. They could introduce one another after they were far away from danger. Answer me, mortal. Loki ground out dangerously. Don't bother. A new but familiar voice said from above them. Ancient One. Thor said, finally noticing her along with the other two. Xavier blinked at the dagger held very close to his neck. He stepped away from Loki and looked up. That voice. Xavier muttered. The Ancient One made no reaction yet. Hello, Charles. She said, not looking down. Eyes turned to the sky as if waiting. How do you know me and why does it feel like we've met before? Charles questioned, finding the whole thing more and more complicated. Her voice reminded her of the flashes and nightmares of an impending doom he would usually get at night from using Cerebral too much. His powers would seemingly be influenced by his dreams and go a little haywire. The good thing was that he hadn't hurt anyone yet. Cerebral. Xavier finally said. I always feel a sort of void and your voice in the middle of that void whenever I use Cerebral to scan the world. He murmured with a tone colored in realization. It's you. I can't feel you. I have never felt you. The Ancient One smiled a little. That is because I am a sorcerer, Professor. And I have a few tricks up my sleeve for dealing with those who try to poke their noses in my business. Xavier opened his mouth and closed it after the Ancient One's words. He truly had no response to that. Is this your doing? Xavier asked, already knowing the answer to that question. Loki and Thor both listened as well, waiting to hear the Ancient One's response. No. It's mine. A new voice, this one managing to sound young, old and tired all at the same time, replied. In the white featureless sky, a pair of eyes emerged. One a deep red and the other a deep green. The irises were surrounded by a ring of white and black. Loki and Thor both stumbled back. Yeah, maybe Father should have handled this instead. Thor agreed with Loki's earlier statement. Elsewhere, on the other side of existence, from a higher dimension, the Watcher knew fear due to 4 simple words. I can see you. Chapter 269, New World, Old Me Part 2. General POV, the 3 elemental disciplines and the mysteries of Earth, how and why fire, also known as the first of the 3, is the easiest to wield and direct. The fastest to get out of the caster's control as well. This element, while not particularly loved by druids, is widespread amongst the Red Lotus. More information on them can be accessed in the History of Magic. Air is peaceful and beloved just as it is dreadful in the wrong hands. All druid practices base air as the foundation of their teachings. It is as potent as one wills it to be. Water is the third in this triumvirate of elements. Water can be flexible and hard. Its sub-skills are the most versatile. Water has a very close relationship with air and fire, forming storms and steam as a result of what many call web fusion. The web is a theorized connection in between each element. Though numerous studies have been done, no one knows for certain if it exists. However, all magical practitioners who connect with the Avatar dedicate their lives to reaching this theorized layer of magical control. It is believed that if one were to gain control of the web, then they would automatically become the god of true magic. Reality would be theirs to do with as they wish. Earth can be summed up in one word: difficult. It is stubborn, sharing similarities with how we see it expressed: the ground, tough heavy boulders, mountains and deserts. It defies change, content to maintain its size and shape, moving only when pushed by a higher force. Wind, water and fire can be directed by gaining connection with their mysteries. Earth is absolutely not the same. Thousands of years and the only subskills unlocked are gravity and crystal manipulation. And even these two subskills are only wielded with prodigious talent by members of the Red Lotus. Rumors say they have even unlocked another subskill. One that brings with it major destruction, lava control. How? There is a process of magical progress, where a second-generation mystical practitioner finds it much easier to understand the mysteries of each of the elements with a lower difficulty than the older generation. Over the years, understanding becomes easier to grasp, leading to many elemental subskills being discovered and subsequently unlocked. This entire phenomenon is known as Avatarian sublimation. Power is given to Magi in exchange for creative application of each element. Through that, subskills such as plant control, light manipulation, ember manipulation, cloud manipulation, blood manipulation, elemental aura, elemental zone, elemental enchantment, golem creation, and many more have been made possible. Avatarian sublimation added credence to the unpopular belief that the Avatar is not only a dimension of power like other realms. An example being the dark dimension where the Dreadlord Dormammu has dominion. The Avatar is instead an actual god of magic. One with great influence in the physical world. The greatest mystery of all, right next to what is under the Red Lotus base, see, most catastrophic natural phenomenon of the past few centuries for reference, is who or rather what is the Avatar. Rumblings from an unknown 16th century druid. Aiden's POV, I came to covered in warm light that reminded me of one of my mom's loving hugs. What? My throat was dry. No sooner had that thought crossed my mind than I immediately felt Oklahoma. As if the slight discomfort was immediately done away with the minute I recognized it. Weird. I flexed my will, still not completely sure of what was happening. The warm light fractured right before my eyes, and then the cocoon I was in seemingly washed out into my surroundings in a gooey magical energy. The way I imagined sound would look like as a solid, viscous, and thick. The energy melted into the ground. I touched down on a warm carpet of green grass. Whoa! This place was beautiful. And weird. The sky kept on shifting color from a red hue to pink, then silver, then yellow, and even more colors without a designated pattern. The air was full of small, undetectable energy pockets, showing that anything living here would not need sustenance, as the place itself provided the energy needed to live. There was a waterfall, falling from a great height to my left, feeding into a small lake about 5 football fields in size. Then the lake itself had glowing floating lotuses with a few wisps of light fleeting about. Are those fairies? I erased my presence and flew towards the lake, undetected. The water was so clear I could see deep into its depths. Almost gasping at the beautiful aquatic plants and fish that reminded me of the water dimension's many variety of marine life. And yeah, they were fairies. Tiny humanoid forms that shared similarities with Tinker Bell, dressed in colorful flower clothes made from petals and small leaves. They had kingdoms, or rather, villages above the huge floating lotuses, all a variety of color. Some were blue, others were red, a few more yellow, and the last ones were green. Huh. That's interesting. It's almost like they are following a theme. What grabbed my attention and made me watch them for hours on end was how they seemed so alive. Like little actual people, arguing, laughing, and pranking each other. They were so beautiful. I held out my hand to the lake. Protection from all that seek to do you harm. I blessed them, using a lesser miracle. It worked, but I frowned. The faith energy inside felt different somehow. A multicolored shower of light fell upon the lake like snow. This way, no one could hurt them. I left the lake and continued exploring more of the place. And it only left me amazed the more I saw of it. There were a few animals as well. And they looked no different from the ones on Gia except for one major difference. Color. A family of deer had green stripes across their brown hides. A fox with a burning yellow tail chasing after a purple rabbit that seemed to pop in and out of place with blue streaks of lightning covering its body. A flock of birds flapped their wings and rode on white air that covered their bodies above the sky. Then there was this humongous snake made entirely of a rocky carapace that had its body coiled around a huge tree housing literal bees with wings of darkness. And many more strange creatures. This place was what you would expect the end of a rainbow to look like. In fact, I floated up towards the beautiful skies, which were nothing but swirls of elemental energy particles. I knew what I needed to do. Like a command from the realm itself. I looked at the wide spread of magic happening under me. I name you, Rainbow Land. There was a shudder and I felt a sort of wrongness. I frowned. Did I always suck at naming stuff? Alright, here we go again. How about, Land of Magic, Langic? The shudder was stronger this time. A tough customer, this one seemed to be. Arcadia? I got the sense it was too cliché. Mystical Groove? Too simple. Myriad Palace? Too ostentatious. I tried every single name I could come up with while flying around some more, just enjoying the place. By the time I had flown around the small magical land that seemed to be the size of North America, I understood why none of what I was proposing worked. None of those words expressed what this actually was. This was not like Earth or Gaia. The only thing similar to it was the core of Gaia, but even that lacked a very specific thing. I did not know what it was, but the connection I felt with this place was second to none. It resonated with me. As if I was it and it was me. A connection formed over millions, no, billions of years. My soul imprint was on every shred of energy and matter I could perceive. That's it. I name you, Energia. My soul piece. There wasn't a shudder or anything too eye-catching. Just a sense of rightness. A sense of correctness. The only thing missing was... Wait. I blinked, getting out of the trance I had fallen into right after waking up. It was like this incessant need to claim this land as mine by naming it was needed. Even though I already had a realm, it almost felt like this one was simply just better. Like it was actually mine. Not something order created. Yet, was that thought process right? I mean, I loved Gaia and could control it with a thought, so, what was this? I shook my head. Why was it also so hard to focus? It almost felt like I hadn't thought in so long that my attention span was like a child's. Okay, focus, what's happening? I floated back to the ground slowly, my mind running at lightning speeds, trying to connect my thoughts and figure out why I was here when the last thing I remember was empty hand. My divine sense rippled out of me without a single instant wasted, presenting me with a change of scenery past Energia. If empty hand had survived order, then I had to change that. My gaze speared further, past the twisting and roiling layer of chaos and darkness encasing Energia in a protective membrane. And for good reason. My God. My divine sense told me of the impossible. For starters, Energia was not in my main dimension as I had theorized. Neither was it even in my main DC universe. I remember the Earth being destroyed, yet here it was. Time travel? No. That can't be it. Because how and why would they be here then? A few very strange figures that only pointed to a terrifying conclusion. One that I needed to disapprove of immediately or risk insanity at just how far from home I was. Especially because I couldn't feel Gaia. I stomped down on that very grim thought and focused on proving myself wrong. My divine sense swept out further, leaving behind the Earth. Past the solar system, past the nearest star system, billions of uninhabitable planets with a few among them that had life in all different ways. Like the blob people who looked like slimes living on a moon orbiting a cold planet on a star system 50,000 light-years away. Then past the Quadrant, the Kree, the Nova Empire, and even more alien civilizations. Some were spread out over dozens of star systems, faster than light travel spaceships making that possible. I even managed to identify a few very important figures, Darkseid, oh sorry Thanos and his retinue. I joke, but the ominous feeling inside me only grew bigger and bigger. Carol Danvers was fighting a Kree Empire battalion in one of their many colonies and actually winning. Past the closest galaxies to our own there were even more crazy alien species, and that only became true the more my divine sense spread. After covering the entire observable universe, and with every single thing I detected only telling me what I did not want to hear, I pulled back my gaze. My legs lost their strength as I sat on a rock with my head held in between my hands. This is impossible. How? The last thing I remember is giving the reins over to order. Something went terribly wrong. I knew I could access the memories after a short meditation session and figure out what had happened and why I couldn't sense Gia. Before I could do exactly that, the few figures I had sensed outside of Energia made their move. I frowned. I had to deal with them first before I could get some privacy to access Order's memories and get some answers. I felt Mars, which was simply the outer covering of Energia, get pulled away by a power that made me raise my eyebrows. The energy was different from what I had ever felt while also containing an essence that was eerily familiar. That energy peeled away Mars like a fruit, exposing the core. Exposing Energia. I raised my eyebrows. Well, isn't that interesting? Time to have a conversation with the Sorcerer Supreme. Chapter 270, New World, Old Me Part 3. Aiden's POV, pulling the Ancient One, Loki and Thor into a mind space was as easy as breathing. Displayed by my divine sense range, my mental abilities had gone past what could be termed as normal. My telekinesis was sufficient enough to juggle planets as if they were nothing, and my clairvoyance was so enhanced, even I had trouble dealing with the flashes of high-speed images about the future and its possibilities. I have always liked surprises, so I made sure not to use that skill to spoil the future for me. Only if I ever felt the need. And my psychokinesis, which was just another fancy term for energy control download app, was changing. Back to the matter at hand. I was irritated by my current situation. The fact that Thor and Loki were here meant it wasn't by chance. Seems like the higher tier powers knew of me. Or something like that. I parsed through their memories easily. Understanding I was violating their privacy, but also knowing that mental context was better than listening to them explain why they were here. Holy crap. More than 1,000,000 years had passed from what the ancient texts say. Yao, or rather the Ancient One, was not only charged with making sure the Time Stone was safe, but also with making sure the universe was protected from me. The Avatar. A being even Agamotto himself could not deal with. Something from before the Age of Gods. Traced to the time of the Celestials. Somehow I was also the antithesis to Null, the god of darkness. Never even met the dude, but goddamn if these sorcerers couldn't spin a tale. I wonder, is that going to cause trouble? Maybe a celestial force sent to kill me to stop the rise of another Null? Or Null himself finding a way to come at me for some stupid power-hungry reason? Man, I think I traded DC's Grimdark for stupid Marvel soap opera drama. Let's focus on that for a second. I had ended up in the Marvel universe and stayed in this rock for an uncountable number of years. Something had seriously gone wrong. And I knew I could get the answers I wanted simply by just clicking on the system. I looked at the corner of my vision and the piled up notifications there. Of course I had noticed them. But I was afraid. I barked out a laugh, scaring the wits of a few chameleon squirrels on a tree branch above me. The squirrels blended into the branch to hide away. I paid them no mind, simply staring down at my pale soft hands. The calluses were gone. My body seemed to have been made anew. Weird. Still, just because I had used up over 1,000,000 years, that does not mean it was too late. Time is relative. Maybe when, and it's when not if, I got back, only a few short years will have passed. Maybe a lone tear fell out of my right eye and onto the ground. I wiped away the trail. I am a god. An emperor. And I also miss my family. I can't believe there's a chance I might have missed my son's birth. I can't believe there's a chance I didn't see Sai, Kai, Breeze, Bor, Aqua all grow up. Oh God. Aqua. She is all alone in the water dimension. Separated from our family. All alone just like me. My body grew light. Power started brimming inside me as my emotions got out of control. Then just before I could blow up again, I clammed hard on my self-control. A sigh broke out of me. When did I start getting so emotional? Was it a consequence of my situation maybe? If so, I needed to get it under control. Opening my eyes fortunately revealed that apart from a small scorched patch under my feet, no other damage from my outburst was present. I knelt down and touched the scorched soil. Where my teardrop had fallen, something was growing. This is so cliché. I chuckled to myself, caressing the small sapling. Using clairvoyance, I knew all there was to know about its future. The Tree of Healing. An image of a huge tree with a massive canopy hanging over hundreds of meters in the sky and spanning out to thousands of meters away appeared in my vision. All would be healed under it, no matter the wound, whether mental or physical or spiritual. Touching the sapling gave me clarity. It didn't really matter how much time had passed now, did it? I was the avatar, and what we excelled at was control. Time was a fundamental aspect of nature. Probably the greatest because it presents change and chaos presents change. So what if I had been looking at this all wrong? What if space wasn't actually more connected with air as I had thought, but instead was another expression of order? Like a small part of it? The layer, the canvas of reality? And time could be chaos. Not really a flow or a straight line, but a jumbled mess of past, present and future all mixed and combined into a thick solution that was chaotic inside a container that was space order? Could this be a different concept to what was known? Something that worked for me, maybe. But, no, that would mean that I would have to reconsider a lot of things that had hitherto never failed. But fuck all that. Arg! My mind kept on drifting to thoughts that weren't even important. I needed to deal with my guests before figuring everything else out. Yes, I was avoiding seeing how bad it was. Sue me. Taking one step forward, I emerged in a white world overlooking them. I watched from the sky, undetected. And by my name, it actually was them. I don't know what I was expecting, but my eyes did not lie. The clothes and energy signatures confirmed that I wasn't dealing with cosplayers or something like that. These were real and breathing Asgardian princes and a powerful sorcerer who could make time her bitch. I cocked my head to the side. And it doesn't seem like they are the only ones here either. I felt a telepathic scan pass over the planet. The mind behind it was powerful. Very. At least for a mortal. I reached out to it and pulled the owner of the scan into the mind space, a certain mutant activist leader. Xavier stumbled into the mind space looking confused and wary. So, I thought, this wasn't just the MCU but a Marvel universe with mutants alongside the roster of live-action heroes I had watched an eternity ago. Speaking of heroes, I wonder if the Marvel ones will disappoint me as much as the DC superheroes did. Then again, even in terms of likability, Marvel heroes take the cake. DC is full of people who see things in black and white. Absolute right and absolute wrong. Marvel is much more complex. The heroes deal with a lot of villains, and sometimes they understand that the only way to end a threat is to eliminate it. They were realistic while still being heroes. The second I pulled Xavier into the mind space, I felt another set of eyes, these ones cleverly hidden away above space and time. They bore right through the layers of space to watch me. I can see you, I told the watcher Watu, and immediately his gaze receded. Good. I don't want anyone to poke their noses in my business. Now, to tell the other three the same thing in a way that will convince them I wanted to be left alone. Is this your doing? Xavier asked the Ancient One. Seeing a chance to announce myself, I finally spoke. No, it's mine. The effect was immediate. Fear, weariness, and surprise, with a judicious amount of curiosity in the case of the Ancient One, fell upon them. They looked towards the sky and came face to face with my eyes, peering down at them like the god I was. So you finally decided to show yourself. The Ancient One addressed me with a small upturn at the corner of her lips. She is bold, I observed. Reminds me a little of Corey. What in the 9 realms are you? Loki questioned. The same curiosity was shared by the other two. Thor had his hand wrapped around Mjolnir and looked like he was 2 seconds away from attacking. The serious expression on his face was shared by Xavier. On the latter's part, though, his eyes contained a certain light, interest, and a certain hunger. Was he thinking of ways to further his agenda for peaceful coexistence between mutants and humans? Keep dreaming, Charles. Just don't involve me. Who said I was hiding? I asked the only member of the group brave enough to not show her fear. I believe introductions are in order. I am. She begun only for me to interrupt her. The Sorcerer Supreme, Yao. Born in Tibet millennia ago. The eyes in the sky narrowed. The Ancient One lost the smile on her face as I continued to speak. A trace of nervousness appeared in the midst of the wariness she held for me. Despite that, her confidence, blazing like a wildfire, kept going strong. She had a backup plan in case things went south. A bit too spry for a human who has lived for hundreds of years, I told her. Then again, the whole mind space shook as my humanoid form rippled into being right in between them. I held Mjolnir in my hand by the handle, having grabbed it from Thor's hands faster than he could react. The enchantments cast on it tried to fight me but ultimately failed. I threw it to the sky, feeling out its weight. There was a substantial amount of power hidden inside the URU weapon. I know how you have kept yourself alive. I gotta say, never had someone steal power from me before. It almost feels like death is a light punishment for such a thing. I finished telling the Ancient One. I turned to a speechless Thor and threw Mjolnir back at him. Great weapon, but it's a clutch. If I were you, I would use it to supplement my divinity, not store it inside, because I never tried to learn how to control it. Oh, the hypocrisy in me. Chaos was still inside equity. Did he just? Loki stammered, eyes shifting between me and the hammer in Thor's hands. How dare why? The Ancient One did a few seals and immediately, I felt Thor and Loki get expelled from the mind space. I raised an eyebrow as she flew down. Smart move. She had no idea what I would have done had Thor attacked, so sending them away was the right move. I mean, I would have only smacked him around a little. Maybe broken a few bones, but that's it. Really? I promise. I shrugged, turning my back to her and facing the bald-headed man before me. A man who did not flinch under my chromatic eyes. Just barely. What is your deal? I wondered, walking around him a little. You have a strong mind, but did no one ever tell you that snooping is bad? I whispered next to his ears. A shiver went down his spine as he took a step back. I can hear your thoughts, Charles. You are afraid, and with good cause. I released a little of my aura. I am nothing like you have faced before. Apocalypse is nothing in front of a cell on the skin of my pinky finger. Boo! This time he flinched. I chuckled a little, turning to the Ancient One. Well? What the fuck do you want? The Ancient One took a deep breath. Peaceful coexistence, she said. Pass. I immediately refused, gliding closer to her. I am quite aware that you are not the only one stealing power from me to keep yourself alive. I could feel it. The almost unnoticeable drain in my reserves that did not even account for 0.00000000000000. Ah, fuck, too many zeros to count, percentage of my total energy capacity. I had grown more powerful, to the point even I myself had no idea what I was capable of. But I knew I would have fun finding out. What I did know was that it wasn't enough. There was a feeling of loss inside. And through that power, sorcerers and druids across the world have kept the earth safe for years. So please, see the good, not the bad. Weird. That was the same thing I told the Justice League. She was right, but if I was to make it back, something told me I would need every ounce of my power I could get. And I'm supposed to care why? I asked her. I don't have the context of what's going on, but I can assure you, the world is a dark and dangerous place. Why don't you judge for yourself if they deserve your power or not? Charles finally found the courage to address me. A reasonable request. The Ancient One grabbed onto the lifeline offered. I thought about it for a few seconds before bursting out in laughter. Ha 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 ha, oh god. This is priceless. You guys are funny as fuck. I mean, you have sucked on me like leeches for thousands of years and still it's not enough? I asked them. Were they actually serious? Looking at the Ancient One's face set in a grim visage, I decided to give her a test. If she succeeded then, maybe I would listen to her request. If not, I was going to take back everything that was rightfully mine. I held out my hand. How bad do you want things to stay the same? I questioned before continuing. Give it. The Ancient One knew what I was asking for. She didn't answer for a few seconds, but I could see her jaw working like crazy. Then ever so slowly, she reached into her robe and came out with the thing giving her the confidence to actually face me. The Book of Vishanti. I could feel an aura of mystical might that overshadowed even the helmet of Nabu coming off the book. She placed it in my hands, all the while never looking away from my eyes. The minute she let go, her mind was overcome by this incredible worry, but within that worry was hope. Hope that I was not an enemy. Hope that I wouldn't hurt anyone. And with the Book of Vishanti in my hands, the only thing that she thought could pose a danger to me, I made my decision. Here's the thing. I am taking back all the power stolen from me. She sucked in a breath, despair almost clouding her eyes. But in return, I'll create a force. A pool of dimensional power that your sorcerers and druids can draw in power from to do magic. What? You can actually do that? Xavier questioned in shock. I am the most powerful thing you have ever laid your eyes on, Charles. And yes, that includes the Phoenix Force locked away in Jean's mind. She would probably give me a good workout if we were to clash though. Xavier went silent at that. I turned to the Ancient One, who was similarly stumped by my wild claim. Think of it as a gift of goodwill for showing me that the heroes in this universe are reasonable and can actually trust. Plus, I want you out of here so that I can actually focus on what truly matters, finding out what happened and making my way back home. I thought to myself. Chapter 271, Collision Part 1. General POV, my lady, it's getting cold out here. Would you please consider coming inside? The High Priestess of the God of Light asked. She was a beautiful thing. Dressed in a long flowing golden robe, with pink hair and white glowing eyes. Her most prominent feature, however, were the huge beautiful white wings behind her. Corey enjoyed her company and thought she radiated a warmth that reminded her of Aiden. I can still feel his presence, the Tamaranian princess said, smiling sadly. Her fingers inched up towards the necklace on her neck. A promise that no matter where he was, he would always find his way back. His divine touch is ever present among the believers. Serene assured her with a smile. They both looked up at the starry night sky. We have faith even when all hope seems bleak. Even when despair is all we can see. The light from Adnal will never stop lighting up the sky. And so we can sleep content with the knowledge that everything will be okay. Corey chuckled. Wise words. He would love you. Then she caught herself. He does love you. Serene smiled brightly. Thank you, Star Mother. She bowed only for Corey to grab her by the shoulders. Please don't bow. I thought we agreed for you not to call me that. She chided lightly. Serene merely smiled. Mom! They have a honey pool. Can we go swimming in it? Breeze's voice came from inside the palace. A scandalized look came over Corey and she flew inside at fast speeds while shouting, Kids, that is not a swimming pool. Do not dare enter the starlight waters of healing. She left Serene alone, standing on a balcony overlooking the holy city of Adnal. We pray for you, Lord. We pray. She held her palms together and softly said. Elsewhere, the Ancient One and Xavier were still caught by surprise by my words enough that they didn't react when I made my next move. Now leave. I told them, dismissing the mind space and expelling them back to Earth through spatial manipulation. It was instantaneous. 1 minute the Ancient One's mind was working lightning fast trying to comprehend and theorize if what Aiden claimed was actually feasible. Creating a force? It wasn't entirely impossible. Odin had his Odin force, which was a well of divine and mystical power only accessible to him. And in some way, avatarism could be considered a force. It was different from other dimensions of power, that's for sure. It had its own rules of application and a system that had not only been developed for countless years, but one that also had some inherent uniqueness. Like how elemental magic could be summed up in 4 main branches. Between one blink of an eye, the Ancient One found herself seated in her room with Thor and Loki sleeping before her, knocked out. One of them was using the other as a pillow, and Mjolnir was painted a very bright pink color. The Ancient One found herself chuckling. The avatar was not what she expected at all. She got up and paused in her step. Now that she was back, it made sense that the avatar had also let Xavier leave. She stared at nothing for a few seconds before leaving for her personal library. There was a lot she needed to know. Especially if the avatar actually made his claims a reality. The fact that the minute she stepped inside she felt the familiar energy pulse of the Book of Ashanti brought a smile to her face. Yeah, not at all what she was expecting. X-Mansion, Charles's body jerked as his mind was thrown back into his body. Oh my God! Professor, you're okay. Jean said with a worried look on her face. Xavier blinked his eyes, feeling a little disoriented after what had happened. He was back. Charles recognized his room and the scent of his couch. He slumped down in relief. Don't crowd him. Let him have some space. Hank McCoy, popularly known as Beast, informed the gathered X-Men, Cyclops, Jean, Wolverine, and Storm. Magneto was also present, standing a short distance away. Charles, come find me when you can. We have a lot to discuss. The Ancient One's voice sounded out in his mind along with an address of where they could meet up. She cut off the mental link before Xavier could answer back. Unfortunately, the people in the room managed to grab Xavier's attention. Good to see you're okay, old friend. Magneto said, nodding his head slightly. We shall discuss whatever it was you experienced when you are not occupied. Then he turned to leave only for Xavier to hold out his hand. Wait, Eric. The X-Men gasped. A second later Xavier realized why. He brought his eyes down at his crippled limbs. He had actually moved his feet. His left leg was off the couch and bent slightly, muscles shifting under his pants and supporting him. I can feel my legs. He told them, feeling the almost overwhelming bombardment of sensation. Prickling as his brain reworked, remembering how to translate signals from his now healed spine. My God! Storm muttered as she and the rest, even Charles, looked on in shock. Charles, you can walk. Magneto was similarly stunned. His old friend who had been crippled for a huge chunk of his life could now walk. But how? Cyclops spoke up, asking the question that was in everyone's minds. Xavier smiled a little, the face of a dark-haired man with tan skin, green and red eyes appearing in his vision. I have a pretty good guess on who's responsible for this. Aiden's POV. I stood in outer space, simply staring out into the solar system, or rather at the blue planet harboring the only intelligent life for hundreds of light years. It was only just entering the 21st century. The year below being 2001. It was as expected, beautiful, even with all its flaws. The cradle of humanity, as I like to call it. And to keep it that way, I needed to make sure Mars was around to divert or block asteroids that might collide on Earth. I turned my back to Earth and focused on the atmosphere of Mars. The Ancient One had left it in small, perfectly sized segments drifting in space. I mean, I couldn't really blame her for that, seeing as I was the one who had banished them back to Earth. Let's change the first thing. I raised my hands and stopped. For all my power, I actually had little clue on how to go about it. Should I use magic? I mean, I had no practice with it. It was different from my divinities and my elemental energies. Magic was unpredictable. So maybe no. Okay, how about, my eyes glowed as I captured every detail of the planet. The rotational speed of each individual piece of the planet, the general size of the segments, any out-of-place tectonic plates and its most probable axis of rotation. Then gently, telekinetic feelers washed out of me, covering the drifting segments and psionic energy. It got easier as I started to put the planet back together, melding the separate sections of the crust together in the best possible way. I took great care not to break apart the outer and inner cores, energy having been preserved by the Ancient One through some spell. With time, the red planet was back to its original, well, almost original shape. A few state-sized loose rocks still drifted around. Those, I disintegrated into nothing by shredding them apart with spatial rifts. It was crazy just how easy space responded to me here. It was even more crazier that I could somehow sense another influence on it. An absolutely incredible pool of power on Earth that connected all of space together. An infinity stone. The space stone, I pulled back my psionic energy and wiped a non-existent bead of sweat off my forehead, then looked to the side and waved at Heimdall. Tell your king that next time, he should come by himself. It's basic courtesy from one monarch to another. Then I shielded the entire Martian airspace and planet away from curious cosmic gazes. Finally, I thought, breaking through the atmosphere and flying around, making sure that Mars was actually visibly okay. Then lastly, after getting tired of only seeing red, red and more red, I ended up sitting on a rock. Some peace and quiet. A calm, lonely air swept across the red landscape. The mood was somber and silent. You can't keep on ignoring me forever. A tired voice said to me, as if carried by the lonely wind. I shook my head at Chaos' mentally projected words. Not ignoring you. It's just, I couldn't concentrate with them around. There was a brief silence, during which I reached out into my infinite hammer space and pulled out, or rather tried, to pull out equity. I'm not in your hammer space, stupid. Chaos told me, to which I frowned. Then please enlighten me as to your location. And why the sass? Look deeper within. I followed his instructions and tried to access my space of being. Immediately equity sprang into my arms before I could even go there with my conscious mind. Whew! Thanks. For a second there, I thought you were going to leave me inside that fucking place for more billions of years. Chaos spat out annoyed. I'm sorry. I apologized, rolling my eyes. It's not like I could help it. Still a bit confused about the whole thing, I hit him with an intense look. Now could you please tell me what the fuck happened that brought us into the Marvel Universe? I frowned as a few flashes of order fighting empty hand appeared in my mind before he stopped projecting his memories at me. Hey! Hey, why'd you stop? I was just about to see where it all went wrong. Order was winning without any effort. Besides the fact that you can access those memories yourself? I groaned. Come on, dude, my mind is messed up a little. Yes, besides that. I responded grouchily. It seems you have some more visitors. He gave the reason and I immediately cut off the mental link and felt it. A spacecraft of some kind, right outside my property. Haha, suck on that Elon, motherfucker. I growled out the minute I teleported and appeared before the Domo, the spaceship of the Eternals. An old group of immortals who had been on Earth almost from the time when humanity had been born. You have got to be shitting me. One of the hatches on the spaceship hanging above the Martian atmosphere opened up. Out flew a very familiar figure, though we had never before met each other. Icaris. The Superman rip-off's eyes were glowing. He said nothing, but from his glowing golden eyes, he was probably not here to welcome their new neighbor, me. Chapter 272, Collision Part 2. Aiden's POV, and who the fuck are you supposed to be? With my patience at an all-time low, I was bound to be rude. Ikari's face tightened. Then he did something unexpected, he bowed. Apologies for the unannounced intrusion. I am here on behalf of my... He went silent, probably trying to find the right word, boss. I frowned. Oak away. And what does this boss of yours want with me? I questioned, pulling forward slightly. Was it him specifically, or just a Jack? So far though, Ikari's had been polite, so I decided I would reciprocate. To be on the safe side, I tried to access his memories and found my telepathic capabilities blocked. Smart. Instantly, I was curious. The only being that could actually block me had to be a celestial. So Him wanted to see me? Why? Let's lay down the facts. What do I know of Celestials? They had been around for longer than anything else and possessed technology and cosmic power on a level that was, if I was being completely honest, just a little bit higher than mine. I mean, they fucking crafted worlds. Earth had a frigging Celestial as the core of the planet. Do you know how OP you had to be to do shit like that? Still, as stated earlier, Ikari's had been polite. Maybe they actually did come in peace. From my interactions with the Ancient One and Xavier, the people here seemed a bit more reasonable than where I came from. I got closer and finally stopped before him. He warily shifted his gaze towards equity in my hand before looking up at me and nodding towards the domo. He can sense me. Chaos said. Duh, you have the capacity to destroy an entire world on your own. It would be surprising if he didn't. I answered in a low tone. By Ikari's stiffened posture, I guess he still heard it. Enhanced senses. There wasn't even an effective air medium for my voice to reach his ears. Must be a perk granted by cosmic energy. Be careful. They might seem amiable, but trust me when I say, hostility can come from the most unlikely of places. Before I could inquire more on that strange response, Ikari's was already turning around to board the ship. If you could kindly follow me. I did as he requested, keeping a short distance between us. I was already scanning the ship with my divine sense, storing the blueprints of the old and FTL-capable craft inside my mind. It was very technologically advanced. Geo would have a field day with this. A film of energy passed over me as I flew inside the domo. The instant I stepped through, my eyes fell on the entire group. In front of them and wearing ostentatious clothing even by the eternal standards was a beautiful middle-aged woman who radiated a certain kind of mom-like warmth. A Jack. Welcome, she said. We are known as the Eternals. I wasn't sure if the way they stood together was meant to be intentional, but it ended up looking cool as fuck and cinematic. Hello, Eternals. I waved lightly. Way to make an awesome first impression. Chaos snorted. Shut up. Besides, when are you ever this chatty? He said nothing. You can call me Avatar. I shrugged. It's the name that the only mortals who know of me found fit to describe what I am. And what exactly is that? A tall woman, dressed in a white outfit with golden accents inscribed on its form, asked. She had a certain intensity that I immediately found myself liking. Diana wasn't the only who had an attraction to beautiful and strong individuals of the opposite gender. Though it's Corey for me all the way. I'm guessing she is Thena. A mystery. You're welcome to figure it out if you want. I answered. Thena narrowed her eyes at me. Dangerously. Apologies, I realize we haven't properly introduced ourselves. A Jack cut in. I turned my attention back to her. From the left, we have Gilgamesh, she described them one by one. Gilgamesh was a huge muscular dude in a blue costume of the same make as his fellow Eternals. He nodded amicably at me. Then after that there was a small girl with a cheeky look on her face, Sprite. I am going to ensure that she and Breeze are kept far away from each other. Fuck, I miss Breeze. The next Eternal was a male with a blank expression on his face. He looked as if he wanted to be anywhere else other than there. Druig. Out of everyone else, something told me he was the most dangerous. A notion that was immediately broken when I laid my eyes on the next Eternal. She was pretty in that girl next door sort of way. However, that was not the most outstanding thing about her. Her cosmic energy contained something very strange and familiar. Something I could almost touch upon. Ah, You're staring. Chaos pointed out unhelpfully. I know. My response at seemingly no one only further increased the looks of bewilderment and confusion the Eternals were staring at me with. Sorry. I told Cersei. For some reason, I can't stop staring at you. I felt like slapping myself the second I said that. Poor choice of words. You think? Chaos chuckled. I ignored him. Something was definitely fucking with my mind enough for me to notice the strange behavior. I had been unfocused and said weird shit ever since waking up. Ikari stepped forward a bit aggressively. Aw, that's cute. Whoa, calm down Hotshot, it's not what you think. I raised my hands up. Hotshot? No one talks like that anymore. Chaos was quick to interject. Fuck you. I threw back. Oh, sick insult. I am so offended right now. Just ignore him. Ajak shook her head at him and he stepped back. You know what would be good? If you said good doggy to him. Chaos penchant for causing well, Chaos leered its ugly head. It was getting easier to ignore him. That's a lie. Your power, I motioned at Cersei. What is it? She seemed unsure for a second before answering. At least she didn't look to Ajak for direction. I can see why the older Eternal chooses her as her replacement in the future. It's in the little things. Matter manipulation. She answered. My mind instantly started running in thought. Why did I feel such a crazy connection to that? I'll explain it later. Right now you're being impolite. There was a lot Chaos was keeping from me. And I had a feeling it was going to change everything. I listened as Ajak finished introducing the last three. Phastos, who was the resident genius. There gotta be one of those by necessity. The Avengers had Tony, the Justice League had Bats, though there were smarter heroes in their roster and so on. Then there was Ikari's. The strongest Eternal, load of crap. Cersei could own his ass if she wanted to, and I also suspected Thena was the better fighter. The others seemed willing to act cordial with me, but Ikari's, there was this hidden aggression aimed towards me. I picked up on it almost immediately despite the earlier politeness. Perhaps he's jealous. You did look like you were hitting on his girl. Chaos had a point, though I would die before agreeing. Seriously, those years I was stuck inside Energia must have starved him for conversation, and now he was trying to make up for all that lost time. And finally, Thena. You're skilled. I commented. Very. Is he seriously trying to hit on Thena? Sprite whispered at Gilgamesh. His funeral. The large man answered. Thena on her part ran her eyes up and down my form. I love your sword. I smiled tightly as Chaos laughed inside my mind. The only compliment she gives you, and it's not even aimed at you, but your weapon. I'll take that. Then my mood changed. I had already wasted more than enough time. I looked at Ajak, the clear leader, even reading by their placement. She was in the middle of the pack. Now that we have the niceties out of the way, could you please tell me what you came all this way for? Their whole demeanor changed as well. They stood on the ready. Cautious but confident. The same sort of confidence the Ancient One had displayed. Ajak breathed in. As I am sure you already know, we are not from around here. We hail from a world called Olympia. She stepped to the side, showing me the projection of a star map and a magnificent planet. Our creator, Erishem, the leader of the Celestials, tasked us with shepherding humanity by protecting them from alien creatures called the Deviants. Hell-bent in destroying budding intelligent life in planets across the universe, they attack en masse. The only solution being us. The image showed a young Earth and civilizations from the past. Then the images shifted to show an image of a creature that was like a huge dog with tentacles and spiked across its body. A deviant. The projection continued with the Eternals standing above the corpse of the deviants. I listened as Ajak shamelessly lied. How she could bear the lie for more than 5,000 years was crazy and impressive. The worst part is that the others have no idea their lives are a lie. Being dishonest about their mission is one thing, but having your whole existence based on a falsehood is crossing the line. Chaos spoke through my mind. He was right. I could see how the rest deferred to her, respected her, loved her. It was the same way Yadl, Michael, and Vatu would follow me to death and back. They were her family, and she was purposefully placing her fear for Erishem before her love for them. She had the choice to change things for the better across thousands of years, but didn't. Instead, she wasted their time and lives on a senseless mission that brought more pain than good to the world. But it's her duty, or it's why they were created. Those were just excuses that stank of the same preordained bullshit that saw me clashing and eventually killing the Fates. Was I biased? Yes. Yes, I was. So I would give her a choice. Let's call her out on her bullshit then. I told Chaos. Oh, I love the sound of that. I can tell that things are just about to get chaotic. The resulting cackling reminded me of the Joker, insane, cruel, and gleeful. There's the chaos, I know. I couldn't create a mental link with her mind, but that didn't steal options from me. I tapped into the air and sent words that terrified her straight to her ears in a low volume that only she could hear. Except for our budget Superman, of course. By Akari's stiffening, he heard them as well. I know the truth, Jack. You are no saviors. You're just Erishem's thugs. I think it's time you tell your family what you have been hiding from them all this time. Tell them the truth, or I will. The words made Jack towards me in panic. Fear driving her to make a rash decision. Kill him. He's planning to attack. Ikari's was already in motion. I felt his body slam into mine, then I smashed through the walls of the domo as we both flew outside. Chapter 273, Collision Final Part. Aiden's POV, Equity was loosely held before my chest. The broad side of the sword blocking Ikari's punch from the get-go. I wasn't too surprised to act, only too surprised that Jack actually would. What the fuck just happened? Chaos shared the same shock as I did. I guess she made her choice. I answered softly, lightly flexing my arm and sending Ikari's flying away through the air. The Eternal arrested his momentum and sent laser beams made of cosmic energy from his eyes, before flying in himself, sustaining the attack. Why would she fuck it up this much? Is she dumb? Is keeping Erishem's secret more important than the lives of her family? Chaos was getting more worked up now. Equity vibrated with a dark energy. I sent a slash of darkness speeding forward, blocking the I-beams successfully and easily. I took a step and the air fractured around my body as I appeared behind Ikari's. The Eternal's mental activity spiked up in alarm as he detected me. You know the story of Icarus? I asked. Let me educate you. I slammed my forearm down onto his back and a shockwave rippled out. Ikari shot towards the surface of Mars at great speeds. The domo started priming up power. Before it could do something with it, whether escape or attack, I sighed, sidestepping a laser beam from below the obscure clouds of dust covering Mars. Ikari's. I don't know about the strongest, but he surely is the most persistent. The yellow lasers were dragged across the sky, aiming to slice me apart. Once again, I used Equity to not only block the beams but absorb them as well. Find out what you can about cosmic energy. It's something new. Something capable of blocking my telepathy. I informed Chaos. Kill them all. Chaos told me, making me scowl a little. You do know that Jack is the one responsible, right? The rest have no idea about the lie. Except for Ikari's. No sooner had I said that, when Ikari's finally speared through the atmosphere of Mars, one hand pulled back in a fist. His face was set in a snarl. The left hook that came in from the left was fast and heavy, capable of destroying an entire building upon impact. I slapped it away before slamming Equity's pommel onto his belly. Breath left his lungs or whatever passed for his breathing organs as he bent and floated back. Before he could charge in, I was next to him in a flash, Equity's edge on his neck. Stand down, Ikari's. I don't want to hurt you. Then I felt a feeling of overwhelming hate overcome me. Black energy extended out of Equity without my urging. The slash sliced through the Eternal's neck like it wasn't even there. The slash expanded, headed for the domo. I immediately activated spatial load and reloaded space as it was a few seconds ago. The skill activated, but I immediately felt more gazes look onto me. Fuck off. I warned and felt most if not all recede. You got some explaining to do. I told Chaos, clamping down on my control not to kill the newly revived Ikaris. Speaking of whom, his eyes were stormy with rage. They glowed as he let loose eye lasers at close proximity. I answered him with my own eye beams made of purple flames. Anything hotter and nothing would be left of his face. The eye beams plowed through his attack and knocked his head back. He let out a wordless scream while clawing at his eyes. Over his shoulder, I saw the domo reorient itself while powering up. A jack. I laid a palm flat on Ikari's costume chest and let loose an explosive force. Ikaris was sent flying towards a cosmic energy beam shot at me from the domo. His body was hard enough that he cut through the attack, cosmic energy running rampant as it bounced off his body. Then he collided against the domo, not destroying it but definitely making it rock while in the sky. Instead of attacking though, I looked at Equity. Okay, what the fuck is up with you and your sudden dislike for the rest of the Eternals? A jack is the problem. The others are clueless about what's really going on. Ikaris is also fighting me out of some sense of duty, yet you you did kill him without my say-so. The reason for my question and outburst were the violent urges Chaos had been projecting to me while I had been fighting Ikaris. They were suggestions on what I should do to them. They still decided to attack you. It's a betrayal. They betrayed us. Just like he did. So, fuck them up, he shouted. No. Screamed at me. What in the hell are you talking about? I was confused and getting slightly annoyed at all the secrets. They're getting away, you dumb idiot, he shouted back. Sure enough, the domo had opened up to receive Ikaris and instead of attacking, were now pulling away from the planet. Running. Smart move. Also, fuck that. Don't to change the subject. I know where they are and can deal with a jack at any time. I told Chaos. But clearly, we have a few things we need to address first, don't you think? If you have something to say it now. Stop playing around, throwing tidbits and trying to chat. Stop taking out your pain on others. Stop trying to act like the past million years meant nothing. They did. We lost time. I lost time. There was silence for a few seconds as my chest rose up and down in anger. During that time, the domo had left Mars and blazed a trail across space, running towards the Earth. I knew where they were. We were not even close to being done. A jack had some answering to do, but right then, right there, I was determined to put an end to all the mystery and the tiptoeing around the subject. Well, what the fuck do you have to say now? I prompted. Instead of answering me, Equity sent over his memories. And once I saw what I had been hiding from, my mind buzzed, as agony gripped my chest. A non-physical feeling of a different kind of pain. How could he? It felt as if I had lost strength. My biggest asset, order. The one thing that had gotten me out of trouble, time and time again, the one thing I could depend on to always handle what I couldn't, had betrayed me. Not just any betrayal, but one whose consequences were far-reaching and destructive. We haven't been asleep for 1,000,000 years. It's been billions. Chaos told me in a heavy tone, one hiding pain. I gave him a weak snort. I couldn't believe it. 1,000,000,000 years, that's oh God, I think I need to sit down. I thought to myself as my power started getting out of control. The sun was responding to my feelings and huge rings of solar energy were pulsing out of its form in solar flares. One of the ones headed towards the Earth met a shield of some kind around the planet. I had been ready to act. Maybe use spatial load again, but for just a tiny second, I didn't care. I didn't give a shit that countless people would die. Elsewhere, the Ancient One knew what was coming and used the three sanctums to block the devastating solar flare that would have left the Earth a barren wasteland on the surface. The heat waves slammed on the magical shield and caused beautiful colors of pink, red, yellow, green, and orange to appear in the sky, seen from different places of the globe. The panoramic flares became a sensation. None knew that they had just been saved. Their savior turned her attention to the sky. There wasn't much that the Eye of Agamotto could tell her. It had its own restrictions. Restrictions caused mostly by the existence of the Avatar. The warning she had received from looking into the future and seeing the devastation the solar flare would cause was only one of the few things she could clearly see. That and the arrival of Doctor Strange, the one who would become the greatest of all of them, were the most important visions she could perceive. She hoped that the titanic power she could feel blooming in outer space sent no more curveballs her way. Aiden's POV, I warped away to my new magical realm after calming down the sun. Inside Energia, everything faded away as I entered my meditation under the waterfall that poured into the fairy lake. I needed to see the memories for myself. Finding the separation of psyche between me and order was easy enough. My mental abilities, as stated many times before, had grown incredibly powerful. Are you sure about this? Chaos asked. Too late for that question, isn't it? I answered and heard him withdraw back into equity. He had warned me, and now it was my turn to take the plunge and see it for myself. I felt myself sink away from the physical world. I pictured our mental selves. On one side there was me, rich with emotion and knowledge, and on the other side, what I expected was cold logic and reason. True impartiality to the world except what directly concerned me or mine. Except, there was nothing there. Nothing there except a message of some kind. I mentally tapped it and let it play. My vision changed from the beautiful and magical landscape of Energia to the top of a peak in my air dimension. The one where I used to meditate. For a few seconds, I was disoriented, almost giddy that by some fluke I was back. Then I started noticing a few key differences. The sky was dark, only a dim light which came from somewhere, lighting up the surroundings enough that I could perceive what was happening. And before me, peering over the edge of the cliff, was Order. He looked like me, stood like me, was me. Soft black locks floating in the wind. Tall and wearing an ostentatious robe of white. Why? That one word was filled with so much pain as it left my mouth. I felt choked up and nauseous. Order straightened up, still not looking at me. These are the last dregs of my consciousness. The last dregs I left behind to sort of say goodbye, Aiden. He turned to stare at me and I almost stumbled back in shock. His eyes were pools of black with webs of the same color covering his eyes. He had on his face a wide smile that reeked of evil. An evil that reminded me of one being. Empty Hand's master and my supposed creator, the Great Darkness. Oh! He groaned. Why do you look at me like that, Aiden? He took a step forward, hand reaching out towards me. I took an involuntary step back. What happened to you? I questioned. The hand he had held out fell back down. He cocked his head to the side, looking around and away. His body jerked like a doll. I guess, freedom. He answered, lips left open after the word was out. Freedom from you. He hit me with an intense look of hatred. No, not hatred, ridicule and maybe anger. I kept quiet, stumped by the whole affair. Do you have any idea what you did when you fought Empty Hand in your space of being? I shook my head. I'll tell you. The separation between your three states. Order, Prima and Chaos was rendered, poof. He threw his hands up. Prima? I'm guessing that's me. And suddenly I could feel. Influenced not by you but by him. He chuckled. Chaos. That little fuck. The statement was full of venom. And now that I could feel, I could also attribute emotions to my memories. And I found out that to you, I am nothing more than a tool. A tool to use when you need and then discard, push it back to the darkness where it can't see the light until the next time you need it. What the fuck is he on about? I shook my head. Can he hear himself? You betrayed me because you felt I was treating you unfairly? Even as the words left my mouth, I could not believe them. So you looked at your memories, at everything we've gone through. Battles against angels, demons, supervillains, and decided that all of it meant nothing? What in the world? That's it? That's why he subjected me to a fate worse than death? How could this thing have ever been a part of myself? Chapter 274, A Talk with Order. Aiden's POV, I could see from his eyes that he knew it. Knew how nonsensical his logic was. So I twisted the knife even more. What you're doing is giving yourself excuses to hide behind. Because you're a coward. You feel guilty, but instead of owning up to your mistakes, you dig yourself deeper into the hole. Apologize, you dumb twat, and we can move on. His face changed at my words. The anger was traded away for hatred. How could I ever make such a hateful expression? Shut the fuck up, Aiden. You know nothing. I stepped up to him, a chuckle full of derision escaping me. Oh really? You think it's fun having the reins? The control? Chaos knows and understands that we all have our own parts to play. I haven't had it easy, you haven't had it easy, and neither has he. But things were getting better, you fucking fool. We were on our way to getting everything we ever wanted, but then you fucked it all up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I felt a force smash into me and slam me through the ground. My body carved out a groove through the rocky floor below before it was forcefully stopped by a boulder. I fell to my knees and stayed there, only looking up as Order walked up to me. I'm not gonna fight you, Order. I shook my head. 1 billion years lost because of impatience. 1 billion years lost because of low self-control. Because of fear. He wasn't worth it. I felt him grab onto my hair and turn my face upwards. Even when you're nothing, you try to act as if you're better than me. You, Aden Strong, are a dick. An asshole. An idiot who has only gotten this far because of luck and my power. His black eyes were wide, face twisted in a hateful glare, and mouth frothing with spit. He pulled me up and dragged me to the edge of the cliff without my protesting. It's about time you realize that without me, you're nothing. He roughly pushed me forward and made stare down at the dark below. The darkness, it told me what I had to do. It told me who I was always meant to be. He stated in an unhinged tone. The awning black pool below the mist of the air dimension was devouring everything. And now I understand why the sky was dark, all the light had been sucked away. The pool changed and begun to show me what had happened. I saw a shadow behind Order as he pushed both Equity and a paint brew. No, its name was Origin. He pushed both together under the whispers of the shadow behind him as Chaos tried his best to stop him. There was an explosion that tore apart my space of being once both weapons got closer. The resulting impact shredded my body and soul, killing me suddenly and completely. My space of being was left looking like a dumpster with rifts and pieces of what had been thoughts, self-reflections, experience, knowledge, and dreams floating about. Lifeless and gray. I died? Yes. Order whispered gleefully next to my ears. But more than that, I was finally free. Origin, the paintbrush, entered one of the spatial rifts and disappeared into the void, lost in the countless worlds of the wide infinitude. But before I could go, I needed to make sure you wouldn't come after me. He added. Oh no! Please don't tell me. I took away your connection to Gia. A gift once given by me. That being the only way you can traverse worlds. I have no idea where you headed up, but trust me when I say, you're staying there. I was stuck in Marvel, and I had no idea where Gia was. I closed my eyes, and when I opened them I had changed my mind. Rage the likes of which I had never felt before made the whole space around us shake. Then everything stopped. I looked up at him with a cold gaze. I am going to fuck you up. Elsewhere, it had been a month. A month in which things had started getting back to normal. The danger was past. The fight for the realm between the gentry and Gia had been broadcasted to the whole population, and what that had elicited was awe and fear in humanity. Fear that they would come back, fear that next time the heroes wouldn't win. But more than the fear was adoration. Not for the heroes, but for the new rising stars. Vaatu, Michael, and Yatl had been widely shown to be pushing back empty hands forces, and with their full power in display, Aiden's religion only grew from there. It was picking up speed. From a mere 100,000 to 60 million true worshippers and even more curious people joining, it was well on its way to becoming a major religion, and tensions were already rising up between what Gia called avatarism and other major religions. On her part, Gia and the Avatarian pantheon, consisting of Michael and Yatl, Vaatu was outside the realm with the mission to bring back Rava. Corey and the kids were standing before a large whirlpool in the middle of the ocean. With them was the mistress of the green, Idea. I can feel her. Without Master Aiden here, we will have to pool all our power together to open up this new realm, Gia told the other three floating in the air behind her. Her tone was somber. They each bowed their heads. What do you need from us, Lady Gia? Yatl spoke up for all of them. Let's stand in formation, then I need each of you to transfer your power to me. I shall handle the rest. They did as instructed, quickly forming a cardinal point-like formation while hovering above the whirlpool. Gia nodded at Yatl, Michael, and Idea. Then as one, boundless divine spiritual energy began to pour into Gia in black, red, and green colors. Her blue form flickered with power as she absorbed the energy and refined it, separating the mysteries contained inside. A cloak of white energy covered her. Then she pointed both her arms to the whirlpool. The white energy fell down in a huge beam that struck the whirlpool and made the whole ocean roil around. Far away, massive waves rocked the coast of the main populated continent. Why are we doing this again? The residential area is close to 30 miles away. That's too far for the water to reach. Killer Frost complained. Focus. Darkin was quick to tell her. Unless you want to end up back in the Holollands, do what you're fucking told. Killer Frost threw a scathing look her way before snorting and looking away. Darkin rolled her eyes, turning her attention to the sea. It had begun. Okay, remember, Lady Gia said that we are only to stop the water if it reaches us. Paige told the ice metahuman behind her. Killer Frost nodded, a chilly mist escaping her hands. They had both seen it. A white lance falling from the sky and momentarily shining brighter than the sun. They shielded their eyes before looking back once the beam ended. And then the ground shook. They were both standing on a cliff overlooking the coast and the wide expanse of water. The cliff was very tall, but even it almost faded in comparison to the tsunami about to hit shore. It was like an hungry beast. Killer Frost took a step back. Ah, that is close enough, don't you think? Frost questioned as the water managed to rise to a towering 4,000 feet. No, its momentum is too much. Just wait for my signal. Once the tsunami had drowned out the beach and was headed towards them, Darkin gave the signal. Now! She jumped up to the sky and spread her hands out wide. Two huge curtains of darkness fell from the sky at her urging on both sides of the cliff, but spaced out much further, creating a channel and directing the bulk of the sea water towards Killer Frost. There was another reason why Killer Frost had been chosen for this job. It wasn't common and only a few cases had been reported so far, but some individuals found their abilities enhanced by the spiritual energy in the air. And then there were special cases like Killer Frost. Icicle! Let's do this! From her shadow, out sprang a polar bear cub. Spiritual energy started roiling around both of them as the polar bear cub added its spirit energy to Killer Frost's metagene. Snowflakes fell from the sky as the temperature suddenly dropped to degrees nearing absolute zero. With confidence granted from Icicle's help as the spirit of frost, Killer Frost managed to smile at the towering wave of water that was now blocking the view of the sun away from her. She stepped forward and pushed out her hands. The effect was almost instantaneous. Millions of water liters were frozen in under a second. Darkin looked down at the beautiful crystal that resulted from Killer Frost's actions and smiled. They did well. A short black snake with purple eyes coiled around her neck, hissed while staring at Killer Frost and her spirit. Darkin chuckled, scratching the small snake on its head. Don't be too jealous, Saren. We are still way cooler. Darkin told the small spirit of shadows. These two were the only known cases of spirits contracting with humans. On another note, the existence of lesser spirits had astounded many. And the prospect of the spiritual arts schools was now even more anticipated. Darkin flew down and dismissed the massive dark wings that were made from darkness. She smiled at Killer Frost. Well done, Frost. Icicle barked beside Killer Frost's legs. The latter bent down to rub at the cub's fur. A gentle look that looked out of place in the face of a supervillain appeared. It's all thanks to this little guy. Darkin was about to say something when Saren and Icicle both suddenly looked out towards the water. The two girls noticed the change and also turned to watch. Darkin blinked her eyes. What is that? Like a nuclear bomb explosion, an energy wave that was distinctly blue was spreading outwards from the ocean. Its origin point seemed to roughly be where Gia and the rest had been trying to open the water realm. Frost grabbed Icicle. We need to get the fuck out of here, she told Darkin. Darkin nodded, creating a platform of darkness below them and lifting them up. Hold! Before she could finish her statement, the blue energy wave reached them. Aiden's POV, I was not proud of it. Blood covered my hands. I felt a presence appear behind me. No, not appear, reveal. Because chaos had been here from the start. Watching as I tried to reason with order or the last dregs of himself he left behind. And when reasoning failed, he was there as I tore him down. He was there as I broke my word not to fight him. Technically I didn't. There hadn't been a fight. Order choked on blood as he looked up at the sky. Frito! I stomped down on his neck, hearing a snap, stopping him from completing the word. Ending him. I saw the light disappear. You beat him to death. Chaos stated in a shocked tone. Yes. I replied, looking at the broken form of what looked like my body. The white robe he had worn was now red. Yes, I did. And I am going to do worse once I capture the real him. Far, far away, in a divine groove of the other world, a spiky-haired scion wearing a Supreme Kai outfit was meditating above a pool of water that shifted color in uneven intervals. He opened his eyes, revealing black eyes full of mirth. He looked up at the sky of the other world. I know you're coming for me, Aiden. I can feel it. He smiled. But the minute you step foot in this universe, there is no going back. I will not only destroy you, I'll take everything you have. Laughter rang out. Chapter 275, Poetic Justice. Aiden's POV, I held out my hand to Order's broken form. Wisps of white-colored energy gathered above the palm of my right arm. Below us, his body disintegrated into nothing. I paid it no mind in exchange for the Order essence I had extracted from him. He's a fool. Inexperienced. A child. Just because he has my memories he thinks he can outsmart me? With this, tracking him will be as easy as breathing. I turned around to Chaos, who had been suspiciously quiet. What? You have something to say? I held his gaze long enough for him to look away. No. I don't. Good. I pushed past him and on the second step, opened my eyes in the real world. Unclasping my palm revealed the essence. I immediately got up and warped out of Energia. The next step was too risky to carry out inside. Space was as always empty, cold, and silent. But this particular instant, it seemed uninviting, as if aware of what I was about to do. I floated serenely for a few minutes, mentally readying myself. Then equity appeared in my hands. You think I'm being too irrational? I mentally projected to Chaos. Yes. But I also understand that you're right to feel the way you feel. I am the part of you that is passionate. About the good and the bad. But you're not me. So don't get lost in feeling that you end up losing yourself. You are the prima. You are the balance between me and him. Don't forget that. I nodded, eyes blazing with determination. I won't. Then I raised Equity up to the sky. The cosmic gazes came back again in full force. I ignored them in favor of letting out a little of my aura. My hair changed from black to green. My body began to leak out divine energy, causing a tornado of air in the dead vacuum of space. The air turned into very small particles of snow. Now! Equity came slashing down, tearing apart space and revealing nothing on the other side. I smiled, covering my body with meaning and the mysteries of all my power. Then I expended countless lesser miracles to enable me to survive in the void between worlds. Are you sure about this? Chaos asked in alarm. The thing was, Chaos knew what was above the hierarchy. What was above him and order? The void. The true emptiness. Denial of existence, denial of being. Only high-tier complex outerversal beings could do more than perceive it. I wasn't there yet. The only reason I had been able to even move the entirety of Gia to another layer of the void was because of the power afforded to me by both order and chaos. To count as a true outerversal being, I needed the 3 O's. Omnipotence, omniscience, and omnipresence. But for now I could cheat. My miracles basically counted as 1-use omnipotence coupons. And although I couldn't use a major miracle as that was reserved for something else, I could at least stack lesser miracles together and use them to stave off the nothingness that would seek to pull me apart and meld me into the void. Yeah. I am. I answered Chaos and plunged inside. Only to hit a wall. What? I placed my palm flat upon the opening in between the fabric of space. Trying to push my hand in yielded no results. The wall was stubborn. Immutable and too durable. I pulled back my limb, folded the fingers into a punch and let it fly. My punch landed on the invisible wall and did nothing. I clenched my jaw, flying back to add more distance between us. My hair changed from green to red. My form bunched up as I elementalized. My eyes became burning orbs and I stood at more than 20 feet. I had gone into my flame god form. Equity changed size to match me and started burning with a silver flame that was then enhanced by chaos energy to look completely different. Imagine motes of black fighting for dominance against super hot and super destructive silver flames. This was an attack that, if carelessly released, would leave a scar that could not be healed in the universe. Good thing I was only aiming to use it to puncture through the hole. Let me out. I calmly requested him. My uninvited guest. Who, you might ask? The golden light floating in space next to me. It had always been there. Then again, he was everywhere at the same time. I am not holding you captive, Aden Strong. The one above all said, projecting his voice through the vacuum. Oh yeah? I motioned to the hole before me. Then why? Because the two are meant to be separate. Good and bad. Just as the presence has his opposites, so do I. And he, like the great darkness, is unforgiving. I cannot allow you to give him access to this side. Something bled out of me. Motivation. The one below all. I realized, powering down. Greater than my anger for order was my hate for my apparent creator, and if the one below all was similar to the great darkness, then I fixed space, watching as the fabric I had torn apart was melded once more. Fine. I faced him, seeing nothing but more light inside of more light inside of more. I simply looked away, the vision of what my eyes had captured almost overwhelming my mind. True omnipotence, man, gotta get me some of that. Then help me. There was silence, and then, no, he answered. Not exactly surprising, but why? I needed to know the reasoning behind why he wouldn't expel someone that could cause calamity across his creation. Because you can't pay the price for my help, Aiden Strong. Handle this on your own. Then he vanished, bringing the darkness back. Space had never felt even more uninviting. I tightened my hand into a fist. Another dead end. Fuck 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 fuck. 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 Boom! A trail appeared in space. Blazing with power as a figure burning in streaks of myriad flames exceeded the concept of speed. I was that figure, clearing over millions of light years in a split second before accelerating even more. Worlds, clusters, supermassive black holes, star systems, cosmic clouds and billions upon billion of stars passed by me as I went past the observable universe. My logic was, if the one above all couldn't help me, then I was breaking out forcefully. At least on the edge of the universe, if the one below all decided to attack or spread his influence, it would be too far away from any populated worlds and he could be stopped before it was too late. Chaos. I need all your power. Everything you can spare. I was too far gone. Having the prospect of freedom get dangled in front of me and then stolen away was more than just infuriating. I didn't have a word to express the kind of emotions going inside my mind. The only thing I could see was Corey and my kids' faces. They were waiting for me. Waiting for Daddy to come home. Tears were openly falling from my eyes. I didn't care anymore. One way or the other, I was getting out. That or die trying. Chaos said nothing, but a torrential wave of energy poured into me. A truly infinite amount. He was absorbing the chaos from all around us. Stars died, black holes collapsed upon themselves, leaving behind a dark and lonely universe behind my wake. The beauty that you would witness from looking up at the sky was disappearing, but I didn't care. In fact, I needed more. As the Lord of Balance, it stands to reason that I could do more than use all four elements. I hadn't tried it before, but I was more than certain I could combine and use them all at the same time. Not just the elements, mind you, but everything I had. My divinities, my physical strength, all of it. I did exactly that. One of my eyes changed to red. My left side unraveled into wind while my right unraveled into myriad of colored flames. I could feel the load getting too much. This form was imperfect, but the power it afforded me, despite the body being on the verge of breaking down, only sustained by my high-speed regeneration, was crazy. I could almost touch upon the next level. A level that would make me transcendental among cosmic entities. It was incredible and too much. My hair was the first to go, burning away from the power I was exuding. I dispatched lesser miracles by the dozens just to keep the form going for one more second. The second, having taken only one to make it all this way. The edge of the universe was before me in an instant, and I responded by throwing everything I had at it into equity. Then chaos enhanced the power, and it was glorious. The instant the impact of my combined power, which came out looking like a black, darker than dark slash, landed on the metaphysical wall of the universe, it all became undone. Cracks ran up, down, and sideways of the wall, spreading and adding more spider webs to its form, revealing what was beyond. A whiteness that confused the mind. A void that was different from my own layer, which I had conquered only by relying on the connection I had with order and chaos. Now that one of them was missing, I could only look for other ways to cheat. But I had made it. I instantly dropped out of the unstable form I had taken. Wow! I can't believe that actually worked. Chaos told me. I know. I was free, and my face reflected that. A smile of accomplishment making its way to my face. Do you think your connection with Energia will remain after you leave this universe? Chaos wondered. I don't know. I shook my head. But Energia is going nowhere. This is important. We need to go after Order and get back my connection to Gia. The longer we wait, the more time he has to prepare. I don't disagree. But Energia might not be as safe as you might think. Chaos pointed out, making me grind my teeth. Fuck. You're right. The Eternals. They know about Mars. Not what I meant, but yeah. Still, this is the Marvelverse, and you might be forgetting about a certain someone who eats planets for breakfast. If he senses the energy fluctuations coming off of Mars, then Galactus will devour it. Shit. I closed my eyes. Energia or freedom? Why not both? I can sense a connection to Energia. It's a strong one. Stronger than even Gia. I can make it back if I sense that something is wrong. This is not a chance we can miss. I decided. It was a gamble. But life is always a gamble, isn't it? And if it came down to it, I stopped that thought in its tracks. I could have both. I knew it. Which is why I flew towards the void with a determined look on my face. Then everything went wrong. Look out! Chaos' shout was enough to shake the heavens, but it stopped me right in my tracks. From the cracks around the veil wall separating the universe, golden light begun to mend them quicker than I had destroyed them. I stumbled back in shock, feeling the influence of a lot of cosmic beings behind the light. No! A heavy aura slammed onto my shoulders and I found myself immobilized. Aden Strong, you are being punished for your actions against creation. The judgment is death. A voice coming from everywhere all at once announced. The most ironic part was how my punishment was carried out. All of my power, the one I had used to break apart the wall of the universe, was gathered and then, in a controlled beam of pure destruction, redirected towards me. Poetic justice, at its finest. I said as the light drowned me under. Then darkness. Chapter 276, Strategy. Aiden Strong POV, and that's where you went wrong. Chaos stopped writing on the bottom of the board and lifted up from his crouch, cracking his back and sighing. "Ah, that feels good." I also sighed from where I was leaning on the back of Nagini, the huge snake coiled on the base of the tree with the dark bees. Sumi, it's a simple nickname and perfectly describes what they are. Dark bees. And about the snake, the only other iconic name would be Ka from the Jungle Book, and hypnosis-inducing or not, Nagini's so much cooler. Well? Are you listening? Huh? Oh, Chaos had been saying something. I ducked the marker pen and watched as it hit one of the beehives atop the tree. Chaos and I looked at each other and I immediately used Spatial Load, my new favorite skill before doom befell us. Back to a few seconds earlier, Chaos rolled his eyes and pointed at the board. "I'll just start over again. This time, would you please pay attention?" I nodded with a serious look and placed my palms flat upon my face. So basically, because order is gone, my inner energies shifted towards chaos even more, which in turn influenced my emotions, which influenced my mind into making the wrong decisions. Then the imbalance influenced my actions, turning me into a reckless, careless, confused mess of a realm lord when before I was a calm, rational while still being understanding, sympathetic asshole, right? I said it all in one breath, making Chaos blink his eyes. "Why are you surprised?" I laughed, rubbing Nagini's scaly skin. She shuddered under my touch. I was listening. I emphasized the was. "All right, what about the other stuff?" he asked, crossing his hands. I threw a quick glance at the board, then went on to rattle the rest of the information. "There was also an effect left on you from the loss of the merger, but because of your brief exposure to each other's states, instead of growing more illogical, more chaotic when order left, a part of you started to take on some of his missing traits. This has led to you being able to think more clearly and hence curb a lot of your passionate tendencies. You theorize the same is happening to order, which is the reason why he is the way he is. A massive dick." He sighed at the insult, then made a continue motion with his palm. Man, all this talking was putting me in the mood for some grangos. Which is why I shouldn't look for him with the intent to battle it out, but instead to talk to him and merge back. This part one was unsure about, but looking into Chaos' pleading eyes, I understood his point. This was all me. Order was me. Chaos was me. Primo was me. We were connected in a way that enmity wasn't really possible. And no matter how much he had fucked up, I missed that part of myself. Order and chaos were what would keep me going. It didn't feel right to stay like this. "Okay, we'll try it your way. But he ain't getting off that easy. If I hadn't been harsh on myself, then I wouldn't have gotten this far. I guess we'll just have to wait and see." Chaos had a smile on his face as he turned to the board. So the new plan is. He spun the board around. Very simple. On it, he began to draw out something, explaining only after finishing writing. You died. A small dead icon that I guessed was me was drawn on the board, taking me back to what had happened. The blast of my own power had almost too scalding hot. For the first time I actually felt what my enemies did. The exposure to my own attack also brought with it something. An understanding of what my elemental abilities were. The deep meanings became almost too comprehensive for me to understand. It wasn't just fire, air, and a little bit of water either. Somehow, through no effort on my own, I actually had the details on the other two elements, water and earth. I had somehow managed to master them. Well, not master, more like I had the information, all I needed was to understand it. The trade-off having been over 1 billion years asleep, but oh well. Anyway, death had truly come for me. I felt my body hold up against my own attack for a few seconds before I stopped resisting and activated soul load. Now here's where things get fun. Crazy fun. Soul load was spatial load just, on my soul. Spaced out through time was an infinite number of me up to the present time, with every passing second. I call it an infinite number because the difference between one Aiden and another is a simple matter of thought or thought chain and experience. Everything else could be argued was the same. Soul load basically merged myself with another me through time by using a contract with a certain location, in this case Energia, as the bridge. Basically, I used spatial load and brought myself along for the ride. And because it was all me, still me, there wasn't anyone's soul getting erased or replaced, just me, a few thoughts and seconds ago. It's confusing to explain, so we'll just gloss that over. Soul load was a dangerous skill. I usually touted on about how spatial load held a risk to the world yet would use it a lot. Soul load was not the same. It was truly very risky, and after the first time using it, I never wanted to use it again. And even if I did, not for more than 10 seconds in between the loads. Why? For starters, it carried a big risk to my sense of self, and we have already established that that's kind of important. It was how I know Gia would recognize me, my soul signature. Myself. Soul load going out of control or done wrong would tweak just the barest of changes in me, and that small tweak would change everything. Gia, Equity, and Energia wouldn't recognize me. It's why I couldn't give my soul infinite energy or make it completely unkillable. Besides that, it was a wonderful skill, able to bring me back from certain death. The subject of soul contracts had been something I had never given up on. And luckily for me, it came in handy when I faced the living tribunal. Basically, I used soul load and went back to 6 seconds ago. The sudden death had given me clarity. I had been rash and stupid. What I excelled in was my mind. I was a strategist. I shouldn't have forgotten that. I shouldn't have let chaos bleed chaos from the surroundings either. That's going down a rabbit hole I wasn't sure had an end. And after dying, I realized I needed to stop reacting and start acting. For starters, come up with a long-time sensible plan. I interjected on his earlier words. Chaos smiled in anticipation as I picked up on his morale, standing up from where I was leaning on Nagini. I need to sift through the system logs and understand how I survived my space of being getting destroyed. Maybe we can use that to find a way back. I also need to do what I promised the Ancient One. Yeah, actually, I had thoughts on that. Something that would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Chaos interrupted, making me pause and round up to him in interest. Go on. A sketch of the earth appeared on the board. In the middle there was a small picture of an armored figure. I immediately understood what he was getting at. You want us to use the celestial growing at the core of the earth. He nodded his head and expanded on his idea. If you can assimilate it like you did the Justice League, then link it to you like Energia or Equity then. I can just use it as the main core of the new force I promised the Ancient One, while still getting a powerful being with celestial energy manipulation on a massive scale under me. I finished. Brilliant. You see? It's not about how many more powers you get, it's about how you use the ones you have. Chaos smiled proudly after giving his quote of the day. That being said, the plan will definitely bring you into conflict with the Eternals and Erishem. Not to mention any other Celestials around. But they were the ones who started this in the first place. You should try to go for peace, but if it fails then the alternative is fighting. He then added grimly. The same thoughts were running inside my mind. I should be prepared for more than just Erishem. The Living Tribunal was the one who killed me. Avoiding his notice up until I am ready to leave or at least fight back is the logical move. Which brings us to the next thing. Chaos circled the word leaving on the board. I have another plan. I raised my eyebrows. Is it the same thing I'm thinking? I asked, making him shrug. Depends on what you're thinking. I walked over and took the marker pen from him, then begun to draw on the board. It was never about how much power I could use to tear through the veils separating the universe, it's about control and efficiency. I explained, what I need is to understand this space. The Marvel space. I know how to manipulate it, now I just need to understand how the process actually works. True control over all spatial foundations. And the thing that can allow me to do just that is, the Space Stone. I got up from the crouch and cracked my back, letting out a satisfied crack. You're right. It does feel good. Chaos chuckled at my words, grabbing the marker from my hand. That will bring you into conflict with S.H.I.E.L.D. He pointed out, only for me to shake my head. Not really, we just need a replica, and as the Tesseract is an energy-containing box, I can replace the Space Stone inside with a marble of blue light by using my light divinity to hold it together. My reasoning was fairly simple. They had no idea what was inside, they wouldn't now, and I would be taking something dangerous off their hands. But that won't be our only contact with an Infinity Stone, right? Chaos asked, as if reading my mind. No. I shook my head. We also need the Time Stone to solve the issue of being more than 1 billion years apart, if it turns out that the time difference between the two worlds is naturally dependent on the perception of the individual. However, I don't think that's too big of an issue. Something tells me that we're good on that front. We just need to manipulate our spatial positioning. Everything else can come later. And don't forget the Reality Stone. You will need it for study. Enhancing your miracles or even getting reality manipulation abilities ain't too bad. Chaos told me, to which I agreed. You're right, but there's only one problem. It's 2001, the convergence doesn't happen for another decade, which is when I can get the Reality Stone. Wait. I started pacing a little. Actually, that works out perfectly. I can spend the decade here under spiritual attunement and master both water and earth, taking them to the divine level while also trying to perfect that imperfect form I used. Chaos shook his head. You'll need a stronger body for that. The energy would overwhelm you. It's like Thanos using all the Infinity Stones without the gauntlet to snap out life in over 1 million universes at the same time. No problem, I'll spend that decade under increased gravity and harsh space. It's going to be some Goku hard shit. And I realized I was too passive when I was training in my realm before Empty Hands attack. I need to actually break myself. Fuck the pain. Fuck the sparring, just a continuous grind. Chaos sighed, a little helpless. Just be careful. So we will aim for the Chitauri invasion. That's when we begin this whole thing. We both looked at the board that was completely covered by the detailed plan. It's good to be back. I sighed. My mind had stopped getting distracted every 2 seconds and my focus was as sharp as it used to be. I caressed the pendant strap to my neck and smiled softly, their faces going through my mind. Soon. Now it was time to go to the system logs. Elsewhere, a Jack stood on the deck of the Domo as they watched a marathon happen below them in the city. The Domo was cloaked. You remember back when all this was one huge farmland? Stretching from the valley all the way to those woods. Now it's all so different. A Jack told Cersei. The latter was silent. Frowning a little, she answered hesitantly. Yes, I kinda remember. It's not too memorable after traveling around the world so much, but it's familiar. Ajak smiled softly and rubbed Cersei's back. I know you have questions. The Prime Eternal said. Cersei looked at her in a slightly irritated mood. Not just me. Even the others. Ajak, we would follow you anywhere. Something's changed with you and Ikari's. What are you two keeping from us? Ajak rubbed her shoulder some more and turned to the rest without answering. We've all come to adore them. Humans. They are our charge. Our responsibility. Whoever this Avatar is, he threatens that duty. He threatens us. I have spoken to Erisham and he has given me the go-ahead. We need to begin preparations. We need the Unimind to fight back. Chapter 277, Proud of You. General POV, NASA's chief director was in a meeting with both the general and the president, giving them some disturbing news. It's unlike anything we've seen, sir. He said, pulling up satellite images and other data. How long will you keep on beating around the bush, Morrison? General Graves wondered. She was a 55-year-old military official who had served in combat for more than 3 decades. Her accolades and medals were only matched by her stern and commanding presence. She had a sharp wit and was never afraid to speak her mind. If anything, the NASA director was her complete opposite. Morrison was a balding middle-aged man with big glasses framing his face. He wiped his forehead on a handkerchief and turned to the screen. It's Mars. Using a new line of satellites with increased surveillance and monitoring specs from Stark Industries, we've identified an anomaly. Well, multiple anomalies. The display changed from a generic view of Mars to a topographical one, showing a representation of the planet's atmosphere. The entire atmosphere, which used to be covered by a thin layer of carbon dioxide, has changed out of nowhere and is now dominated by a high concentration of methane. The temperature on the planet has spiked to over 5,000 F, which is hotter than even Venus, which is roughly 700 F. My goodness. One of the officials in the meeting stated. On the screen at the end of the meeting table, the president frowned. What does this mean for us? Morrison flipped through a few papers, passing them throughout the table. Well, that's the strange thing, Mr. President. Nothing. I don't understand. General Graves interjected, placing the papers on the table before her. If these temperatures are hot enough to melt lead, why is the planet still floating around in space? How can it handle such a tremendous spike in temperature? Morrison shook his head. Artificial natural shielding. There's a cosmic radiation wall around the planet that we can detect. Like a fence of some sort to keep everything out. And if by chance something makes it past the wall, nothing can survive entry, let alone the surface. This is the deliberate work of an intelligent life form. Morrison finished grimly. In other words, you're blaming aliens. Mars Energia, General POV, really? Chaos asked Aiden as he completed his sword kata. Equity was in its dragon slayer shape and Aiden went through the forms with expertise cultivated over countless years. Or that would have been the case if it wasn't for his god of war divinity. This divinity gave him master skill in any weapon of combat. Swords, eskrima sticks, maces, even a pencil used in a combat situation. He completed the set and drank from the lake by cupping his hands together. Equity was placed next to him in its dagger form, shining from the light above. He knew what Chaos was complaining about. Aiden had just installed a security fence around Mars in the form of invisible silver flames. Anything of a certain type that tried to break through the silver flames and succeeded would be something strong enough to actually grab his attention and rouse him from his spiritual attunement. Chaos disapproved, calling the measure too drastic and extreme. Haha, how ironic. Aiden didn't care. I had to, otherwise if the Eternals, Thanos, the Kree or any of the hundreds of other alien civilizations we know of decide to investigate the planet, I will be too busy chasing them away to concentrate on what really matters. The training. This way, none will dare get close. At least we can count on Earth staying as far away from this place as possible. Chaos finally said, knowing from Aiden's divine sense that the governments of Earth had labeled Mars as a hazardous zone. Any planned Mars expeditions were scrapped. Mh. Aiden hummed, swallowing the water and feeling a rejuvenating effect spread out across his body. It's time. He sat on his usual place, leaning against Nagini, and opened the system's notifications. Aiden was immediately bombarded with text boxes after text boxes. He blinked as he felt a headache build up. He swiped his hand and tried to arrange them in a descending order. Overload! Overload! Host condition critical due to unstable energy signatures, volatile pattern, warning. Mind erasure imminent. Warning! Physical vessel deterioration imminent. Warning! Soul eradication imminent. Deploying countermeasures, lesser miracles exhausted, condition stabby. Warning! Personality disassociation observed, preserving true self, failed, preserving memories, failed, preserving essence. Domain incompatibility observed, overload, explosion imminent. Emergency energy reserves exhausted, requesting for faith energy, initiating, zero worshippers found, running diagnostics, spatial positioning, unrecognizable, warning. Soul deterioration occurring at an unprecedented rate. Complete function loss. True death in T-6 seconds, 5, 4, incoming transmission, new stable energy source detected, commencing repairs, time until repairs are complete 2,860,689,041 years, commencing hibernation protocols, transmission saved, Aiden's POV, 2.8 billion years. I sighed. Why was I surprised? I knew that a lot of time had passed. In any case, I now understood a little of what had happened. I had died, but something had brought me back, and it had something to do with the transmission saved by the system. I waved away those prompts and clicked on the transmission itself. The surroundings faded away. Energy had disappeared, and I found myself sitting to the side of two very familiar figures with a go board on the tea table between them. I barked out a laugh full of disbelief and happiness. The first one was tall, wearing a black suit without a tie and a scruff building on his jaw. The other one was shorter but broader, dressed in green and yellow ornate robes. I should have guessed. If anyone had my back besides my family, it was them. Lucifer smirked. Well, isn't this interesting? Indeed it is. I have beaten you 4 times, yet you still insist on playing. Do you by chance love losing? Iroh asked the Prince of Lies. I blinked my eyes, feeling awkward. Had they not noticed me or... Hey guys, it's been long. Where? I feel a storm coming. Iroh spoke up suddenly, looking at the sky of what turned out to be a mental representation of my air dimension. Iroh had always held a special love for the quiet surroundings. You can't hear or see me, can you? I muttered in realization, closing my eyes and sighing in disappointment. General POV, it was a transmission, that meant it was pre-recorded. Lucifer made his move on the go board before softly beginning to talk. You know, I fail at making genuine emotional connections with people because, frankly, they all suck. But somehow, Aiden, you changed a lot for me. You are different. There was a true care in his tone. A whimsical note, as if he couldn't believe the words coming out of his mouth. Something that Aiden had never heard before, as Lucifer seemed to address the very air. The former looked up in surprise. Was he wrong? Could they actually see him? Iroh hummed in approval, eyes still fixed on the go board. It was, however, plain to see the small smile on his face. I agree. You have made us proud. Very proud, young Aiden. Aiden swallowed, feeling a lump of emotion get stuck in his throat. Thanks, Sensei. Aiden muttered softly, bending his head and touching the ground with his forehead. Even if it was just this, the transmission had given him something precious. Lucifer then surprised Aiden by looking straight at his eyes, greatly exciting the latter. You can sense me? He asked hopefully, only to feel disappointed once more as Lucifer shook his head. No. but I know what you're going to say, perks of being overpowered. I can see through time and dimensions. Lucy shrugged. Anyway, I do not want to use up more time than is needed. You have to listen carefully. Aiden nodded, knowing that Lucifer's next words could be the answer to his questions. We felt you die. The whole area became gray upon Lucifer's words, as if reflecting the statement made by the godlike being. Lucifer carried on acting like he didn't notice it. He moved his go piece across the board. Yeah. Aiden responded in confirmation. Order, I tried to combine my two main abilities into one. Things didn't go as planned. You do not have to hide anything. Iroh told him. We know everything that happened. Aiden frowned, looking in between the two. Are you sure that this is a recording, because you two seem awfully aware of me? It's like I'm genuinely here. Aiden asked in honest confusion. The question made Iroh laugh. This took place over 1,000,000 years ago from our relative perspective. Lucifer reached out and patted Aiden's shoulder, further eliciting an even more confused look on the boy's face. Iroh's laugh turned boisterous, and even Lucifer joined in, making for a weird picture. When you can exist in time and space anywhere and whenever, logic takes a vacation. I can do this because I'm, well, me. Lucifer chuckled before adding. And Iroh can do so because he is a creator-level entity. Ooh, okay. Aiden accepted the explanation before blinking and realizing the implications of what Lucifer had said. Wait, Iroh is what now? Then they were suddenly not there anymore. Aiden looked around and found himself in home. Lucifer told him. Or at least your version of home. Then added in melancholy. They were inside Aiden's cottage in the main dimension, and Corey, the kids, Gia, Yacht, and the rest were all around the dinner table. He remembered this particular dinner because of something that happened. Breeze thought it was funny to try and stick as many carrots as she could in her mouth. Aiden explained as he recalled with a soft smile. The two of them watched the memory play out from the side, like looking in through the mirror from the outside. So naturally Sai tried to compete with her, which meant that Kai and Vor had to join in. A small soft smile appeared on Lucy's face as well. I would love to properly meet them all, he said. You will, Aiden promised, entranced by the whole scene. They looked so peaceful. He himself had a genuine smile on his face. No worries. Unafraid and alive. So, near for him to touch yet, he tightened his fingers into fists. What is the purpose of this? He demanded through gritted teeth. Nothing. Lucifer answered easily. Just admiring how far you have come. A family that cares for you and you, them. I could have hoped for nothing less. I am truly glad for you, my boy. Aiden felt a palm land on his shoulder. Nothing will stop you from making it back, Aiden, that much I know and believe. Like a fixed point in time. Aiden closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he did so with a smile on his face. There was no way Lucifer would lie. He couldn't after all. You believe, huh? Okay, I guess I gotta believe then as well. Aiden said in a teary tone. Bloody hell, all these emotions make me want to vomit. Lucifer snorted, rolling his eyes. Aiden laughed while tracing the gentle lines of Corey's face and saving them in his memories. He didn't want to forget them. He hoped that they were all okay. Fortunately, with Yaddle there, Aiden was assured. Hey, how about we move on to the true purpose of this whole get-together? Lucifer offered. You want to know how you survived, right? Then follow me. Chapter 278, Blue Pill or Red Pill. General POV, Aiden's view suddenly changed. The cottage was gone from his vision. He felt a pang of loss, almost stretching out his hand to hold onto the fantasy. But it was all for naught. He found himself in an impossible place. Before his eyes was an infinite number of universal bubbles surrounding them from all sides. All of this came about due to willing it. Lucifer begun. Creation is simple enough. Getting there, however, is the problem, as is sustaining it. He paused, turning towards Aiden with a grim look on his face, hands held behind his back. Everything that has happened to you, from mastering your elements, to gaining a realm and the authorities, might seem like happenstance. Or dumb luck, but it's not. The crooked path with turns, blocked off corners, winding dirt roads and uneven ground, all head towards something. True power. All according to the plan. The plan? Aiden felt a sort of strangeness coming from the word. Lucifer brought his attention back to him by waving a hand and taking them closer to one bubble. That's the universe, you know. Beautiful, isn't she? The color most prominent inside the bubble was blue, but it was mostly like a rainbow floating inside a glass bubble. Aiden felt like laying his palm on it. He did and felt warmth. Yes. It is. I can snap a finger and smooth everything out. I can change your past. Change your dumb luck or destiny or fate, whatever you want to call it, and get you out. You can find your way back to your realm, Aiden, and never worry about the plan. Never worry about their war. This would be my gift to you. Aiden withdrew his hand and looked at Lucifer. What are you telling me? Their war? Who? You already know the answer to that. The Prince of Lies responded. Aiden closed his eyes. The presence and the great darkness. He muttered, no longer denying the obvious. Lucifer placed a hand on Aiden's shoulder. Let me tell you a story. The universal bubbles disappeared and darkness fell upon the world. The only light Aiden could see was a small golf-sized breach in space. In the beginning, there was the light and the darkness. They separated. From the light came 3 principalities, 3 powers created to bring about his wishes. Michael, the firstborn, Samuel, yours truly, and Gabriel, you've met him before. His eyes turned sharp along with his face hardening. Aiden could only marvel as 3 individuals formed from the breach in space. A young Gabriel and Samuel next to a man that Aiden's eyes widened. That's Dad? The angel looked nothing like his father. His dad had been black and much taller. His eyes had been a warm brown. Yet this angel, Michael to be precise, was broad-shouldered with impossibly huge wings and power that seemed to undulate out of him in waves. He had blonde hair and a stern look. Yet, none of that mattered. Aiden knew without the impossibility of error that he was looking at his father. What was this? How? Unaware of his inner turmoil, Lucifer continued. The 3 of us did something that completely changed everything. We were able to touch upon the first concept, the first equation. Creation. Michael provided the power. The energy. Derived from the law of the self, the potential of abundance rippled out through the heavens. This version of his father did exactly that. Aiden could only watch in shock as infinite power was drawn out of Michael and spread out through the void, changing all. Pushing the darkness away from the light. I provided the actualization of that energy, derived from the law of imagination. I gave them form. Lucifer said in a little excitement. Entire clusters, entire universes constructed from giving power, meaning. Michael's own power bounced back against the infinite and came back, changed. Life was alive. Aiden could not believe the beauty of creation. The beauty he witnessed before his very eyes. A part of him was still stuck on the fact that Michael was his father. Now, that he thought about it some more, maybe a version of him? Or some other explanation like his dad merely being a reincarnation or a piece of the archangel's soul. Did Lucifer know this? No, otherwise he would have said something. So what did this mean? Was that why the presence, despite Aiden being from the dark multiverse, friendly to him? He had even helped him shield his realm from the wide cosmic range. Was it because they were family? But how? Aiden was from the dark multiverse. The broken worlds. Gabriel had perhaps the easiest and hardest task of all. He provided separation to the meaning, derived from the law of being. He provided the blueprint. And from there, gave being to the imagination of the self. The beauty cooled down as separation between different things was implemented. Michael had given off power. Lucifer had crafted that power into three things: energy, matter, and mystery. Gabriel separated those three things into constituents. Matter had solid, gases, and liquids, and so on. That phenomenon, that instant, is the first and last time we ever pooled our powers together. It gave rise to something whole and incredible. The whole image paused, showing the three archangels with their hands up, bearing the weight of something. Not light, not darkness, but pure life. With the self, imagination, and being, we called it the creation matrix. The first equation. Aiden's heart started beating faster and faster while witnessing the molding of the creation matrix. You were special from the first time I laid my eyes on you. Somehow I could sense a bond. A familial one. Not quite like an angel or a demon, but there nonetheless. The surroundings changed once again. Aiden blinked when his eyes landed on the grayish landscape, populated with over 1 trillion demons, all looking down in an arena with one individual in the middle. Him. He remembered the memory. It was him against every single demon. In hell, when you were fighting to free Serial, I clearly understood what that bond was. It felt a lot like my big brother's power. You touched upon the self. But it was impossible. Michael is in a place only Father knows. So how come you had his essence inside you? It was intriguing and confusing at the same time. Then came the advancement mission for your elements, and that's when I realized that something was very off. They left hell, as Aiden felt an indescribable emotion. Almost overwhelmed by every single statement that came out of Lucifer's mouth. Next, Lucifer accessed more of Aiden's memories to show him the spiritual plane in the Avatar world. A world full of wonder and mystery, with spirits of all kinds populating it. Its beauty was only matched by Energia. Your soul is connected to something massive. Something similar to the core of a young universe whose laws are not too complex for a mortal to understand. The Great Darkness took advantage of that and chose you to bear that connection. Why you? I have no idea. The creator god of that universe, Iroh, made a deal to safeguard his creation. Instead of connecting you to the core of his creation, he instead compiled the meaning of its building blocks, the power system, and the mysteries of the spirit into one artificial sentience. A supercode, if you will. The Great Darkness could not allow you to tap into its own power, as that would inadvertently expose his connection to you, so the code pulled its power from the bleed, the in-between of universes. After you used Gabriel's horn, that supercode evolved. Iroh's universe can only allow a mortal to reach Grandmaster level in power. But your brief connection to an Archangel's symbol of power opened new avenues for your abilities. The authorities and divinities are not what you think. They are a small part of the creation equation. A small part of Gabriel's own law of being. Freedom, hope, and the last two are expressions of the continual nature of existence. The triumph over non-living. Aiden felt his mind get blown. It all made so much sense. In canon, the Avatar world only had the Avatar as the strongest being. There was no divinity in mortals, no matter how powerful they got. Wait, so Iroh is the true creator of the world of Avatar? Lucifer blinked at him. That's what you're focusing on? Did you not hear me tell you that you possess two of the necessary potential ingredients to achieve the powers of a creator deity? The creation matrix? Aiden opened his mouth and closed it. I mean, it's just so shocking. Lucy rolled his eyes. Why don't you ask him that the next time you meet him? Aiden nodded. Sorry. Please continue. Thank you. The Morningstar said sassily. When you died, the path you had taken up until then, whether dumb luck or whatever you want to call it, was all part of Father Deer's big plan. The Presence saw Michael's and Gabriel's potential in you and decided to bless that potential. All in hopes that you would truly be the tipping point in the balance between him and his counterforce. And that's when everything became hectic. The universe itself begun to actively work for you. The elemental parliaments saw you as the chosen one, the emotional electromagnetic spectrum was ready for you to access each of the colors, and the forces were there, merely waiting. Patient as your body and soul became stronger. You, Aiden Strong, held the collective connection with the seven forces of the universe, eager for you to access them. Naturally, your creator saw his creation get stolen away from him and it greatly upset him. And that's when he tried to coax you back to his side by using empty hand. When that failed, when you refused the terms, he did what he does best, corrupt. You died. Everyone felt it. The endless, heaven, maze, hell itself. Everyone in the know felt the death of who could have been the best of us. The strongest. Iroh and I decided that we could not allow that to happen. So I tapped into the connection you and I have. As my champion, I could bestow upon you my power. Instead, I did the opposite. I used the present's own blessing and traded it all away to bring you back. You still possess Michael and Gabriel's laws inside you. The only thing you're missing is my law. Imagination. Okay. That. I think I need to sit down. Aiden said. Their surroundings changed once more. This time they found themselves at Lucifer's penthouse on Lux. Aiden stumbled to the couch and lost his strength, sitting down and supporting his head with his hands. Lucifer looked around the office with a nostalgic expression before shaking his head and pouring himself a drink. You were going to be Dad's magnum opus. A mortal with the power even above his first children. Someone who rivaled both him and the Great Darkness. Someone who could finally put an end to the balance that had been there since the dawn of time. Someone created in the dark but forged in the light. You, more than Michael, Gabriel, or me or Elena, were his true legacy. So a pawn. Aiden whispered. Yes. For the first time ever, he believes that the light can push away the darkness. He imagines a world of only good. Naive, but for someone of his power? Plausible. Lucifer answered without pause, handing a glass out to Aiden. Maze would kill me if she saw me offering you a glass of liquor, but I think you're mature enough now. Aiden eyed it and received the glass after only a short hesitation. He downed the whole thing, trying not to think of how this was working. He was in a transmission, talking to a recording of Lucifer who knew everything Ash was going to say and responded appropriately. Not to mention, the first archangel was his father, which made Lucifer and Gabriel his uncles. Oh, he also had two of their legacies. It's a lot to take in, I know. The good thing is that you now know the entire truth. There's nothing else left. Lucifer comforted. What is this? Aiden shook his head. You think you're helping me, but you're not. I don't need this right now. I don't. The burden of knowledge. In any case, now you understand what happened and what I'm offering to make sure it doesn't happen again. To save you, I used up the Presence's gift to bring your soul out of nothingness. The overload of power from trying to combine chaos and order when you were not ready shredded everything apart. The only reason you're here is because both of them stacked all they had on you. It was all going to culminate in one huge fight where you had to pick a side. And you will die again if you go down that path. If that happens when you're not ready, there's no coming back, Aiden. Even with all my power, you have crossed a boundary. Your soul is no longer human. There isn't an afterlife for beings like us. You either exist or you don't. I do not want that for you. Lucifer stated, removing his jacket and throwing it on the table. He poured himself another glass of liquor and took a large uncharacteristic gulp. So now what? Aiden wondered. Lucifer smiled, shaking the liquid inside the glass and watching it slosh around. Now you choose. The first option, I can give you the last ingredient and make you into what you were always meant to be. The true Lord of Balance. Not aligned to the light or to the darkness. Your very own entity. What you decide to do from there is up to you. You can fight for the darkness and usher in an age of horror, or fight for the light and chase away the pains of existence. Or, you can say fuck it and keep on enforcing the balance. All that is up to you. Option number 2, Lucifer turned around, a sharp glint in his eyes. We pull a Lucifer. Ash frowned before his eyes widened. You mean, abandon? Lucifer nodded, sitting on the table and leaning forward, hands clasped forward tightly as if praying. I can snap a finger and end this transmission, cutting us off completely, getting you out of the plan. Keeping you safe. Barring you from ever coming back. Barring anyone from ever knowing where you are. He paused, taking in a deep breath. You can choose to stay where you are, work towards getting back to your family and just forget about your home multiverse. Forget about the presents, forget about getting the people of Earth back home. I can simply change the past, make it so Earth was never destroyed while maintaining the timeline. You can live a peaceful and amazing life. He looked deep into Aiden's eyes. I'm giving you a way out, dear nephew. He knew. Chapter 279, Hellish Training. Aiden's POV, make a choice. The words rang through my mind as I tried to meditate and failed. The transmission had ended and I wanted to put all of it behind me. A dull thunk appeared at my front. I felt Nagini shift slightly and opened my eyes to see Chaos standing off to the side, leaning on the boulder near the huge tree Nagini was coiled around. He motioned his chin towards the ground and I followed his gaze, managing to spot a group of fairies all with colorful wings, floating in a circle above a stone plate full of fruits, mostly a sort of pink plum with a sweet scent. The fairies looked up at me in expectation, flapping their tiny wings and causing fairy dust to fall on the plums. They wanted to cheer you up. Chaos told me from his position. I couldn't help it, they were just too cute. I found myself smiling. Thanks. I told them, reaching into my inventory and coming out with 3 beautiful and fresh grangos. Instantly, their eyes were drawn to the telekinetically floating fruits above my palm. One of them, the most immaculate, dressed in all the 4 colors that made up their kingdom, floated forward and bowed while chittering. She says thank you. They appreciate it. Chaos told me. I rolled my eyes. You do know I can understand them as well, right? He shrugged just as the group of 10 split themselves into 3, grabbed the fruits and carried them away on their backs towards their kingdom. You should have given them 4. Each for one of the kingdoms. He pointed out and made me feel like an idiot. Meh, don't worry about it. Something tells me they have no problem with sharing. He replied, pushing off the boulder. I remembered how happy they were to work together and realized he was right. You've just been so out of it. Ever since the transmission. I looked down, grabbed a plum and popped it into my mouth. I was just about to go through the rest of the prompts from when I was asleep. Guess what? The humans from Earth not only managed to tap into my fire and air elements but also unlocked Earth and a few sub-skills of water. I informed him, hoping he would drop a certain subject. Somehow he was understanding enough to let it go. Or rather, pretend to let it go. Mh. Chaos hummed. I see, that means all you have to do is carry out the advancement missions, right? I nodded, thankful we were past a certain unpleasant subject. Well, not exactly. Just because they unlock them, doesn't mean I automatically gain all the knowledge and experience. It's like, all this information and data, just waiting to be accessed and understood. Still, that cuts out a lot of time training, don't you think? He asked. A logical question, in fact. I shook my head. I have already lost more than 1 billion years in recovery. Lucifer put me back piece by piece, but it wasn't fast. So, if anything, I'm late. Very, very late. Oh, so that's who I was sensing. He said, spitting out a plum seed from his mouth. I narrowed my eyes at his innocent look. Oh, you cunning little. He had led me to a thought. And now I couldn't stop thinking that maybe he knew something I didn't, forcing me to actually talk about what happened in the transmission even if I didn't want to. I closed my eyes and sent my memories of the transmission over to him. It was better to get it over and done with. Instantly he chalked on a plum, hitting his chest to dislodge it from his windpipe. Karma. What the fuck? His disbelief and shock was immense. Yeah, I know. I told him. Earlier on, after Lucifer had completely shattered my world by the information he had given me, it was his turn to keep quiet and wait for me to talk. To make a decision. A decision that would not only affect my future but even the past. Okay, let's look at the pros and cons of each option. Option 1 would make me into a true omnipotent being with the power I had only dreamed about. The kind of power I had been working towards since the second I found myself in DC. The power to achieve true freedom. The cons matched the pros, however. In return for all that power, I would be thrust back in the middle of a war with the possibility of true death at the end of it. And even if I survived, it would definitely leave me a different person. Power has a way of changing people. It's just the way it is. Option 2 was the opposite. It would see me say fuck it to the plan, have humanity out of the realm, which was a very attractive prospect, and essentially allow me to live a family life. It would be peaceful and fulfilling. I would get to see Breeze, Kai, Sai, Vor, and my unborn son grow up. I would get to be a dad. Be there for them like my dad had been. The cons were, I wouldn't get to see my dad, mom, and little sister again. Vatu would also have to choose between Demeter and us, his family. Then all the friends I had made would probably not remember me after Lucifer changed the past. I would have to say goodbye to Paige, Linda my therapist who I hadn't seen in some time, April, Casey, and the Turtles, even the Junior League. It was a fresh start, but one that I probably wouldn't get to fully enjoy. Looking back at it, I don't know if I made the right decision at that instant. But whatever decision I made, well, they say you live without regrets, right? I was young, and for all my increased intelligence and experience, it was an overwhelming choice. I looked up at Lucifer's eyes and responded. I can't choose to leave. No matter how much I want to put a lot of things behind me, it's not my choice alone to make. He frowned in confusion, another emotion I hadn't seen in his gaze before. I knew it would be a struggle to explain my reasoning the second I opened my mouth. You said it yourself. I have people who I love and who love me back. I cannot choose because I'm not alone anymore. I have to think about Corey. She wants to mend her relationship with her sister. Vatu is in love with Demeter, and like it or not, the kids need to make friends outside of our family. Is it the most ideal choice? Yes. It is. Is it selfish? Yeah. Do I still want to choose it even if I know I won't and that it breaks my heart admitting that? I pressed my palm flat on my chest. My heart was beating fast. Yes. Yes, I do. Lucifer held my gaze for a long time before running his palm down his face. Then I'm guessing that means you're going with the first option? He asked. Contrary to his expectations, I shook my head. No. His lips parted. He was stunned. Are you really surprised by that, Uncle? He got to his feet and began pacing in frustration. Yes. Yes, I am. I'm offering you the chance to truly stand above all. To not die. Do you not understand that? You either live or let me give you the tools to fight back. His eyes turned red and the whole office began to shake. In exchange, I'll give away my freedom. I answered, and that statement alone was enough to stop him in his tracks. What? The red in his eyes disappeared. Think about it. You're going to give me power to enable me to choose between fighting or fighting. Either way, I'll still be embroiled in the conflict between Grandpa, that sounds weird, and his counterpart. That stole the winds from his sails, and he stopped in place, sighing before leaning on the liquor cabinet and crossing his hands on his chest. I understood that he wanted me to go on. I obliged him. Even if you argue that I can decide to enforce balance and pick no side, it would still be a path you chose. Not me. I would still be a pawn. You didn't even refuse that. You know I would be a slave to the narrative. A player in the plan. I can't be that anymore. I shook my head. Not when I know what I know. You basically guaranteed that nothing was ever going to be the same by telling me everything. And now nothing seems worth my freedom. Not even incredible power. Lucifer blinked with a blank expression. You're serious? He observed in disbelief. Yeah. I nodded, sure of my decision. This felt like me. Like the person who destroyed the fates and disdained living an existence according to a pre-written path. I would die and live by my own folly. And I would be happy. If there was one thing I had taken from my dad, it was that. Self-respect. I was finally understanding that look on his face even when on the bed. It was the look of a man unbowed and strong. He'd faced the worst thing in his life and failed, but even in defeat, the best move, the one where he held his head up high, was one he never hesitated to make. Now you know why I can't make a choice between either options. There is no right choice. There's just a choice. And I choose not to make one. At least not now. Not when my instincts are telling me to not consider either. Not when either won't feel like mine. You really are his son. Lucifer finally commented. It's almost invisible, well hidden, but I can see the glint. There's a reason why you were naturally able to take upon his law. The self is divergent. The self is the start of all. In other words, changing your minds once you have decided on a course of action is harder than kissing your own elbow. So not that hard. I chuckled. We have Plastic Man. You didn't let me finish, nephew. He lightly chided, his white wings twitching behind his back. It's like kissing your elbow, without lips, or an elbow. He repeated, making me burst out in laughter. Okay, that is hard. I finally admitted. Then Lucy pushed off the cabinet and sank into the couch next to me, facing forwards. You know, cheating is not always a bad thing. The room seemed to darken as something materialized above his palm. Instantly his own aura dimmed in my senses. I stared at him in concern. The Morningstar did not seem to care about my concern and instead brought whatever was in his hands closer to my face. Like it or not, I couldn't stop looking at the strange thing. A swirling mass of shifting colors, almost entirely like the universal bubbles we had seen. Imagination materialized. His law. I still want you to have this. His voice had a scratchy quality that hadn't been there before. With it, you can at least protect yourself. Something in me was like an hungry maw. All I wanted was to say fuck it and grab that essence and absorb it. It would completely get rid of 99% of my problems. It would take me to the level of the one above all and possibly beyond, enabling me to push through the boundaries of the Marvel Universe. I didn't have a counterpart to worry about sharing power with. Order was more akin to an unruly younger brother who had way too much power at his disposal. A creator-level entity, and it all begun with accepting it. I looked up at his eyes. I'm sorry. I can't. Energia, was that the right choice? I found myself asking the shock chaos. I didn't need to explain my thought process during that time. I didn't need to tell him why I had decided not to decide. At least not alone. Not when it didn't feel like my choice in the first place. Was it unnecessarily melodramatic? Was it annoying? Was it potentially shallow-minded? Maybe. However, Chaos let out his breath and whoosh. The powers of the presence, huh? Wow. And Michael is dad? That makes you the presence's grandson? Lucifer and Gabriel's nephew? Yeah, I know. Chaos shook his head. No, I meant part angel. At least in the metaphysical sense. That means even if you did not accept his power, his law of imagination, you still have the potential to awaken it just as they did. You already have two, what's stopping you from getting the last? That whole statement changed everything for me. I was sure I had almost made the wrong decision, even whilst my gut told me I hadn't. See my main gripe with having power bestowed upon me by someone? They or someone stronger could take it away just as easily. However, if it was something I was born with or worked for, something inside my very soul, then the number of those who could affect my abilities drastically dropped. Only self-sabotage like in Order's case could even come close to ending me. Chaos was right. I had been born with one law already a part of me, the other I had achieved through an evolution of my soul. Gabriel had not granted me his law, my soul just intrinsically understood it due to the avatar system. These weren't things that could be taken away by snapping a finger. They were mine. Mine and mine alone. The law of imagination could be the same. If I understood it then, I was golden. I would reach the top level through my own effort. True undeniable power, all without being a pawn. Thanks, man. I responded in gratitude after careful thought. He looked up from his position on the ground and smiled. Anytime, boss. I grabbed a few plums and devoured them. So what do you say we start this training? 1 month in, General POV, in Energia, a zone where the local fairy kingdoms had termed as God's domain was a flat stretch of land. The land was a crater situated past the lake in the middle of a tall mountain, surrounded by multicolored clouds. The peak of the mountain could not be seen from the bottom, and getting there was another huge problem. Every step you took to walk up the mountain only doubled in weight. Gravity increased steadily, and on your 5th step, a person weighing 155 pounds, 70 kilograms, would have over 4,900 pounds weighing him down. The fairies and other animals avoided that place like the plague. Gravity wasn't the only thing weird and dangerous about it either. Occasional loud howls of guttural pain would be heard all over the realm. The source being that crater. This only occasionally happened when the sky bled. An occasion where the roiling energies above the realm, after growing too potent, would fall towards the ground in a shower of elemental storms that made no scientific sense. The storms were catastrophic, but all of them seemed to be attracted to the peak of the mountain. All colors of lightning, storms of wildfire and explosions, hailstorms, acid rains, continuous heat waves that increased the temperature of the crater to become hotter than lava, beams of light from the heavens, meteors, tornadoes of cutting winds. Each bombardment was merciless, but each time the mountain stood tall. Inside the crater, and under a steady 500 times the gravity of the earth, a figure was surrounded by over 100,000 firebenders. Aiden had begun to explore more of his divinities, and as the god of life, even if true sentience was out of the picture, he had copied the biology of a normal firebender from the system's own training options and then pasted it onto ice constructs. Therefore he had created clones of the firebender which gave them access to blue flames instead of the normal yellow ones. They were a fusion of ice and fire. The firebenders stepped forward in one universal move. The ground rumbled from their steps as they pushed out with their palms. Streams of blue flames raced out and combined above their heads. A roaring head of a dragon made up of only blue flames rose up towards the sky, headed towards him. The perks of his new creation? They could endure the gravity imposed upon the crater and could coordinate their attacks. Aiden saw the dragon wind through the chromatic sky and then dive, opening its mouth to swallow him. He allowed it, spreading his hands out eagerly. The blue dragon snapped its jaws shut around him and Aiden disappeared into its blazing maw. A split second later, the blue flames making up the dragon froze. Then the whole construct shattered into blue pieces of ice that calmly floated around Aiden. My ice is steadily approaching absolute zero. Not only can I steal heat and momentum, I can now shatter normal laws of physics. Like freezing fire. The avatar muttered. Then his gaze fell onto the firebenders on the ground. He waved a hand and the blue ice scattered in the sky above the crater fell down like rain, completely decimating their formation and destroying them. A mist rose up, revealing nothing under. Aiden floated to the ground. Despite not using spiritual attunement, Aiden had achieved Grandmaster in his water bending. He had chosen the option to not to carry out the Grandmaster trial but instead do the Divine Ascension with increased difficulty. Even that was put on hold as he tried his best to increase his chances of succeeding by shoring up his weaknesses. Aiden pulled up his avatar display and tracked his progress. Water, unlocked, ice. Mist. Healing. Divine Ascension trial pending. After thorough thinking, he had decided to focus on only 3 main sub-skills for the time being. Ice was self-explanatory and so was mist. The jump from ice to mist was basically just going in the opposite direction. The last 2 weeks of the month had been focused on mastering healing. This involved increasing the gravity from 500 to 10,000 and then using water to enhance his already crazy regeneration speed. During those moments, Aiden's body would break apart and heal in a pool of boiling water that was thicker than lava. His organs would rupture and then reform inside the bottom of the pool. His eyes would pop, bones shatter, and blood explode from his veins. Then he would use his divine sense to scan his body and activate his water healing in the places where his regeneration was lagging behind. Water healing to him was weird. Basically, it worked by redirecting chi through energy pathways and focusing it on increasing the body's own natural healing process by using water as a catalyst. It was weird to him because Aiden had only recently managed to acquire chi and magic. And of the two, chi was the fastest growing in terms of reserves. It could not match the kind of boundless spiritual and divine energy he had access to, but it was still immense. For reference, a blow made with all the chi he had inside him could destroy an entire planet. Not too outstanding based on some of his other feats, but keep in mind that it was continuously growing. At the start, he only had so much. Only enough to destroy a simple continent. Now he was a planet buster in only a month. The synergy between the skills worked incredibly well too. Water healing covered for his regeneration. Both prompted adaptive physiology and enhanced its effects, which made his body and mind stronger. In turn, this increased the amount of chi his cells could produce. It also increased his energy control through enhancing the durability of his mind, due to the hellish training. Aiden was burnt, boiled, broken, and all kinds of cruel training methods he could think of, but they had all paid dividends. Sufficiently confident in his control over water, he moved on to earthbending. Chapter 280, Comeback. General POV, Chia, the explosion of light rippled out through the entire realm. A massive wave of blue that ushered in a new age. The light was pure spiritual energy released from the opening of the water dimension. Elsewhere, there was a dull thunk on top of the container. Agent Hamilton and his squad were immediately on alert. Status report, Agent. Alexander Pierce, one of the council members of the World Security Council, was following this particular mission carefully from a prestigious loft over 1,000 miles away from the drop point. Possible ambush. Suspicious activity noticed 9 o'clock to our location. Hamilton answered, immediately motioning to some of his men. 3 agents sprang into action as they ran in towards the source of the noise. ETA on shipment delivery? Alexander wondered, nursing a glass of bourbon. No communication from our partners, sir. Hamilton answered just as 2 of his men arrived on either side of the container. The lights came on from the third and the entire docks were bathed in visibility. Pierce frowned. They were expecting a very important shipment and their business partners knew enough not to mess with them. Hydra was a beast asleep that had a bite strong enough to cripple any organization. Despite the power they held, Pierce knew not to show his cards too early. Commence evacuation process. I want you and your men back in South Dakota. Lay low for the next 1 week until we make sure you're all clean. Standard operating procedures. I'll have transport out to you in. The comms went dead. Back in the docks, Hamilton couldn't believe it. His heart hammered inside his chest at high speeds. They were all frozen. As if time had stopped moving, yet the gentle lapse from the ocean water past the docks disapproved of that notion completely. Their position remained unchanged. 2 of his men, V and Prakash, were behind him, flanking both of his sides. Connery, his second in command, was facing him slightly, watching their backs but not completely blocking their line of sight. Hamilton could see the fear, anger, and confusion in his gaze. The broad-shouldered tall agent had his hand on the gun strapped to his hip, but couldn't move it. Antoine and Prince had not come back from their investigation on what had made the noise. And Liam, the one responsible for lighting up the docks, was similarly missing. Hamilton could only hope that reinforcements were on the way before whatever mutant responsible for this killed them. You know, it's that kind of mindset that sows more and more hate between both species. A pleasant voice that sounded more like the voice of the devil to Hamilton stated. Something landed at Hamilton's feet and surprisingly enough, he regained enough control of his neck muscles to look down. He recognized the rifle on the floor. It was Liam's. "Oh, are you wondering where the owner is?" Hamilton's head shot up quickly, his eyes landing on the figure responsible for all this. They had black hair, brown skin, and looked to be of Asian descent if it wasn't for the brilliant blue eyes that seemed to glow in the darkness. Their most distinguishing factor laid on the dragon tattoo drawn on their skin, almost coming alive in the dim lighting of the surroundings. "Eyes up here, mister." The enemy laughed. Hamilton glared at him before shock was plastered on his face. Above the enemy, Liam, Antoine, and Prince were suspended in the sky, faces stiff with veins appearing on their forehead. "What are you doing to them?" Hamilton yelled upon seeing the state of his team. "Nothing much, just testing out a little skill called blood bending." The stranger answered, bowing towards the statue like agents. "Oh, where are my manners, if you want to know who's brave enough to fuck with S.H.I.E.L.D.? His eyes twinkled from underneath the loose locks of hair framing his face. "Or should I say, Hydra, then you're in the presence of none other than the White Shadow." He knew! Hamilton could not let any evidence leak out, and if the man was going to take them in as opposed to killing them, then... Nah, can't let you cyanide pill yourself out of this. He told him by pulling out the poison from Hamilton's bloodstream. Hamilton's heart sank as the situation got dire. "Now, how about you and I have a little conversation?" the White Shadow said, stopping a few places in front of him. "Mostly about a certain mutant trafficking shipment that was arriving a few minutes ago." "Well, that was before being welcomed by yours truly. Do you have any idea who you're messing with?" Hamilton found control of his mouth and asked. "I'll do you one better. Do you have any idea just how much I don't care?" Elsewhere, the recently promoted director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, stepped away from the helicopter as he was led inside the office of the director of the FBI. Something had come in that needed the attention of the boogies, as S.H.I.E.L.D. was known to other domestic authorities like the CIA and the FBI. S.H.I.E.L.D. in comparison was a joint effort with responsibilities and clearance that supersede individual nations. It was the net around the planet. The guys you called in when things stopped making sense. Even the way he and the two agents flanking him walked was different. FBI agents watched them with a certain kind of reverence. This was S.H.I.E.L.D., created during the World War. They had withstood the test of time. The office of the FBI director was crowded. Everyone went silent when Fury walked in without knocking, eyeing the room with his one good eye. "Excuse us, everybody." The deputy director gave the order, and immediately the room was cleared, leaving only 6 people inside. "Director?" The deputy director of the FBI nodded towards Fury. "Ma'am." He responded with an amiable nod as well. "Ask your men to leave, Nick. This information does not need a lot of ears." The director, an old, graying man, ordered. "Trust me, Bridge. You're fighting a losing battle." A new voice informed them from the doorway. "Pierce?" Fury muttered, turning his head to face one of the board members of the World Council. "What are you doing here? I thought you were in Washington." Alexander Pierce walked in, removing his coat and having one of Fury's agents take and hang it on the doorway. "I made it here as fast as I could. The president wanted my thoughts on the matter." Bridge, the director, rubbed his eyes. "Christ, as if we need more people on this. I told the president we could handle this. The information came to us. I don't need S.H.I.E.L.D. meddling in my business. He's just mad because I beat him in golf a few weeks ago." Pierce whispered to Fury. "In any case, Bridge, Fury is only here to consult. Your team will handle the bulk of the work. Now, what seems to be the problem?" The deputy director showed them to the conference room attached to the director's office. Then she went to the end of the table and pressed a section on the wall. It withdrew, a screen emerging from within that showed the logo of the FBI. 0800 hours today, the perimeter and motion sensors in the director's office were triggered. The monitoring devices installed in the room managed to capture a video of the culprit. The screen display changed to show the director's office that they had just left. And then a yellow portal appeared in the room. Fury stiffened as a very young man walked out of the portal. Pierce was watching Fury's reaction and only looked away when he saw the surprise in his gaze. That confirmed that the spy had no idea who this was. He walked around the room, not touching anything. The deputy continued. Except taking a sip of my expensive diamond is forever martini. Bridge grumbled. Apart from that, he did not do anything else except leave something behind. She reached into the briefcase she had with her and pulled out a folder with documents. Information about the terrorist group Al-Qaeda and the very likely threat that they pose. She passed the papers towards Fury and Pierce. They are planning to bomb the World Trade Center next year on September the 11th? Fury asked in disbelief. Yes. And there's more. Mutant trafficking and extremist groups. This is the biggest thing that has ever happened in the last decade of the FBI. The deputy director said. Pierce turned to Fury. Which is why we need him. He pointed to the screen. Alive. He can be an asset, who knows what else he might tell us. Fury scratched his chin, in thought. S.H.I.E.L.D. had considerable resources, but they were not quite there yet in ways to deal with the growing extraterrestrial and extraordinary incidents. He will be hard to track. He honestly stated. The man could create portals. I know. But I'm sure S.H.I.E.L.D. is up to task. Pierce replied. I'll get my best on it. Fury nodded in acceptance. Great. Now Bridge, you said something about a martini. A few hours ago, Cyclops, we're almost there. Beast, from the cockpit told the team gathered in the cabin of the X-Jet. They were pulling up on a container ship that was lazily drifting in the sea a few miles away from the docks. Okay team, this shipment contains mutants traffic from across the world. We go in and seize control of the ship before it reaches land. The gathered X-Men agreed. Scott was the leader assigned. At the back, Logan sat alone thinking about the last thing the professor told him. Be careful and protect them. He had warned him. Xavier had sensed certain familiar presence that terrified him. He did not want his X-Men coming across whoever he thought it was. Difficulty with earthbending. Volume 4, Earth, General POV, 1 year later, the sky bleed only increased with time. More and more catastrophic events falling onto the crater. At one time it rained lava. When before this phenomenon only happened once a month, now it happened almost every week. The howls of pain had in contrast died out. Inside the crater, a lone body that shone golden from the tips of the hair to the toes opened its eyes. They glowed a completely new color, silver. Time stilled, space froze, and then the moment was gone. The eyes lost their new color and Aiden floated to the smooth ground, gently touching down and sighing. I still can't hold that form for more than 3 seconds. From Equity, which was floating around him in a steady rotation, a black shadow shot out. Which is more than ideal, seeing as you could destroy not only Energia but half the universe if you lost control. Chaos' voice was heard from the dark smoke that formed up into an exact replica of Aiden, only Chaos was wearing a completely black outfit. Aiden sagged onto the hard ground, lying on his back, with his hands and legs spread out. This sucks. After deciding to officially unlock earthbending, Aiden had run into some problems. Earthbending was complicated as fuck. It was his hardest element to understand so far. It felt as if the mysteries of Earth were hidden behind a veil, inaccessible to him without putting in almost 10 times the effort of normal elements. It was disappointing to say the least. A true letdown. Which is why after achieving the minimum control he could, he decided to try fusing all his elements into one for a faster power-up in preparation for anything. It wasn't lost to him that there were cosmic entities here that did not want him around. Which made the one above all's behavior strange. The creator of Marvel could have expelled him out of the universe but chose not to. Back to the fusion, it put more strain on his body than even the short bursts of 10,000 Gs he used to break his body and train his healing power. He could also only hold onto it for 3 seconds before being unceremoniously thrown back into his regular form, lest he died. Or came close to it. Why don't you put a pause on the fusion form and get back to earthbending? Chaos advised, making Aiden groan and pull up the system interface. Even after a year of continuous training, I still only managed to unlock it. At this rate, it's going to be a decade before I unlock the first sub-skill. He frowned, lifting his palm to the sky and spraying out his fingers. It's weird, almost like I can feel the mastery just out of reach, but under lock and key. A strange look crossed Chaos' face. He shook his head before focusing his attention back on Aiden. Well, at least you didn't completely waste all that time. You've already managed to master bloodbending and healing. Both sub-skills are very useful. Aiden couldn't deny that he had a point. The white shadow was the perfect way to practice its effects on human low lives. Focus on controlling them without completely hurting them. He explained, thinking back to when he had decided to have some presence on Earth to keep track of the timeline due to the existence of the X-Men. This wasn't normal canon anymore. He was wary of being blindsided when he decided to begin his plan. And even if you did hurt them, they are criminals. They deserve it. Chaos added, curiously studying the magical formation spread out across the sky above the crater. Aiden frowned, a little bit uncomfortable. Don't talk like that, he admonished. Like what? Chaos shrugged, looking at him weirdly. The truth? You're not human, boss. You've also killed before in case you forgot. He snorted. I'll be busy with something. Shout if you need me. He added before disappearing into equity, leaving a conflicted Aiden on the ground under 3,000 Gs. This wasn't the limit of what he could do during his normal serious training. That gravity usually went up to 7,000. Now his problems with earthbending did not stop there. Aiden had hit the limit of what level of gravity Energia could impose on the crater at 1,000 times the gravity of Earth. Anything more than that for a long period of time and he would be risking his new realm's destruction. His plan had been to unlock gravity as the first sub-skill in the Earth category, but that plan had failed spectacularly. To keep the progress of his physical training from dropping, he had to look for other alternatives. And after thinking about it extensively, he finally settled on magic. Overhead, there were platforms of energy above the crater, flat formations of huge magical symbols designed to increase the gravity. Each formation was an individual spell on its own. The increase simply stacked double the enhancement on top of the existing gravitational pull acting on Aiden's form. One formation was 2 times the crater's gravity. So with one formation above his head, Aiden was under 2,000 times the gravity of Earth with the exception of the initial pull. 2 formations would be 4,000, 3 formations would be 6,000 and so on. He could only create a sustained amount of 3. Which meant that Aiden was currently under 3,000 times the gravity of Earth if you took into account the gravity Energia could support. And even that left him completely immobilized. It didn't break his body like before, so that was a plus at least. Now, magic was an extensive topic. It wasn't something that a normal person could easily master. Luckily for him, he wasn't normal. His comprehension speed was crazy and he could give himself speed thinking to solve complex problems. And on top of that, Aiden did not bite off more than he could chew. He accessed his magic by going into a deep meditative state for 1 entire month and then, after getting a feel for it, he used another month to try and achieve good control over it. He did this through difficult exercises like telekinesis and construct formation. First, he began with simple shapes like round balls made up of yellow energy, which was the color of his magic, then triangles, cubes and stars with several points. Shapes that combined arcs and lines into constructs with multiple segments were the last step in this training. It was somehow easier the more he practiced. From shape construction, he moved on to size alteration, then matter alteration. However, he couldn't change the state of the energy no matter how much he tried, so he backtracked. Maybe magic was akin to science, more than elemental energy in that it followed some hardcore rules. But even that made little sense. So maybe it was his control that was the problem. He decided to approach the issue from a different angle and so added an elemental touch to the mystical energy. Fire magic, lightning magic, water magic, ice magic, air magic, and earth magic was born. Sub-skills belonging to different elements were expressed as magical disciplines on their own. He also noticed that the attacks were much weaker than his elemental energy, and there was also another component added to the whole thing. Aiden found out that he was talented in specific elemental magics. Fire being the main one and air surprisingly being the least he was talented in. The natural step up from there was to create a magical spell that would imbue certain effects to a surrounding designated zone. That was the only time things got a little hard. Turns out that magic was volatile and free-thinking. A one-off attack worked wonders. However, Aiden struggled with creating a magical spell that worked for a longer period of time. A sustained spell. The spell structure usually broke down and exploded in his face. Instead of simply casting a spell that would carry out a function, he decided to construct a shell around it, holding together its own reserves of magic that would keep the spell going up until the magical power ran out. A sort of battery. That presented another problem for Aiden. To construct such a formation, he would need knowledge of a magical language in which the meaning of the spell would be translated into the actual effects of the spell. He was essentially cutting off energy from within himself and having it autonomously continue function without his direction. Aiden realized he was using up more time than he was comfortable with, so he exhausted lesser miracles to simply cut off the learning process and basically just will the formation into existence through intention alone. That magical spell became attached to his very soul. Now all he had to do was simply will it and it would activate. The whole incident made Chaos curious why Aiden did not use the lesser and major miracles as often as he could. Aiden pondered on this for a while before understanding the reason. Just like he had refused Lucifer's own help, the miracles were not really meant for him to throw problems at. Without conscious use, any sufficiently powerful prayers coming to Aiden from his worshippers were answered by exhausting the lesser miracles. Despite being endless, that was only the case because the faith energy coming in was more than the faith energy being used. If by any chance his worshippers were to dwindle, his reserves of faith energy would be exhausted. So the miracles weren't meant to help him get rid of personal problems or take shortcuts, they were meant for the worshippers. With Aiden so far away from them, they would need a lot of miracles if something bad were to happen. Through using the lesser miracle, Aiden understood the formation he wanted to create past the need of a written language, and so his training progress did not slow down. In fact, it increased due to the level he wanted to reach. His body was so powerful, he now had to put conscious effort not to cause shockwaves by merely moving. And that still wasn't enough. He would be going up against celestials and cosmic entities. He needed all the power he could get. Aiden had not tested just how powerful he was. The only reference he had was in the massive reserves of chi he currently possessed. Enough to destroy the solar system a couple of 100 times over. After a few hours of rest, Aiden was about to jump back into the fray when Chaos appeared once more. "Oh, still lazing around?" he joked. Aiden showed him the middle finger. "I see, someone is in a bad mood." Chaos used his foot to nudge Aiden on the chest. "Get up, I think I know why you're struggling with earthbending." Aiden propped himself up on his elbows. "Huh? You're serious?" Chaos nodded grimly. "I think it's to do with the Earth Spirit." Chapter 281, Difficulty with Earthbending. General POV, 1 year later, the sky bleed only increased with time. More and more catastrophic events falling onto the crater. At one time it rained lava. When before this phenomenon only happened once a month, now it happened almost every week. The howls of pain had in contrast died out. Download app inside the crater, a lone body that shone golden from the tips of the hair to the toes opened its eyes. They glowed a completely new color, silver. Time stilled, space froze, and then the moment was gone. The eyes lost their new color and Aiden floated to the smooth ground, gently touching down and sighing. "I still can't hold that form for more than 3 seconds. From Equity, which was floating around him in a steady rotation, a black shadow shot out. Which is more than ideal, seeing as you could destroy not only Energia but half the universe if you lost control. Chaos' voice was heard from the dark smoke that formed up into an exact replica of Aiden, only Chaos was wearing a completely black outfit. Aiden sagged onto the hard ground, lying on his back, with his hands and legs spread out. This sucks. After deciding to officially unlock earthbending, Aiden had run into some problems. Earthbending was complicated as fuck. It was his hardest element to understand so far. It felt as if the mysteries of Earth were hidden behind a veil, inaccessible to him without putting in almost 10 times the effort of normal elements. It was disappointing to say the least. A true letdown. Which is why after achieving the minimum control he could, he decided to try fusing all his elements into one for a faster power-up in preparation for anything. It wasn't lost to him that there were cosmic entities here that did not want him around. Which made the one above all's behavior strange. The creator of Marvel could have expelled him out of the universe but chose not to. Back to the fusion, it put more strain on his body than even the short bursts of 10,000 Gs he used to break his body and train his healing power. He could also only hold onto it for 3 seconds before being unceremoniously thrown back into his regular form, lest he died. Or came close to it. Why don't you put a pause on the fusion form and get back to earthbending? Chaos advised, making Aiden groan and pull up the system interface. Even after a year of continuous training, I still only managed to unlock it. At this rate, it's going to be a decade before I unlock the first sub-skill. He frowned, lifting his palm to the sky and spraying out his fingers. It's weird, almost like I can feel the mastery just out of reach, but under lock and key. A strange look crossed Chaos' face. He shook his head before focusing his attention back on Aiden. Well, at least you didn't completely waste all that time. You've already managed to master bloodbending and healing. Both sub-skills are very useful. Aiden couldn't deny that he had a point. The white shadow was the perfect way to practice its effects on human low lives. Focus on controlling them without completely hurting them. He explained, thinking back to when he had decided to have some presence on Earth to keep track of the timeline due to the existence of the X-Men. This wasn't normal canon anymore. He was wary of being blindsided when he decided to begin his plan. And even if you did hurt them, they are criminals. They deserve it. Chaos added, curiously studying the magical formation spread out across the sky above the crater. Aiden frowned, a little bit uncomfortable. Don't talk like that, he admonished. Like what? Chaos shrugged, looking at him weirdly. The truth? You're not human, boss. You've also killed before in case you forgot. He snorted. I'll be busy with something. Shout if you need me. He added before disappearing into equity, leaving a conflicted Aiden on the ground under 3,000 Gs. This wasn't the limit of what he could do. During his normal serious training, that gravity usually went up to 7,000. Now his problems with earthbending did not stop there. Aiden had hit the limit of what level of gravity Energia could impose on the crater at 1,000 times the gravity of Earth. Anything more than that for a long period of time and he would be risking his new realm's destruction. His plan had been to unlock gravity as the first sub-skill in the Earth category, but that plan had failed spectacularly. To keep the progress of his physical training from dropping, he had to look for other alternatives. And after thinking about it extensively, he finally settled on magic. Overhead, there were platforms of energy above the crater, flat formations of huge magical symbols designed to increase the gravity. Each formation was an individual spell on its own. The increase simply stacked double the enhancement on top of the existing gravitational pull acting on Aiden's form. One formation was 2 times the crater's gravity. So with one formation above his head, Aiden was under 2,000 times the gravity of Earth with the exception of the initial pull. 2 formations would be 4,000, 3 formations would be 6,000 and so on. He could only create a sustained amount of 3. Which meant that Aiden was currently under 3,000 times the gravity of Earth if you took into account the gravity Energia could support. And even that left him completely immobilized. It didn't break his body like before, so that was a plus at least. Now, magic was an extensive topic. It wasn't something that a normal person could easily master. Luckily for him, he he wasn't normal. His comprehension speed was crazy and he could give himself speed thinking to solve complex problems. And on top of that, Aiden did not bite off more than he could chew. He accessed his magic by going into a deep meditative state for one entire month and then, after getting a feel for it, he used another month to try and achieve good control over it. He did this through difficult exercises like telekinesis and construct formation. First, he began with simple shapes like round balls made up of yellow energy, which was the color of his magic, then triangles, cubes and stars with several points. Shapes that combined arcs and lines into constructs with multiple segments were the last step in this training. It was somehow easier the more he practiced. From shape construction, he moved on to size alteration, then matter alteration. However, he couldn't change the state of the energy no matter how much he tried, so he backtracked. Maybe magic was akin to science, more than elemental energy in that it followed some hardcore rules. But even that made little sense. So maybe it was his control that was the problem. He decided to approach the issue from a different angle and so added an elemental touch to the mystical energy. Fire magic, lightning magic, water magic, ice magic, air magic and earth magic was born. Sub-skills belonging to different elements were expressed as magical disciplines on their own. He also noticed that the attacks were much weaker than his elemental energy, and there was also another component added to the whole thing. Aiden found out that he was talented in specific elemental magics. Fire being the main one and air surprisingly being the least he was talented in. The natural step up from there was to create a magical spell that would imbue certain effects to a surrounding designated zone. That was the only time things got a little hard. Turns out that magic was volatile and free-thinking. A one-off attack worked wonders. However, Aiden struggled with creating a magical spell that worked for a longer period of time. A sustained spell. The spell structure usually broke down and exploded in his face. Instead of simply casting a spell that would carry out a function, he decided to construct a shell around it, holding together its own reserves of magic that would keep the spell going up until the magical power ran out. A sort of battery. That presented another problem for Aiden. To construct such a formation he would need knowledge of a magical language in which the meaning of the spell would be translated into the actual effects of the spell. He was essentially cutting off energy from within himself and having it autonomously continue function without his direction. Aiden realized he was using up more time than he was comfortable with, so he exhausted lesser miracles to simply cut off the learning process and basically just will the formation into existence through intention alone. That magical spell became attached to his very soul. Now all he had to do was simply will it and it would activate. The whole incident made Chaos curious why Aiden did not use the lesser and major miracles as often as he could. Aiden pondered on this for a while before understanding the reason. Just like he had refused Lucifer's own help, the miracles were not really meant for him to throw problems at. Without conscious use, any sufficiently powerful prayers coming to Aiden from his worshippers were answered by exhausting the lesser miracles. Despite being endless, that was only the case because the faith energy coming in was more than the faith energy being used. If by any chance his worshippers were to dwindle, his reserves of faith energy would be exhausted. So the miracles weren't meant to help him get rid of personal problems or take shortcuts, they were meant for the worshippers. With Aiden so far away from them, they would need a lot of miracles if something bad were to happen. Through using the lesser miracle, Aiden understood the formation he wanted to create past the need of a written language, and so his training progress did not slow down. In fact, it increased due to the level he wanted to reach. His body was so powerful, he now had to put conscious effort not to cause shockwaves by merely moving. And that still wasn't enough. He would be going up against celestials and cosmic entities, he needed all the power he could get. Aiden had not tested just how powerful he was. The only reference he had was in the massive reserves of chi he currently possessed. Enough to destroy the solar system a couple of 100 times over. After a few hours of rest, Aiden was about to jump back into the fray when Chaos appeared once more. "Oh, still lazing around?" he joked. Aiden showed him the middle finger. "I see, someone is in a bad mood." Chaos used his foot to nudge Aiden on the chest. "Get up, I think I know why you're struggling with earthbending. Aiden propped himself up on his elbows. The Earth Spirit. Huh? You're serious? Chaos nodded grimly. I think it's to do with the Earth Spirit. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 12. Peace.